Carrie. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks a lot. Yeah, do you want to do it now? Yeah, okay, I'll do it now. Okay, hang on. I'll keep you on the phone while I'm doing it and you can tell me if it's any good. Okay, audio test. 1 2 1 2. Worcestershire will resume this morning at 302 for 5. Ben Cox on 23, Ricky Vessel's on 24. The follow-on figure of 410 is the immediate target. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Is that okay? Brilliant. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Thanks. Morning. It's Frank here at the cricket. Hi. I'm alright. How are you? Good. Yeah. 10:30 if you... Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Birthday on Wednesday, does Kath Ellis. Happy
Okay, no worries, thanks. Bye.
Saturday the 8th, me and my brother Chris. We're not twins, but we have a birthday on the same day. That's good, brother and sister.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Okay, brilliant, thank you. Definitely, definitely. Good morning, Malcolm. You did say on Thursday morning that you'd take a draw, I think, didn't you? And I think, well, we'll certainly settle for that. It looks the most likely outcome. Worcestershire will resume this morning on 302 for 5. which is still some way behind Essex's 561 for 8 declared first innings total. A very, very placid pitch, and really the key target is 410, because that's the 412, because that's the follow-on figure, and once they get there, I think if they get there in this first innings, then this game is absolutely nailed on to be a draw. 8 points for a draw this year in the competition means that Worcestershire, despite if they do draw this one, having drawn all 4 of their first 4 games, they'll be in really decent position in the group, and the teams at the top will be, 5 teams at the top will be separated by just 2 or 3 points. So everything to play for when they go to Edgbaston on Thursday, provided they can get this draw today. 302 for 5 when they resume this morning. Ben Cox on 23 and Ricky Vessels on 24.
Very important. You know, I think a lot of people want their team to, you know what I mean? Well, they say it'll build, word goes around, great talk, great.
Good morning and welcome to New Road Worcester for day 4 of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Worcestershire and Essex. Worcestershire resuming on this 4th morning in their first innings in response to Essex's 561 for 8 declared on 302 for 5. The follow-on target is of immediate interest. 412 is the follow-on target. If Worcestershire can get to that point at some stage, either in the morning session or more likely in the afternoon session, then to all intents and purposes I think most of us will agree that this game is destined to finish in a draw. Essex will certainly still feel that they're in with a chance. They've got to take 15 wickets in the day on a fairly placid surface, but stranger things have happened. And this game by no means a foregone conclusion at this stage. Sam Cook will take up the attack in bright sunshine from the Diglis end, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Cox, who is 23 not out. These two, Cox and Vessels, having played well last night. In comes Cook, he bowls first ball of the day, and Cox is forward and pushing out on the offside. My name is Frank Watson. You can get in touch with us here in the commentary box. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and alongside me shortly, when he's finished his update for BBC Radio Essex, will be Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex, and you can get in touch with Nick or with both of us via their BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com email account. As Cook comes in again and bowls to Cox, who's taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the leg side. There's an appeal, but I think that was going down the leg side. Indeed, checking on the replay, that's exactly the case. And umpire Graham Lloyd, who's been at that Diglis end since the start. The umpires of course don't change ends until a complete innings, and he not wearing his gloves today, Graham Lloyd. It indicates that it's probably the warmest weather that we've had throughout the game. As Cook comes in again and bowls, and Cox is turning this one on the leg side for the first run of the day, down to long leg, and It's fielded down there by Peter Siddle, and a single is taken, moves Cox on to 24, and the total to 303 for 5. Brings Ricky Vessels on strike for the first time this morning. Vessels, who was quite watchful, uncharacteristically so, last night. 24 he's on. He faced 77 balls so far. As Cook is in again to him, and he bowls, and Vessels is forward, pushing defensively out on the offside, fielded by Ryan Tenduscarter, coming in from extra cover. No addition. Lovely morning. Probably an hour or so ago it was as warm as it's been at New Road at any time during the week, in the last week. Not quite as warm now because a little bit more cloud has built up, but I think the forecast is that we're going to get through the day without any rain. Had a little delay yesterday at the end of lunch. Here's Cook in again, outside the off stump. Just coming up to the end of the first over of this fourth day in this game between Worcestershire and Essex, and so far Worcestershire have added 1 run to their overnight score. Ben Cox was the man who got that run. He's on 24. Ricky Vessels is also on 24, and as we near the end of the first over, Worcestershire, whose immediate target is the follow-on figure of 412, are 303 for 5. And here is Cook in to bowl to Vessels, who drives handsomely up through mid-on, and probably expected not to get any runs, but a missed field, if you like, by Tom Wesley, as that one's gone straight through him and runs away to the long-on boundary for the first boundary of the day. So 5 runs off that first over of the day, 307 for 5. Vessels goes on to 28. Cox on 24. I did say that Vessels was uncharacteristically watchful last night. He had to be, of course, given the circumstances, but he does generally like to get on with it, as most people who will have seen him bat will testify. And if he gets in this morning on this surface, then I think we will see him probably accelerate his scoring rate. Last night, both for Vessels and Cox, it was all about survival and getting through to the end of that third day without having lost another wicket. 307 for 5, joined for the first time by Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex, and I've already advertised the Gmail account and the Twitter account, Nick, but
Lovely.
No doubt you'll do that again. And Shane Snater to start the second over for you.
Thanks very much, Frank. Good morning, everybody. And here is Snater up to the wicket and bowling to Cox, who plays a lovely stroke, actually, off the front foot of drive, just wide of mid-off, and Tom Wesley runs across in front of a scoreboard. Can't prevent the single. So, yeah, that was a very nice piece of timing from Cox. A second nice stroke he's played this morning. He's gone along to 25. Vessels has 28. 308 for 5, so 412 is now a really significant landmark for Worcestershire. It's certainly attainable, with just over 100 runs required, and that would certainly mean the game is going to be a draw. Essex, of course, have really got to bowl Worcestershire out before lunch, and that means almost certainly that they'll bowl them out for less than 412. Here's Snater bowling, and this is just played from the crease, run down to backward point, and there is no run. Absolutely glorious spring morning. Has been a little bit more cloud cover building up in the last hour or so, but the forecast for the day is generally good, and a lot of people down having a walk alongside the river this morning, with the swans enjoying the sunshine, and absolutely idyllic scene in Worcester on this early May Sunday morning in bright sunshine. 308 for 5 as Snater bowls, and this is played up towards mid-off. Again, head right over the ball. Nice straight bat from Vessels, who's having a good little season against Essex so far. He's gone to 28 from 82 balls, 308 for 5.
Yeah, Snater's line so far quite good, round about off stump. Did see him struggling yesterday to bowl a consistent line. He bowled some good deliveries, and he did pick up the wicket of D'Oliveira, but he did generally struggle for consistency in his line.
Yes, bowled better with the new ball, got the wicket, and here is one that's hit in the air, and it goes on the full to short mid-wicket. It is put down. It was a very, very difficult chance. It was well pitched up, and Vessels went forward, and he went on the drive, and up to short mid wicket, and it's been put down. Just a sharp chance there for Brown. He went across to his left, got a hand to it, but probably annoyed he didn't hang on. He had quite a long time to see the ball relatively from that position. Just had to dive across and take it low to the ground one-handed, but couldn't hang on. So a few half chances have gone begging for Essex. 308 for 5, and that one's played up to Brown again, but this time it's bounced twice. So
that was the sort of the end result of that plan that we've seen both teams use, where they're hoping that the pitch is so slow that somebody who clips one on the leg side would just mistime it, just play it a little bit early and get underneath it, and that's exactly what happened with that one from Ricky Vessels. The first one we've seen players put in there for the catch all through the game, but it's the first one that's actually gone to hand in that area.
Yeah, the ball just stopped at him a little bit, didn't it? And that's what they were looking for, and it went to Brown's left, but he couldn't hang on. Here's one that again, perhaps a little bit of low bounce causing a problem here for Vessels. He's looking to drive, play quite a flamboyant cover drive to that one, but off the back foot, but it wasn't there for the shot. And it's 308 for 5, so again, not a bad over that from Snater. Cox 25 and Vessels 28. Be interesting to see if he keeps his place for Trent Bridge if Essex decide to continue rotation. Sam Cook, you would have thought, I mean, have a look and see what sort of pitch is prepared by Nottingham before they make those decisions, because I think they'd want Sam Cook to play if it is going to be one that assists the seamers. 308 for 5.
Yeah, that last ball, Vessels bottom edge, went back past the stumps, could easily have dragged it on, hence a few hands on heads from Essex fielders. So a slight encouragement for Snater in his first over of the morning. Bright sunshine again now, really pleasant for the first time. I was just saying, I think probably the best indication that this is the warmest spell of the game is it's the first time I think I've seen umpire Graham Lloyd shed his gloves at the Diglis end, and he's waiting now as Sam Cook makes some late adjustments to his field in conference with the captain Tom Westley. He's certainly going to be bowling to Ben Cox.
Yeah, certainly forecast to be a couple of degrees warmer today, and certainly the warm sunshine has been evident today.
So Cox, 2 slips in place, the only close catches, as he waits for Sam Cook, who's in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Cox is on the back foot just turning this one on the onside. Brown comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. So yesterday we saw 3 wickets go down in the morning session, none in the afternoon session, and 2 in the evening session. So that chance really this morning quite significant, because chances have been really at a premium for the bowling side, whoever they are in this game so far. In comes Sam Cook and bowls again to Cox, who pushes confidently into the covers, 10 discard to fields, no run. And it's interesting that I spoke to Daryl Mitchell, the Worcestershire opening batsman, after the game last night, and he shared his views on BBC Heaven Worcester with us about the pitch and so on, and basically saying that the whole mindset really from the start of the day yesterday was keep batting, and come up with a plan to combat Simon Harmer. I'll expand on that in a minute. In fact, I'll do it now because Cook supported his run-up on this one. He said a plan to combat Simon Harmer. I said, well, he did have that little 3-wicket burst before lunch, and that was a little rocky spell for Worcestershire yesterday. And Daryl Mitchell agreed with that, but I put it to him that Harmer would be a lot more of a threat on a quicker surface. Is Cook again, who bowls, and Cox plays defensively up to mid-on, and Daryl Mitchell agreed with that and said absolutely he would, but so would every other bowler. To be fair, you know,
the seamers will come into the game.
The slowness of the surface is what's made life difficult, not just for Simon Harmer, but for all the others. And he pointed out that the number of times that players have edged balls and they've just gone along the ground or not carried in the slips. So good to get a little bit of an insight from somebody who's actually been out there, and he was suggesting that nobody's counting any chickens, but they do feel in the dressing room that if they apply themselves on this surface, they ought to be able to save this game.
2 short mid wickets.
Yeah, same thing as we saw yesterday, isn't it? 2 people looking for that little catch on the onside. as Cook is in, bowls, and Cox plays defensively back up the pitch. We're talking about this yesterday. If you weren't with us yesterday and you are listening and wondering what we're talking about, if you're watching the stream you'll have seen it for yourself, but we've seen it several times, almost throughout the Essex innings and the Worcestershire innings from time to time, particularly with right-handers batting. We've seen captains employing unusual fielding positions, as you need to do because the conventional fielding positions on this pitch are not producing results. I'll just break off as Cook moves in again and bowls to Cox, who drives outside the off stump, slices it away behind square, and a good diving save by Shane Snater at backward point prevents what would have been 4. So good fielding from him. And what the positions we've seen them employing particularly are close catches in front of the wicket on the leg side, not a conventional short leg under the helmet, but a man sort of on the drive, as we call it, at short mid wicket or short mid on, and at times 2 players in that sort of area, and that's what we've got now as Cook comes in and bowls to Cox, who again squeezes this one out on the offside of the front foot, turned a scar to the fielder, end of the over. So we're often seeing a mid wicket about 10-11 yards from the bat at an angle of, say, I don't know, 20-25 degrees from the non-striker stumps, and then another fielder maybe another 5, 6, 7 yards to his right, possibly in that occasion a good bit deeper as well. So they're trying to cover all options, and it nearly paid off when Vessels chipped that one up in Snater's last over. 308 for 5 after 3 overs today.
Back-to-back maidens, I think. Yep, 308 for 5. So a couple of emails from late yesterday. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. David in Lapworth, Warwickshire says, thanks for the commentary. I wish I'd been there to enjoy a proper day of first-class cricket. Normally, as an Essex member living about 45 minutes from New Road, I would take any opportunity to see this game. Sadly, of course, all the Essex Championship games in the area. Come back to that after this ball, as this is played off the back foot and run down to backward point. Nice stroke that from Vessels. Just a little bit of bounce from Snater, and he played it, rode the bounce, played it well, but didn't get it past Lawrence at backward point. The 2 Essex games in the area come before the crowds are allowed back. That's right, isn't it, David? We had the Edgbaston game last week and this one. And yes, that's a bit of a shame for you, living in the area as a follower of Essex.
I know Lapworth, where David lives, because I grew up not far away from there in Solihull. 308
for 5, plenty of blue sky, but cloud building up. And here is a lovely drive. Played a good shot, I thought, off the first ball of the over, and there's another good one from Vessels. He just went onto the back foot, just spotted that that was dragged down a little bit, and has sent it away through the covers for 4, just to the right of the scoreboard. 312 for 5. That was a lovely stroke, and it takes Vessels to 32. Yeah,
width from Snater. That's what Vessels had capitalised on there. It was just wide. He just threw his hands at it. Not a lot of foot movement. Doesn't need to.
Didn't need to, because the nose is not going to move too much. Yeah, just got the line slightly wrong, and gave him time to get on the back foot. And here he flicks it away off his pads for a single down to fine leg. So after the 2 maidens, we've got little bit of a rush of scoring again, and it goes along to 313 for 5, and Ricky Vessels going along nicely on 33 from 88 balls. Cox is with him on 25, and we mentioned that Worcestershire would settle for a third partnership of 111, even if it had to be broken at that point. And these two are starting to build another useful stand for the home side. 313 for 5 as Snater bowls, and coming forward Cox plays with head right over the ball up to Brown. But yeah, Nick Brown there at short mid wicket. I was hesitating in nominating him because it had been Tom Westley who had fielded there all day yesterday, but they put Brown in, and unfortunately Westley had waited all day for one yesterday and nothing had come his way. And then Brown in the sort of second over of the morning got a sharp chance away to his left, and got a hand to it and couldn't hang on. But it's these half chances that Essex haven't been able to take. A couple came the way of Alistair Cook yesterday afternoon. As here, another good delivery from Snater, right on the line. His line has generally been better with the second new ball. That one's played up to Wesley at mid-on. There's no run. 313 for 5. So yeah, it's 99 now to get to the mark where they save the follow-on, and this partnership is now worth 54. So again, it's been another important contribution. Top order stand, 4th wicket stand, 6th wicket stand for Worcestershire in this game. And here is a nice flowing drive off the front foot. Again, just plenty of time to ease into the stroke. Cox sends it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Wesley has the ball, and he's going to just doubtless give it back to Sam Cook. 313 for 5, and Cox 25, and Vessels there on 33.
Yeah, nice to hear from a listener from Lapworth, lovely little village south of Birmingham. Probably equidistant almost from Edgbaston and Worcester, probably a little bit nearer to Edgbaston actually, but an Essex fan anyway, so he's only interested in when the Eagles are in town. 313 for 5. Sam Cook to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Vessels, who drives at this one firmly, didn't really time it, up to mid-off, no run.
Talking of the Eagles, I was reminded of, you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave, from Hotel California, by a statement by the, I think it was the Real Madrid chairman who was the chap in charge of the Super League project. He said, you've all withdrawn from this, but actually it says in the contract you can't.
Yeah.
Not that they've taken any notice, of course.
No, you're absolutely right. 313 for 5, Cox 25, Vessels 33, just the one chance this morning offered by Vessels. Cook is in, bowls, and that one just keeps a little bit low, and Vessels jabs down on it. That's the danger, I think, particularly when you're batting at this new road end. That one from Cook just sort of on a length, straightish, and just crept through a little bit, but Vessels, he played it confidently enough, and it would have slanted down the leg side anyway had he missed it. But it's the bowled in LBW off the one that keeps low that is the main threat, I would say, for the batsman.
So it's interesting field, a slip short mid wicket and a silly mid on.
Yeah, that's exactly that field that I was describing at the end of Cook's last over. He bowls again to Vessels, who's forward, pushes out on the offside. So it's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter if you'd like to get in touch. Tell us what you think about the game, about the way it's gone, about the pitch, about the weather, about the stream, about the river, whatever you like. It was lovely in Worcester this morning. I saw a lot of people, as you say, walking by the river, and proper Sunday morning feel that we've missed for so long, really, as Cook is in and bowls just sort of a length outside off stump to Vessels, and he just steers this one down behind square on the offside and fielded by Snater.
But yes, it was too good an opportunity to miss, to come in just about 45 minutes earlier than I did yesterday, just to have that experience. And yes, the Swans are out in force, so they always are. It's quite a sight.
Cook turns at the Diglis end and comes in now past umpire Graham Lloyd. Bowls, and he bowls. Ricky Vessels, stump uprooted out of the ground. Not sure that one kept low. I think he might have dragged it on. He went back, he was looking to force it off the back foot, and yeah, he's dragged it on. Big thick inside edge, and the middle stump is removed. I suppose that's another way that I talked about LBW and bowled. Another way that batsmen get out on pitches where the bounce is a bit up and down is that they sometimes drag one on because they're looking to force a ball and it doesn't quite bounce as much as they expected. That's what happened there, and Vessels has gone, bowled by Cook for 33. I beg your pardon, it's Cox, isn't it? It's Cox who's gone, I should say. I beg your pardon. Apologies to Ricky Vessels. No, it's not. It's Vessels.
It's Vessels,
yeah,
I think.
It's Vessels. It is Vessels. I just lost sight of him behind the pillar as he was walking off and thought, oh, hang on. But it was Vessels. Bowled by Cook. Sam Cook then picks up his second wicket of the innings. I think we're all taken by surprise a little bit by that, because it's
against
been
the run of play.
Quite comfortable. Yeah, against the run of play, as we would say in football terms. So a good breakthrough for Essex this morning. Ed Barnard, who made his century at Chelmsford 3 weeks ago, comes out to join Ben Cox. But Cox, who played a very good part in the rearguard action at Derby, is still there on 25. Barnard coming in to join him, and the man out, Ricky Vessels, just to confirm, bowled by Sam Cook for 33.
Yes, another great breakthrough for Sam Cook, who's having a fine season so far. 2 for 54. He's had to work hard for those wickets. Ed Barnard, of course, at the very least a bowling all-rounder, and you were saying possibly he might even qualify as an all-rounder. Now, a genuine all-rounder is somebody on the Trevor Bailey definition who is worth his place in the side as both a batsman and as a bowler, i.e. if he couldn't bat, he'd still be worth his place as a bowler and vice versa. You think he'd get into that status?
I do, yeah. I definitely think he would, yeah. And in his England under-19 days, he was batting at 3 and 4. So I would put him in that category.
I think Essex probably obviously seen quite a bit of him this year. Probably not when this wicket falls, but when the next one falls, I would think they'd be looking to maybe switch Cook's end and get Harmer on.
In comes Cook anyway to bowl to Barnard, who's forward to his first delivery and playing it straight back up the pitch. It was the last ball of the over, so success for Sam Cook. His figures now 25 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 54, which I would hazard are on this pitch very, very respectable indeed. Vessel's the man out for 33. He faced 93 balls and he hit 5 fours.
Yeah, with Sam Cook, you just feel how big a workload is he going to have today? Do Essex intend potentially to sort of continue rotation at Trent Bridge? If they get a seamer-friendly pitch at Trent Bridge, would they just want to play Sam Cook anyway? It'll be very, very interesting as part of a decision-making process. We've got all these back-to-back games. Essex have no rest in May, where other counties do. Again, it's something that Anthony McGrath and the coaching team have to really figure out. Bowlers' workloads. It's quite a complex situation, but a little bit of hope for Essex with that early wicket, 313 for 6. Now it's Cox on strike on 25 to Snater with a short mid wicket in, and Snater bowls exactly the ball he didn't want to bowl. Complete pressure release just after Cook's got the wicket. He bowls one on the pads of Cox, and he just helps it round the corner for a straightforward 4 to fine leg. 317 for 6. He did a lot of that yesterday, and of course today, as we approach that follow-on target, these boundaries, these loose deliveries that are put away in that area could become quite expensive.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's less than 100 now. 4 wickets left. Still a little bit of batting to come.
Yes.
Alzari Joseph's proved more than capable with the bat.
Well, I mean, certainly, and against Nottinghamshire, it's very much a two-part innings, wasn't it? The openers and then and the bowlers.
Yeah.
317 for 6. Here is Snater bowling, and that one again goes for 4. Again, it's on the pads, and that is really frustrating from Snater's point of view. But Cox has just basically seen more or less the same ball. Maybe it was a touch straighter, but he moved across, and again he's just played the leg glance. He's gone from 25 to 33 in a couple of deliveries. And Snater, I'm afraid, has reverted to what he did in the first spell yesterday, where he's just bowling too much on the pads of the batsman. 33 to Cox and 321 for 6 Worcestershire. Follow on target 412.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph has already made a 60 and a 40 odd for Worcestershire.
There's a short cover in, as here is a wider ball, and it's hit away through the covers for 4. So he's overcorrected, Snater. He kicks the ground in frustration, dragging that one down and a little bit wide. Cox might have been half expecting that. He was ready for the ball, and he's played a cut shot, which has gone away just in front of square for 4, and that is, well, Essex have got the early wicket, and they'll be, well, Snater particularly, and Westley will be pretty devastated by what's happened since, because talk about a pressure release just after you've got a wicket. 325 for 6, 12 runs in 3 deliveries.
That was a cracking shot, wasn't it? It was a bad delivery, but didn't he time that well?
Cox 37, 325 for 6, and here's one which is straight, and Cox comes forward and plays defensively up towards Walter at mid-wicket, but how frustrating for Essex after that terrific start with a wicket, to have a bit of an off over so far from Snater, but maybe he can get another wicket like he got yesterday. 1 for 77 now. His figure's rather damaged by what's happened in this over so far. Thanks to Ken for your late email yesterday. We mentioned it was quite a long day yesterday, and you were talking about players playing for different sides on the same day, as here is delivery as a better one again on off stump. Decent length and just coming forward. Cox plays it up into the covers and there's no run. You were reminded of a time when Graham Gooch played in a test match at Lords, which finished a day early, or early in the day, and he then moved over to the Oval to play for Essex against Surrey. And in those days, test matches would have well, they used to be scheduled to end on Tuesday. But if I suppose you could have, and championship games tended to start on Saturday and Wednesday, so it wasn't often you get that sort of situation, but it could happen that it might come to pass, as here's another better delivery from Snader, so a better second half of the overs. That one's played defensively out to Brown at mid-wicket, but yeah, I remember there have been the odd instance of that, with a test match ending early, a championship game having started, and the player concerned able to go to their county. Of course, more frequently it would be someone who was left out of a test match side and was then able to get across to the county. But thanks for that very much indeed, Ken. What we do know is Graham Gooch was really keen to play for Essex at every opportunity. For Cox 37, Barnard no score, 325 for 6.
And Sam Cook to take up the attack again from the Diglis end, having picked up the wicket of Ricky Vessels in that previous over with a shortish ball outside off stump, which Vessels fancied he could hammer away off the back foot, as he tends to do. He went hard at it with a slightly angled bat, the bottom corner of the bat taking it back on, and the sight of the stump uprooted. A pleasing one for Essex and for Sam Cook, because successes have been few and far between in this game. Indeed, only 14 wickets have fallen since Thursday morning. Sam Cook in from the Diglis end. He's bowling to Barnard. He's in, he bowls, and well, Barnard made a mess of that one. He turned his back on it. I think it might have struck him on the body. He clearly got into a bit of a pickle with it. Banged in short. Might even have hit the side of his visor. I'm not sure. He certainly misread it, and it bounced more than he thought. We have seen, I keep saying this, I said it throughout yesterday, we have seen just every now and again, and I mean infrequently, every 20 overs maybe, just one or two deliveries misbehaving on this surface, and he's in and he bowls. This one's short again, and Barnard plays it nicely down from in front of his chest, just turns it on the leg side, and he's off the mark, and it's 326 for 6. And when I say misbehaving, we've seen the ball generally keeping quite low on the surface, but just now and again ball's just maybe gone through the top a little bit and climbed at the batsman, and that's what surprised Ed Barnard with that one from Cook. Cox moves down to the New Road end for the first time for a while. He's looked pretty confident this morning, Ben Cox. He's taken his overnight score from 23 to 37, and he's forward again now and pushing this one from Cook out into the covers, where 10 discarded as the fielding. One man out today, Vessels for 33.
Cook 14 wickets for the season now at an average of just under 24, and Harmer's got six more wickets, but at the moment Cook has the best average in terms of when wickets are taken for Essex, around a wicket just under every 24.
And he comes now to bowl to Cox. He bowls outside the off stump. Cox sways inside it, lets it go through to Wheater. Yeah, and I think that's worthy of great credit actually, because wickets haven't been easy to come by for seamers around the country. There have been 2 or 3 extremely low scores by counties in various games, but generally speaking, for early season, the bat's been on top of the ball, the pitches have been very dry, the air's been cold, the ball hasn't moved around a lot, and I would imagine Sam Cook's performances stack up alongside the best in the country at the moment. In he comes, he bowls, and that's a big shout for LBW as he hits Cox, but it's not going to be given by umpire Graham Lloyd.
Oof,
they're pretty dismayed, the Essex fielders. I'm just watching the replay now, and yeah, well, it looked a good shot. It
no inside edge.
Just have been slanting edge. Hit his back leg, I think.
Ooh,
Cook is absolutely dismayed. There's probably just having another look at it now as he bowls it, and yeah, looks a good shout to me. Maybe he got a nick on it. There's probably a little bit too much angst being shown towards the umpire out there for
he was on his haunches,
of the match referee, I think.
He was sort of within handshaking distance of Cox, and he was on his haunches. And then sort of again, I think he's really disappointed with that. If there was no inside edge, obviously we're at third man, but you just had a very good view of the replay.
It's a really good. I mean, you can't see quite. I haven't got a good enough view on this screen to be definitive, but it looked a good shout.
Yeah.
It looked a good shout. Here's Cook in again now. He bowls and Cox is beaten outside the off stump, pushing at this one. End of a very good over from Sam Cook. I was just, to use the modern parlance, bigging him up, and he showed why he deserves that sort of credit. He stalks away down to long leg, not happy. Umpire Graham Lloyd clearly just had enough doubt, maybe thought it was a little bit high, maybe thought it was just slipping down the leg side. It was very close, let's say that. 326 for 6.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? And Sam Cook, very disappointed. I tell you what, he's bowling so well. This is a really tricky decision for Essex if they want to rotate the seamers in terms of what this pitch is going to be at Trent Bridge, because I don't think Essex can leave out Cook at Trent Bridge if it's going to be a pitch that is going to assist the seamers, because he will really relish it. He's been waiting for one that's really going to help him, and I think he could be quite devastating on his day, and Peter Siddle would enjoy himself as well. If it's a flat one, I think it might be a case of, particularly if it's flat and they're going to lose Saturday to the rain, I think there may be a case for resting Cook. But I think if it's one that's going to help the seamers, I think if Notts decide we will take on Essex with our seam attack, our informed seam attack, and we'll fight fire with fire, I think Essex need to find a way of playing Cook. Be a really interesting decision. 326 for 6, and Harmer does come on. We thought he might. I thought actually they might just wait a little bit longer, but what they've done is they haven't switched Cook's end. They've got Harmer on at the New Road end, which I think for the first time.
Yeah, it is for the first time.
So Harmer is going to bowl, and that is just a bit of bounce. Now there is a bit of bounce for him from the New Road end, and that's just played off the back foot by Barnard down to short leg. An interesting call that by Wesley. Maybe it was to do with the fact that Barnard was on strike. But here is Harmer again, and there's no run.
Worcestershire have lost a wicket this morning. Ricky Vessel's the man to go. He was put down early on as well, but survived that only to drag a wideish ball from Sam Cook onto his stumps. Bowled then for 33. That was 313 for 6. Ben Cox, however, has looked in good touch, although he did survive a very confident LBW appeal in Cook's last over. He's still there on 37. Barnard is on 1. The immediate target for Worcestershire is the 412 they need to save the follow-on, and at the moment they are 326 for 6.
The last ball just popped off Barnard's pad and went to Lawrence at leg slip, but there had been no contact. We've got a slipper leg slip and a short leg and a short mid wicket, and 5 saving 1, and this sees Barnard go onto the back foot, and it's played defensively, and Wheater comes around from behind the stumps. Plenty of blue sky around, but more cloud than certainly an hour ago, and there was none at all about 2 hours ago. It was the most sparkling spring Sunday morning, and it still is really. Here is Barnard facing Harmer, and on the drive, a little bit aerial to start with, but up to Siddle at mid-on, and there is no run. Interesting decision this from Tom Wesley, that he hasn't switched Cook's end. He's put Harmer on at the end he hadn't been bowling at hitherto, the New Road end. So here is one that's really fired through by Harmer. Virtually gets to the batsman on the full, I think. And Barnard reacts well and plays defensively, and there's no run. The follow-on target is 412. Cox has 37. Barnard has 1. It's 326 for 6. A really absorbing first half hour here at New Road on this final day.
Yeah, just interesting watching Barnard play Harmer in that over. He got that one that turned and took him on the pad and went to leg slip. He used his feet on one occasion and came down the pitch and just pushed out defensively. And for the rest of the over, he was content to go on the back foot, let the ball come, and watch it very, very carefully, which is exactly how we saw most of the Worcestershire batsmen playing Harmer yesterday. The bounce from this New Road end a little bit more predictable, and exactly the way that Dan Lawrence particularly impressed in the Essex innings in dealing with the bowling of Brett D'Oliveira. So it's the slowness of the pitch which is emphasised by the players preferring to play the spinner off the back foot generally, and watching it off the pitch very, very carefully rather than propping forward and committing to the front foot. Here's Cook in, bowls short to Cox. maybe still a little bit of anger in Sam Cook's psyche at the moment after that appeal that he was so confident about on the 5th ball of the previous over was turned down.
It's as if they're a bit fired up. Maybe they've seen that perspective table we were talking about last night, which will show them in 5th place at the end of this round of games. If this was a draw, they've still got the games at Chelmsford to come. I don't think they'd be unduly worried, but if they have sensed that, well, let's just give this one more real go, and there's a sense of that about Essex this morning.
Yeah, 326 for 6. That bouncer was allowed through to the keeper. In comes Cook again, back on a good length here, and Cox is forward pushing out on the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, they might well feel, I would imagine, as a collective, I mean we can only guess this, they might well feel, having looked at the, or somebody might have said to them, you know, this is what the situation is going to be if we draw this game, and they could say 5th. How can we be 5th given some of the cricket that we've played? But they have of course lost that game.
Only 5 points off the lead.
Worcestershire would be above them, and probably the main beneficiaries of the change in points scoring where 8 are given for the draw, I think. Cook is in, bowls, and Cox is forward again, pushes back up the pitch. Cook stops with his foot and then allows Harmer to complete the fielding. Harmer coming over from mid-wicket.
It's going to be interesting if sides in this tight group decide let's go for it, let's prepare a result pitch. Surrey did in desperation against Hampshire, of course, and it worked out for them, but it can backfire if you lose an important toss. But that's why Thursday morning and what sort of surface we get at Trent Bridge will be very interesting. I think I can sort of surmise what's likely to be the pitch at Edgbaston, because it tends to have a sort of similar character most of the time.
Cook is in, bowls, bouncer again to Cox, doesn't get up much, he ducked underneath it and cleared his shoulders, but not by huge margin. Sort of skiddy sort of bouncer from Cook.
I just get a feeling that Warwickshire, they've already got a win, haven't they? So I think it'll be a normal type of Edgbaston pitch, whereas Trent Bridge really could be either way. It might be sort of a flat one, or they might really go for it knots.
326 for 6. Worcestershire, of course, going to Warwickshire on Thursday, Edgbaston for the next game, and you just don't know which Warwickshire's going to turn up, I suppose, at the moment, do you? And Cook gets his man this time. Middle stump uprooted, really good delivery, and Westley's decision to keep Cook going from that end is proving a really good one, as that one has just gone right through Ben Cox, and I think between bat and pad uproots the middle stump. Cook will feel justice has been done after he had that big shout turned down, and Ben Cox has gone for 37.
I think he just played round that. I think it went almost between bat and pad looking at the replay. What a fantastic spell this has been from Sam Cook this morning, and just underlines that point I made about Trent Bridge. What can Essex afford to leave him out, just try and manage his workload? I guess he needs to take a break at some point with these, something like 9 back-to-back games in April and May. Well, they've got the 2 guys who are the participants in that partnership. And again, that's actually a trend that's been prevalent throughout the innings so far for Worcestershire. When they have had a stand, the 2 people involved have gone in fairly rapid succession, and now 326 for 7. The 412 looks quite a long way away, and time becomes a factor. Worcestershire, well, they want to try and prolong this innings as long as possible. I don't know, sort of Alzari Joseph, I haven't seen him back, whether he's naturally aggressive, whether this is going to suit him. But
no, he is naturally aggressive. Yeah, I don't think I would say he's the sort of player that if he bats for an hour he'll score 30. You know, he's not going to hang around, I don't think. Although he might have that in his game. I haven't seen it so far. The innings that I've seen him play, he's played pretty aggressively, but he's not a bunny, not by any means. A good number 9, I would say.
I mean, to actually, he's clean bowled well, I think there was a chop on, wasn't it, from Vessels, but that I think has just clean bowled that one. It's just a brilliant delivery. He's obviously getting the ball just to nip back through the gate, and it's been a fantastic spell from Cook this morning.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, I think, throughout the game, and as I was saying, I mean, as an outsider who's only seen, I watched a fair bit of the first game at Chelmsford. I thought he bowled a really good spell on that second evening, and his figures at the moment justify the praise. 3 for 55 with 1 ball left in his 27th over with 10 maidens. And here he comes to bowl Alzari Joseph's first delivery. He's in, he bowls, and Joseph is covering up, pushing up to mid-on. End of an excellent over from Sam Cook. 326 for 7.
And although, of course, Sir Alistair Cook is obviously a batsman and Sam Cook is a bowler, I'm sure that Alistair Cook is someone who will be encouraging Sam Cook, knowing, of course, the England setup inside out himself. In terms of telling him that he's good enough, he's going to be thought of, he's going to be discussed. There's so many cabs on that seam bowling rank for England, of course. But there will come a point when Jimmy Anderson will leave the scene, and then Stuart Broad, and that is the time the likes of Sam Cook can really make a case. Hello to Dean. You say a crucial first hour if Essex are to have a chance for a win, and of course they've got 2 vital wickets. Lots of wickets around the country playing well. It may be a case of Essex just getting through the group as Harmer bowls with always a stifled shout for LBW against Barnard. Got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg and a short mid wicket. That one just a stifled shout as it hit him on the pad. You say it might be a case of Essex just getting through the group and hopefully a hot summer where Simon Harmer could have a very fruitful September. Well, we don't count April, of course, as part of summer, but it has been the coldest April for 35 or 36 years, I think. So I'm sure the other months won't replicate that as Harmer bowls, and this is played off the back foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run. I do take your point, but it would certainly, if it stays dry, and particularly some hot weather as well, will certainly play into Simon Harmer's hands. But as you say, Dean, it might just be a case of Essex getting through the group, using the fact they've got those 3 games at Chelmsford still to come. So this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I have to say, even if Essex are 5th in the table this evening, given they've got the 3 games at Chelmsford, I must admit I don't have any great concerns about them still qualifying. What we do know is this has been a tougher group than perhaps some people thought it might be, as Harmer bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I think there is one of the conferences that is slightly easier to get out of than the other 2, and that's Conference 3, the one that I think Yorkshire and Lancashire are now going to dominate, whereas the other 2, wow, they're going to be really, really tight for the places. Here is a delivery which is just fired through by Harmer, and Barnard goes back and just carefully plays it down to backward point, and there is no run. So thanks very much indeed for that, Dean. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com is our email address on a lovely sunny spring Sunday morning here at Worcester. And here is a nice looking drive up to mid-on where Peter Siddle, who's not been in the action so far, does the fielding. At 326 for 7, I'm sure Siddle would relish a wicket as offering a bit more help at Trent Bridge on Thursday, and he'd be just the man to exploit it, of course, as well. Joseph, no score. Barnard 1, with the overnight pair both gone this morning, with Vessels and Cox both falling to Sam Cook. It's 326 for 7. The follow-on mark is 412.
Yeah, and it looks a little bit further away, that follow-on mark now, I think. No doubt they'll be talking to each other out there and talking about how they can edge towards it. Another thing that came out of my conversation with Daryl Mitchell last night, I said, you turn up at the ground as you did this morning, and the mindset, what is the mindset when the target is simply bat all day tomorrow? What's your mindset? And he said it is, as we said in commentary yesterday, it's about small targets. Here's Cook in bowls to Joseph, taking on the pad, big shout for LBW, and he's gone, he's given him. Cook's brilliant spell continues. So I was going to say it's about small targets, ticking off the runs, but that one straight, and just watching the replay, yeah, slap bang in front, that one, I'm afraid. And Sam Cook is turning out to be a little bit of a hero for Essex this morning. He's picked up 3 wickets now. Alzari Joseph goes for naught, second ball, and Worcestershire just in a little bit of disarray. If they get bowled out before lunch here, then I think Essex will fancy that what looked unlikely when they turned up this morning, a victory could in fact become possible again. It wouldn't be much more than possible. They still have to bowl Worcestershire out again, but Sam Cook's giving them a chance. 4 for 55 now for him, and Alzari Joseph has gone without scoring. Worcestershire 326 for 8.
Well, Essex, talking about targets, Essex will now be thinking, we get Worcestershire to follow on, and we get at least one of Mitchell or Libby
before
out
lunch.
before lunch, and if we get both,
Now you're getting greedy, mate.
we really are in the pound seats.
Yeah.
This has been a fantastic spell from Sam Cook. He's getting the ball to shake back into the right-handers. It's going to be a long day for Sam Cook. Let's just emphasise that. And there's another game coming up on Thursday, and but what a brilliant spell this has been. I say he's bowled well throughout, but he's had a bit more luck this morning. And one decision that he thought he should have got, in the end it didn't matter. But he's now has 4 for 55, and that was just too good for Joseph, fairly new to the crease. Barnard looks like being stranded here. Pennington got 50, of course, in the reverse fixture. So all hope not lost for Worcestershire, but they'll be alarmed at the rate at which these wickets are falling. 15 wickets in a day looked very unlikely at 11 o'clock this morning. 12 wickets at 11:45, that starts to become a realistic possibility. And Essex know that if they can win this game with 3 games at Chelmsford to come, of course they'll go clear at the top of the group, and they really will be in the pound seats. Maybe seeing that table, that 5th place table, has fired them up. I don't know, but it's been brilliant bowling.
Good bowling from Sam Cook. 4 for 55, and Dylan Pennington comes in under real pressure. Short leg in, man on the drive at mid wicket, leg slip. Cook, as impressive as any seamer in the game so far, on a bit of a roll, Sam Cook this morning, and he comes in again now to bowl to Pennington. Bowls, and that one's banged in short, and Pennington plays it well, up on his toes, drops it down in front of him, and survives that one, no doubt. Breathes a sigh of relief. Barnard on 1 at the other end.
Does Wesley start to think about taking Cook off and putting Siddle on with a view to giving Cook a breather before the second innings?
I'd keep him going, I think. Otherwise,
it
might not be.
Siddle, of course, not a bad man to come on in his stead.
Absolutely. As Cook is in and bowls to Pennington, steers this down into the gully, fielded by Snater. No, I agree, but I think this little burst has brought Essex right. Well, not back into the game, but it's put them on top, and given that it's kind of reignited the hope, hasn't it? And I think he deserves to see if he can force that home. Bowled really well this morning. Bowled really well this morning. Bright sunshine, better conditions, a bit warmer. No doubt warming to it physically a little bit more. He's in, he bowls, and Pennington drives nicely actually into the covers, Enderscarter Fields, and there's no run. Another thing that came out of the conversation with Daryl Mitchell last night that was about the pitch was that, if one thing's for sure, it isn't going to get any better. That's why he was talking about how, you, even though it's 15 wickets seems a lot, you can't turn up and think it's job done, because it isn't going to get any better, and if it does get significantly worse, then holding out against good bowling in the last 2 sessions is by no means straightforward, as Cook bowls again to Pennington, who pushes very solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Something that also just occurs to me, I think we might see a lot of Cook and Harmer bowling in tandem. Has Cook got the bragging rights of choice of end now?
Well, yeah. I don't think Harmer looks as happy at this end, but it's probably too early to say. But
that's another interesting one for Tom Wesley to sort out.
Certainly, Cook is a key man at the moment as he comes in and bowls to Pennington. Again, plays that nicely, banged in short, locks it back to the bowler. End of a successful over, wicket maiden for Sam Cook. His figures now a very impressive 28 overs, 12 maidens at 4 for 55. The only other wicket taker in the innings is oh no, it's not. I was going to say it's Simon Harmer who took 3, but of course Shane Snater nipped in with that one of D'Oliveira yesterday. So Snater has 1, Harmer has 3, but Cook now a very impressive 4, and Worcestershire still a long way short of the follow-on target of 412, are 326 for 8.
If you weren't with us yesterday, Simon Harmer was bowling from the Diglis end throughout, but because Sam Cook's been so successful from that end, instead of what we thought might happen, which is that Cook would be switched to this new road end and Harmer would continue at the Diglis end when he came on this morning, the reverse has happened, in the sense that we've still got these 2 bowlers, but it's Cook who's taken the wickets from the Diglis end, and Harmer by default therefore is bowling from the new road end, which he wasn't doing yesterday. So very intriguing to see how Wesley plays it in the second innings, which is looking quite likely, more likely than it was at 11 o'clock, as this is one. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery from Harmer, which has bowled him. It's gone through the gate, and this is a cracking performance from Essex this morning. That one just pitched a little bit wide, I think, and has turned and has gone through the gate of Barnard, whose stay ends on 16 deliveries for 1, and it's 326 for 9, and Harmer will feel a little bit better about bowling from the new road, and if that's going to be his home for the afternoon, because that was an absolute cracking delivery.
Yeah, it was a classic off-spinner's dismissal, wasn't it? Thrown up outside the off stump, turned back through the gate, good flight as well, just deceived Barnard, and that is a big wicket, and suddenly Worcestershire have gone from 313 for 5 to 326 for 9, and they are staring the follow-on and a very long and nervous afternoon full in the face now, I think, as Charlie Morris comes out to join Pennington.
Oh, I just had an email about to read out, which has disappeared from my, which was just a thanks for the coverage. So I hope that I've managed to just give a name credit to whoever sent that, because it had literally just disappeared from my screen. So thanks for that. An email from Phil about Graham Gooch, saying that when Graham Gooch was selected for Essex on the same day as he was playing for England, didn't the ECB ban the practice after that? Also, wasn't that test the one where England needed 1 to win at lunch, so Gooch had to wait until after lunch to set off for the Essex game? It's been interesting to know which game this was and which year. But yeah, certainly, as I say, the one thing about Gooch, he was very keen to play for Essex whenever he could, and in that one occasion it was on the same day. Of course, it was quite a frequent occurrence for Graham to end a test match on a Tuesday and be playing for Essex on the Wednesday and then the Saturday before another test would start the following Thursday. But what a morning it's been for Essex. Harmer has got his 4th to join Cook, 4 for 75, and I say it was a classic Harmer dismissal, just throwing it up, and it did turn that, went through the gate. So now Morris is going to bowl, and is going to face the bowling of Harmer rather, and what a morning this has been. 326 for 9, and really the first half hour or so was very deceptive, because Cox and was looking pretty comfortable at the crease, and so was Vessels. Yeah, and not a lot was happening, not a lot to suggest there was going to be this flurry of wickets. But Essex have got 4 quickly, 3 with Cook and now 1 with Harmer, and it's going to be Morris, Charlie Morris, to face up to a ball that's really thrown up by Harmer, and it's played out to Tom Wesley at short mid wicket. So we've got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a silly point, got a short mid wicket, there's a backward square leg, a mid wicket, a mid on quite deep, and a cover. And here is Harmer from the new road end, bowls, and Morris does quite well here, goes back into his crease and plays it on the bounce to Tender Scarter at short leg, and there's no run. So Cook and Vessels bowled, chopping one on for 33, as Morris just plays that on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run. That was 313 for 6, and at 326 Cox was clean bowled by Cook for 37, and then Joseph in Cook's next over. He went LBW as this next delivery sees Morris stretching forward, and it just rolls into the onside, and there's no run. So Joseph LBW for a duck, and then Harmer getting in on the act. Barnard's 16 ball vigil for 1 ended when he was bowled off the first ball of this over. So wickets there at 313, 326, 326 and 326, and it's still that score, as this one is just square into the offside, so the innings in over Harmer. But what a performance from Essex this morning, and now that follow-on target is a long way out of reach, and it's all about time. 5 to 12, Essex need 11 more wickets, and Pennington no score, Morris no score, 326 for 9.
Yeah, when you say it like that, in a game like this, where wickets have been so hard to come by, that a team loses 3 wickets for no runs, then that clearly indicates even if you're just looking at the stats in a book in 10 years' time, it indicates that that's quite a significant little period in the game. And it looked, after half an hour this morning, as you said, Nick, as though it was fading away from Essex, and they had to take 5 wickets to enforce a follow-on, and it wasn't looking likely. But suddenly all that has changed, and here's the man really who's made it happen, Sam Cook, who bowls from the Digley Centre, Dylan Pennington. Pennington is half forward, punching this one up to Dan Lawrence at mid-off, and that score remains stuck, glued fast on 326. But the wickets figure has crept up to 9, and the follow-on still looks a long way away. Cook is in now and bowls to Pennington, who drives nicely up to mid-on, doesn't get a run. The fact that the follow-on is a long way away is probably less significant now, because I don't think they're going to save the follow-on.
No.
But every minute that they can stay out there, this pair, is a minute that is taken off the Worcestershire second innings, isn't it? So that is the scenario that we're looking at now. Intriguing.
One little
stuff.
crumb of comfort for Worcestershire, which I'll come to after this ball from Cook.
Who is in now and bowls to Pennington, who again plays nicely off the back foot, drops it down in front of him.
There will be 83 overs left after this, and we have to take off 2. That means that Essex will not get to a second new ball, or they'll only have 1 over with it. So that could become significant should it become a little bit more comfortable to bat against the older ball, because of course, well, this ball now is what, 40 odd overs old.
Done a bit more, it seems, in the last
tell you what, they got rid of the
minutes.
ball they didn't like, and they're pleased they did.
In comes Cook again, bowls, and Pennington drives, and thought he was going to get off the mark there because he hit that quite nicely, but Dan Lawrence moves smartly to his left at mid-off, and Pennington remains on 0, and the score remains on 326, where it's been for some time. Hard to think that just half an hour or so ago, or maybe 40 minutes, Worcestershire were 313 for 5, and 13 runs later, 326 for 9. In comes Cook again, bowls to Pennington, who, well, some runs here, whether they're runs or leg byes I'm not sure. They're runs. I think it's off the bat or off the glove. It's short, and he swung round and just got a bat on it and got it away between leg slip and long leg for 4. So 326 is gone, and suddenly it feels as though a whole weight has been lifted. Worcestershire have got off that horribly mesmeric number, which for some reason caused them to lose 3 wickets. 330 for 9 now. Pennington on 4. He's faced 10 balls, and he waits as Cook comes in. Last ball of the over, he bowls, and Pennington drives, and he gets a thickish inside edge of bottom corner really, down to long leg, and picks up another single as Siddle does the fielding. 330 for 9, end of the over. Pennington will keep the strike. He's on 4. Morris yet to score, and Worcestershire teetering on the brink of being asked to follow on.
I wonder if Wesley will keep Cook on, maybe give him one more over. There is this thought, obviously he wants him to have as many overs as possible with that brand new ball that's coming. It will mean Cook probably bowling for the entire morning session, apart from the break between innings, unless he takes him off. Now, it might be the situation is resolved by Harmer getting the last wicket in this over, but it's quite a lot for Tom Wesley to think about here in this context. But what a fascinating morning it's been. Mike, thanks for getting in touch from the Philippines, and being in the Philippines, you say you can't stay up to watch the whole day, but maybe you're being encouraged to by what's happened so far. You think, you're talking about Snater and the fact that he's been a bit disappointing at times, as here is a delivery which almost bowls Pennington through the gate. The first ball of Harmer's new over is so similar to the ball with which he got the wicket, but there was just an inside edge that saved Pennington there. But again, that one pitched and turned, and he just managed to get a bit of bat onto it, otherwise it was going to bowl him through the gate. 4 men round the bat and a short mid-wicket, and here's Pennington going on to the back foot and playing with a bit more resolution there defensively. Mike saying, do we think that Snater was over-bowled by Wesley, and possibly Essex lost a big chance in the game? So I was a bit surprised to see Snater bowling first up this morning, as that's played just in front of square towards square leg, and there's no run, but 331 for 9.
I've got a theory on that, actually, if I may get involved in the sort
Sure,
of
please
Essex
do.
conversation.
Please do.
Speaking as a just as an outsider, but as a coach, and I've captained lots of sides. Sometimes you might just give a guy a bowl.
Yes. As Harmer bowls, and this is driven away and goes straight to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Because on a pitch like this, you think they're more likely to play
Yes.
shots against him than they are against some of the other guys, and that might bring about their demise. And runs aren't an issue in this case.
Yeah, it's Harmer bowls. That's all driven and not far away from getting to Wesley on the full at short mid wicket. Interestingly, Wesley is back where he was for most of yesterday in that position. It was Nick Brown first thing this morning who dropped a sharp chance. In the end, that hasn't mattered too much, but that one wasn't far from getting to Wesley on the full from Pennington on the drive. Here is Harmer. Bright sunshine at the moment. Bowls, that's off bat and pad possibly. No, well, it certainly hasn't been taken by Tenduscarter at short leg. Whether there was a bit of bat on it, the indications are perhaps that there were, because there was a big sort of stifled shout, and then they realised he wasn't quite going to get across to that one. But 3:31 for 9. Interesting to see if Cook continues. Pennington 5 and Morris no score.
Yeah, so going back to that, and it's almost like what we used to call buying a wicket, isn't it? When you put a leg spinner on and
I'm not surprised personally, Frank.
Yeah.
I think this is the right decision by Wesley. We were talking about this, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I still think this is the right decision. He needs to give Sam Cook a little bit of a breather here,
so they can start again.
Yeah.
If the follow on is
And-
for Siddle coming on.
and-
Just going back to that idea about Snater. So we used to you bring a leg spinner on, throw it up, and say, we'll buy a wicket. Buying a wicket sounds a bit strange with seamers, but I think that might have been the thinking. If we bowl Cook and Siddle, they'll just get into that defensive mindset again. Whereas Ricky Vessels particularly likes to play shots, and I think he might have thought that it was worth a try, really. Just expecting to do an update for BBC Open Worcester
we
any
got
minute.
all the big,
They've
we got the big
disappeared.
build up, and then
Yeah.
they might be listening to us right now, of course.
They might be back in a minute. Well, Peter Siddle then replacing Cook at the Diglis end. Yes, so they might have, that might have been the thinking, I think,
Yes.
behind Snater. Oh, here we go. I think we are going to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Well, things have taken a decided turn for the worse for Worcestershire, I'm afraid, in the last 20 minutes or so. They were coasting along nicely at 313 for 5 when Ricky Vessels was bowled by Sam Cook for 33, but Cook then followed up with 2 more quick wickets, bowling Ben Cox for 37 and then having Alzari Joseph LBW without scoring. Ed Barnard then fell to Simon Harmer. Worcestershire lost 3 wickets for no runs, and now they're staring at the follow-on with Pennington on 5 and Morris yet to get off the mark, 3:31 for 9.
That last one just played defensively back down the pitch. Peter Siddle having replaced Sam Cook after his 3-wicket burst this morning. 4 for 60 now in 29 overs, Sam Cook.
Siddle from the Diglis end. I don't think he's bowled from the Diglis end before. He's mainly operated from the New Road end, but he's in now, following that great spell from Cook, and he over-pitches this one and is driven by Morris through the covers, and Charlie Morris picks up 2 and gets off the mark, 333 for 9. I say the follow-on figure of 412 does now look a long way away, but as we said a minute or two ago, it's crease occupation. Every over, every minute that these two stay out there is a minute or an over less than off the Worcestershire second innings, as it were.
And now there is no second new ball available to Essex in the follow-on, because we're down to the 80.
Fine margins.
Yeah.
Well, fine margins start to come into your mind anyway. As Siddle bowls to Morris, who tucks this one very neatly down to long leg.
He's slightly disappointed with this over, I think, Peter Siddle, so far, wouldn't he? I mean, just looking obviously to keep the pressure going, but it's just been a slight release in pressure, more than capable, of course, of bowling the wicket-taking delivery, but yet to strike in this innings.
3:34 for 9. Yeah, I'm a big fan though of Peter Siddle.
Very much so. And he's
always
what he does was when you
him.
just by delivery, he then bowls a cracker next up.
In he comes from the Diglis end and bowls now to Pennington, who pushes out on the offside, no run. Yeah, I've said this a couple of times in the game already on the first or second day, I think, when Dickie was alongside me. I've always felt with Siddle, even when you watch him play, he could be in a star-studded Australian seam attack, you know, with bigger names and maybe people with better numbers around him. But when he gets the ball, you always know you're going to get everything. You're going to get an absolute full-out effort from him. He's in now and bowls, and Pennington drives this on the onside and picks up a single as Paul Walter moves around to his left, and that means that Pennington will keep the strike.
Yeah.
Goes to 6, 335 for 9, and for me, that kind of up and atom attitude is exactly what you want in an overseas player.
He made his Test debut as far back as 2008-2009 season. Once made a 50 against India in Delhi. His best bowling, 6 for 54 against England at Brisbane in 2010-2011. And I bet Sir Alistair Cook has often teased him. I know which innings that was, Peter. It was definitely the first innings. I'm sure it wasn't the second. Because if you remember, England were 500 for 1 with Sir Alistair and Andrew Strauss and Jonathan Trott to the fore. Yeah, he's been around the scene for a long time, and made a great contribution with Essex. I remember interviewing him here 3 years ago, and very popular figure, and good to see him back. And he'll be relishing this challenge.
Sorry, Nick, I was just going to say, you can always tell when an overseas player's done a good job is when they keep coming back to the same county, don't they? Because you want them back. There's a contribution in the dressing room, on the pitch, in practice. Just everything. So
Pennington now really has got a lot of company as Harmer bowls to him, and he goes for the big shot. He's going to get a run down to backward square leg. He went for the heave over mid-wicket there, so that wasn't on the prescription of batting out time. It's flown away up, I think, an inside half of the bat. It's gone safe over the very close infield and gone down to backward square leg for 1, 336 for 9. Here is Morris on strike. And same field as this is, just a run down, I think, off the open face to short leg. Now the field, we've got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a short mid-wicket, a silly mid-on, a backward square leg, a conventional mid-wicket, a long on, and a cover. So with a lot of guys close in on the leg side, and here is Morris trying to avoid giving any of them a catch as he goes into the back foot and plays that pretty well, actually, just defensively back down the pitch.
To Morris and round the wicket to Pennington, which is quite interesting. Yeah. Now he's going round the wicket to Morris, which
deferring it
might bring those catches into play.
336 for 9 in nice sunshine at Worcester, as that one again played pretty well by Morris. He's playing, as you say, playing the spinner off the back foot here, just watching the ball onto the back foot and just playing it on the bounce to Ryan Ten-Nescata. So 336 for 9. All about time here for this last pair, and there's a delivery which just runs down off the bat, goes to ground, goes between short leg and leg slip, goes to backward square leg, and there's no run. Tom Westley shines the ball. Morning to Ilicitano in southeast Spain, and saying that you were waking up and hoping for a good performance. Well, it's certainly been delivered by Essex, and you said that you were hoping for a better performance than Bradford against Scunthorpe yesterday. Yes, Southend fans were hoping that Bradford, I'm afraid with nothing to play for, would duly put 3 or 4 past Scunthorpe, but it didn't happen, and I'm afraid I looked at that fixture and thought, well, Bradford have got nothing to play for, and that's unfortunately how it turned out. The Southend were relegated despite beating Barrow. So thanks very much indeed for that. But you never expected such a clatter of wickets after yesterday's relatively easy batting. Neither did we. This is lofted away down the ground. Good looking shot, actually. It's gone for 4 to the mid-off boundary. Wow, that was a surprise. It was a delightful use of the feet from Morris. Got to it, and he hit it away cleanly between
big full toss.
Yeah, got it away really cleanly. Got to the pitch. That he has just occasionally phoning the full length delivery, Harmer, but you don't want to get out to a full toss, do you? And he managed to make sure that he got that safely away. Yeah, didn't like bowling that.
He's thrown his sun hat down on the
ground. The number 11 just hit him for 4 through mid off, but 340 for 9. Pennington 7, Morris 7. But I tell you what, it's 10 past 12, and if these two can bat, the longer these two bat before lunch, Frank, the less time Libby and Darryl Mitchell have to survive.
Yeah, and then you would say, I mean, we're forever coming up with these scenarios, aren't we? But I'll just break off a Siddle moves in once more and bowls now to Pennington, who pushes out on the well, back to the bowler really, just on the onside, no run. Yeah, 10 wickets in 2 sessions would be a tough ask, wouldn't it? I think we'd have thought that even if we'd have been suggesting at the beginning this morning that was going to be the situation. As you quite rightly said, be very different if they'd got a couple of Worcestershire second innings wickets before lunch, which will still be the hope, as Siddle moves in from the Diglis end and bowls to Pennington, who again plays solidly and this time gets a run up back past the bowler. Tenduskarter comes over from mid-off to field. It's from mid-on to field at mid-off, and it's 341 for 9.
With all the action going on here, we've ignored the other games, so we'll just give a couple of mentions to what's going on. There's obviously no other games going on in this division, with Durham and Notts having won yesterday. So in Conference 2, Leicestershire 201 for 9, innings closed because one man was absent injured. Gloucestershire need 348 to win. They're 3 without loss at Bristol.
Siddle is in, bowls, and on the back foot Morris, hurried, but plays it confidently enough. Back up the pitch, no run.
But the really intriguing one just at the moment is Somerset 137 for 6, needing a further 70 against Middlesex. And Middlesex have had a really good morning because there was a good partnership between Tom Abel and James Hildreth. But both have got out in the 40s, and now Leach and Bartlett have gone cheaply, 4 for Murtagh. And wow, that's a cracking finish. Somerset 137 for 6, need a further 70. And maybe Steve Davis is important there. He's 8 not out.
Siddle in, bowls to Morris. Plays this nicely. Just drops it down literally to his toes really on the onside of the pitch, and it dribbles out and is picked up by Tom Westley, the captain, coming in from short mid-on. 341 for 9.
At Hove, Lancashire 160 for 4, need a further 93. You back them to get them. There was that quick innings from Alex Davis yesterday, 73, and Keaton Jennings anchoring things, 62 not out, 160 for 4.
Siddle in, bowls, and Morris is taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the leg side. Strangled appeals, arms raised, even from Snater, who's about 25 yards away at backward point, but that was clearly going down the leg side, and it was no more than a groan really. 341 for 9, Pennington 8, Morris 7, men out today, Vessels 33, Cox 37, Joseph without scoring, and Barnard for 1. 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 1 for Simon Harmer this morning. Siddle in it again, bowls, and Morris again, he's forward, pushes out defensively on the onside, end of the over. 341 for 9, so the follow-on figure is still 71 runs away. Perhaps more importantly, these two just need to stick around for as long as they possibly can.
And in Conference 3, just some updates on the Lancashire and Yorkshire games. We've mentioned Lancashire. You back them to win. You also back Yorkshire to win because Northants are 146 for 7, needing a further 74. And should Yorkshire and Lancashire both win there, they're starting to pull clear on that conference. And in that conference, and I think, well, certainly there'll be some potentially tough venues for whoever gets through. Could be going to Old Trafford or Headingley in September. But you just feel that if Lancashire and Yorkshire win these games, then they start to dominate that conference, but the other two are really wide open. 341 for 9, annoying, getting into the annoying last wicket stand territory, this I think for Essex now. Now, is he going to bowl another full toss to Pennington? Probably not. Here's Harmer bowling, and that one is just played nicely off the back foot. There was a full toss to Morris that was hit for 4. I don't think he's going to try that again, Harmer, not that he's going to attend to. So, Harmer on 4 for 80. Bowls, and just played off the back foot into the covers, and there's no run. 21 wickets for the season, and really tense situation, much more than we were expecting when we got here at 11 o'clock this morning, or a little bit earlier. 341 for 9, and has played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Just to emphasise, of course, so this is the 130th over of the innings. And even though Worcestershire are 9 wickets down, Essex have only taken 1 bonus bowling point because they only had 5 wickets at the 110 over mark. Here is Harmer bowling, and this is almost the bat pad trap there, but he managed to avoid it. One just turning across the right-hander Pennington, but he kept out of harm's way. Just flicked the pad, no bat on it. Silly point, So no silly point at the moment. We've got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a short mid wicket and a silly mid on. So virtually everything but a silly point, if you like. Here is Harmer firing that one through, and it's played quite nicely actually off the back foot by Pennington, who batted well at Chelmsford. Goes out to Sam Cook in the covers, and there is no run. 341 for 9. Last ball of the 45th Harmer over. Again fired through and just played defensively up to cover, and there is no run. The gap between the two sides at the moment is 220, so it's very unlikely that runs are going to come into play here. It's all about wickets. Essex needing 11 of them, and they want to get this last wicket as soon as possible so they've got time to bowl Libby and Mitchell before lunch. 341 for 9.
Mark Smith's been in touch again. He has been in touch with us throughout the game on Twitter, contacting me at FrankWatson58 if you'd like to join him, and he says, "Good morning, gents. I'm not sure why teams do this bowler rotation policy nowadays. It's mainly come in due to COVID, with England doing it last summer. I think you should pick your best 11 every game if fit. Hopefully Essex and Worcestershire will qualify, but they need to pick their best bowlers. For me, Sam Cook, Porter, Siddle, Harmer all need to play next week at Trent Bridge, and I can't believe Worcestershire dropped their captain and main bowler because of this rotation. P.S. I'm not having a moan or a pop. He's the man, Mark, whose dad is a Worcester fan, and he's an Essex fan, as this one from Siddle is just turned away on the leg side. I don't know about Essex, but what I can say about the Worcestershire policy, Mark, is that it's based on workload really, and they looked at the close proximity of these first 4 fixtures, and they thought, you know, if all of these games do go right to the end, there's going to be a hefty workload for our seamers, and they decided on the rotation policy from day one, and they've decided to stick to it. Siddle bowls again to Morris, who defends out on the offside, and I don't think anybody's got a problem with it. It's not as if either that any of the bowlers that have been rested, and they would be Morris, Pennington and Leach in rotation, it's not as if any of them has really been, you know, pulling up trees and returning fivers and whatever. So they haven't. I know what you mean about leaving out your captain, but Leach hasn't been bowling any better than perhaps the other two have so far. Siddle bowls down the leg side. That's taken by Wheater. There's an appeal. They think it might have brushed a glove or something, but umpire Lloyd is unimpressed, so suggesting it was just a thigh pad, and there's no run. 341 for 9. So I think in Worcester's case anyway, it was a kind of pre-decided policy. They've also got Josh Tongue returning to fitness, who might come into the rotation within the next couple of weeks as well, I think. The
other point to make, of course, Essex and Worcestershire, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Siddle turns at the Diglis end, he's in, he bowls, and Morris is forward, pushing back up the pitch, no run.
Are the 2 sides in this group who do not get a break in April and May, the others all do.
Yeah.
And that's quite an important factor, because these 2 sides get a break probably when they don't really want it, in the penultimate round of fixtures in July, where by which point they need to have the points on the board, of course, with everybody else playing in that round. Essex would have been playing India A, but they'll have a complete break now at that point, because of course that fixture won't happen.
Siddle in again to bowl to Morris. In bowls, and Morris is forward, pushes back up the pitch and no run. And you know, the other thing I would emphasise is that I mean, I know, you know, we all know of the stories of bowlers in the past who bowled thousands of overs and kept fit, drinking beer and so on, but in these modern days of sports science and strength and conditioning coaches and so on, we're very, very wary, I think, or coaches are very, very wary about workload on seam bowlers. Siddle in again now, he's in and he bowls, and Morris lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Wheater. End of a decent over from Siddle. 25 overs, 3 maidens, 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 71 his figures. Harmer 45 overs, 17 maidens, 4 for 80. But the man of the moment, really, as far as the man of the morning anyway, as far as Essex are concerned, Sam Cook, 29 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 60, 3 of which came in a little burst this morning as he dismissed Vessels for 33, Cox for 37 and Joseph without scoring.
Yes, Durham and Derbyshire get their break next week, and Notts and Warwickshire get their break the week after as Harmer bowls. This is just played round the corner down towards backward square leg for a quick single. Interesting that, because there's no need to take a run. It's just as to whether Worcestershire want to take a quick single because they want a particular batsman at either end, because 342 for 9 runs fairly irrelevant. So that was an interesting calculated decision there to go for that quick single. It gets Morris on to strike for 5 balls against Harmer, and this is played just off the back foot on the bounce to short leg. Now, he's done nothing wrong, Morris, so far. In fact, he's hit Harmer for 4, but you would think Pennington possibly has got just a little bit more prowess. It's just we'll wait and see if that single proves a bit of a risk. But anyway, Harmer bowls, and here this is just turned round the corner again with soft hands by Morris, playing very nicely, just down to Lawrence at backward square leg, and there's no run. So we've got the familiar field now, the slip, actually 2 short legs now really rather than a leg slip. A short mid wicket and a silly mid on, and this is again played pretty well by Morris. He's just got time to go onto the back foot there to negate the turn and just play it gently down into the offside, and there's no run. 342 for 9, 3 wickets to Cook and 1 for Harmer, and Harmer bowls, and this is again just played off the back foot, and there's no addition to the score. The last wicket fell in the 124th over. This is the 132nd. It's now just gone 12:20. Here is Harmer bowling, and that's just goes
well
back. That was well played, because I think he was in 2 minds initially, but in the end he just got into line and managed to play that down into the ground. But just for a moment, Harmer had Morris slightly in 2 minds. Pennington 9, Morris 7, and on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex with Nick Leadhill and Frank Watson at New Road on this final morning of this intriguing championship match. Worcestershire in their first innings of 342 for 9. The notional follow-on target is 412, but it's all about how quickly can Essex get this last wicket.
Yeah, it is, and Peter Siddle's been taken out of the attack. Dan Lawrence is going to come on, I think, at the Biglis end, so we're going to have spin from both ends. They obviously think, despite Sam Cook's tremendous burst this morning, they obviously think that, at least against these two, spin is the more likely weapon to produce success. Siddle having... well, not troubled either batsman, particularly in that little 2 over spell. Was it 2 or 3 overs? Anyway, Lawrence is in his quirky way. He makes his way to the crease and he bowls short, and Pennington says, thank you, I'll have a bit of that, and he smashes it to 6 over a short boundary, but cleared it by some considerable margin. I mean, that was the original loosener from Lawrence. It landed halfway down, it sat up, and Dylan Pennington's a big lad, and he just gave it a big swipe and hit it over into the trees behind the scoreboard on the 7 side of the ground.
Well, I suppose it was a safe shot because it was a bit of a loose one from Lawrence, but I suppose coaches might be reminding him about we've got to take time out of the game, and Pennington's response, I have taken time out of the game, I've lost the ball. I've lost the ball for you. Yeah.
Well,
he hit it pretty well, all credit to him, and it's a short boundary, calculated decision, and he hit it pretty well, and this is now really quite an annoying little last wicket stand.
It is. Once, like you say, once it gets to sort of 10 overs or so, I think it is, isn't it? And that 6 has taken Pennington on to 15. It's 348 for 9. They're looking for another ball now. I think they should go and find that one.
Well, they actually quite enjoy it, quite like it, so they don't want to lose that one.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
The story yesterday was they got this second new ball, didn't like it after 4 overs, it was doing nothing, persuaded the umpires to change it, and of course it's been a success with, I think 6 wickets in total falling to it.
They found it. So Lawrence has got it in his hands. I described his quirky run-up. He sort of swings his arms a bit of a sort of windmill fashion, but when he actually gets to the crease, his action is reasonably conventional. Right arm over, off spin from the Diglis end. He's mainly bowled from New Road end before, and he comes now, and he bowls, and that's short, and it's cut, but it was not timed at all. It kind of died in the pitch a bit, and it ends up just sort of sliding away off the face for a single. Thanks. To backward point.
Thanks very much, Terry, because yours was the email that disappeared. Terry Vanna, thanks for your very kind comments on the commentary. I'm glad you've resent your email, and I wanted to give you a mention, so thanks very much for getting in contact again.
Here's Lawrence in again. He bowls, and that one's pushed through. Good bit of bowling, but Charlie Morris watches it very carefully, goes on the back foot, pushes out on the onside. Don't want to put the hex on him, but I've been very impressed with Charlie Morris so far today out there. He's stayed very calm cricketer, and playing a good part here. He's on 7. He's faced 30 balls, and he drives this one nicely out on the offside and picks up a single as Siddle does the fielding. He goes on to 8, and that's the 350 up for Worcestershire. 350 for 9.
Was Charlie feeling left out by all the other bowlers getting runs, and thought, well, I need to play my part here, and actually if he can help occupy the crease with Pennington here for the best part of his time up till lunch, that will do a lot of good for his side.
Here comes Lawrence to Pennington, who hit him for 6 earlier in the over. He blocks that one, no run. Charlie Morris's dad is a regular listener, I think, to our broadcast, so I hope he's well. I hope he's listening today. He's been in contact a few times on Twitter in the past. I just wonder whether he's enjoying it or whether he's too nervous watching this sort of thing. It must be pretty nervous if that's your son out there. Anyway, here comes Lawrence, pushes this one through to Pennington. Good bit of bowling. Pennington, well, I suppose he let it go in the end, but I reckon it had gone before he decided to let it go. And it was taken by Adam Wheater. Dan Lawrence head in hands at the end of that over. 350 for 9.
Well, for all relatives of Pennington and Morris who are listening, I'm sure the one thing that everyone will agree on is they hope that this is, in both cases, their only innings of the day.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Yeah.
So enjoy this one and hope there isn't a second one, because if there is, that's going to be under tremendous pressure, probably about 10 to 6 this evening. But they've done a very good job, and Harmer continues from a new road end and bowls and play defensively by Morris, and there's no run. I wonder whether Harmer might be thinking, now Cook's out of the attack, maybe I'd like to be back at the Diglis end, but he did bowl one excellent delivery, of course, to get his wicket earlier on this morning. 350 for 9, bowls to Morris, and Morris just goes back into his crease here, and that's not too far away from his off stump. Has to be careful, doesn't want to shoulder arms and be bowled. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com is our email address, and we've got some lovely blue sky over the cathedral at the moment as Harmer bowls, and that one is a quicker one, and onto the back foot goes Morris and plays on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run.
Just drifted on that one before that he played inside. It just fizzed on with the arm, really.
Slip, we got, I think we almost call it a backward short leg, and a short mid on and a short mid wicket. That's again played defensively, head over the ball by Morris, playing very well. 4 for 81 Harmer, 350 for 9 Worcestershire, but it's been about 10 overs since that 9th wicket fell. Here's Harmer bowling again. He comes forward and plays defensively into the offside. What this partnership will be doing is giving heart to the Worcestershire top order, that once they can get just past the new ball, you can still survive out there, as was the case yesterday. 350 for 9, and again just played from the crease on the bounce to short leg, and that's the message that Pennington and Morris are sending to the Worcestershire top order at the moment, that there's no reason really to be alarmed. Certainly if they can see off Sam Cook's opening spell. Obviously Harmer will be a constant threat, but yesterday it was quite hard work for him during the afternoon. Pennington 16, Morris 8, which isn't a pitch to suit Harmer. 350 for 9.
Had a message on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58 from Mike, who says he's Aston Villa fan, Worcestershire County member, and Evesham fan, born and bred. I live right by Evesham, so good afternoon to you, Mike. Thanks for your comments about the commentary. Here's Lawrence in again, bowling to Pennington, who steers this to slip confidently enough off the face, and there's no run. He says, do you think it would be worth dropping Roderick down the order a bit in the second innings to make sure Essex do not go on a run of wickets? I don't think it would be a good idea. I'll explain why I don't think it would be.
I can see why he's made the point.
Lawrence in, bowls to Pennington, lets that go outside the stumps, that quicker one again. I think it would be really saying to Gareth Roderick, we're not very confident in your abilities here, whereas they're much more likely to say, come on mate, you're due a score, we back you, we think you can play.
I understand.
It's difficult to undermine a batsman's confidence in that way. Here's Lawrence in again, bowls, and Pennington goes back and pushes straight back to the bowler. No run. 350 for 9 it remains. Pennington 16. Importantly, he's faced 36 deliveries, and Morris 8. Importantly, he's faced 37 deliveries. In comes Lawrence again, bowls, and Pennington edges this, going to get runs, probably 4, has gone down to third man off the edge, past the slip, didn't carry, it wasn't in the air. It's the sort of nick we've seen regularly in this game, and it brings Pennington 4 more runs. He goes to 20, total to 354 for 9. The follow-on, remember, 412, still remotely relevant, but I think it's much more important that simply to say that's another ball gone that somebody else won't have to face. That might be the way to look at it. 354 for 9. Dan Lawrence, frustrated, he's in, he bowls, and Pennington goes back and pushes to mid-wicket, and again there's no
and I agree with the point you're making about Roderick, and the one thing, of course, even if he doesn't make a lot of runs, if he has to bat this afternoon, Roderick, if he can help save a game, you know, with a batting for 30 over a long period, that would be just as valuable.
Here's Lawrence in again, bowls, and Pennington drives, gets a single, square on the offside, Siddle the fielder, end of the over, he keeps a strike, 21 to him, and 355 for 9. Yeah, I mean, Gareth Roderick, he's joined a new county, he's not started well, he clearly will be, you know, low on confidence, and if the captain comes along and says, well, by the way, mate, we're dropping you down a couple of places in this innings, it's not going to do his confidence any good at all. I think it's much, as I say, much more likely that the captain and the coach are going to say, come on, mate, we know you can play, don't worry about it, just get out there and do the job. And he goes out and he does get some runs, and he comes back in and he's ready to go in the next game. You know, if he's dropped down the order, even if they save the game, I don't think that does anything for him at all.
This run of poor form for him does actually continue from last year when he only averaged 16 in the Bob Willis Trophy, so he'll be hoping to end it as soon as possible, and a long stay at the crease is what Worcestershire would need this afternoon. 355 for 9. This partnership continues. Here's Harmer bowling, and it's just played off the back foot by Pennington, and there's no run, so it's really quite a frustrating one now for Essex as we go to 12:30. There'll come a point, of course, I guess, when lunch will be taken. We get to 10 to 1 and they're still together, as this is played defensively back down the pitch, or indeed lunch could be delayed, and that is a scenario that Worcestershire would take right now, because if they're still together at 1 o'clock, we will carry on. Essex will be hoping that doesn't happen.
So am I. I'm too hungry for that.
Harmer bowls, and this is driven away down the ground for 1. I think they're going to think of a second but decide against it. 356 for 9.
Well, a very good last wicket partnership for Worcestershire is developing between Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris. They came together after that clatter of wickets earlier this morning, with Worcestershire having slumped to 326 for 9, but they've added 30 so far. Pennington has 22, Morris has 8, Worcestershire 356 for 9. More importantly, every ball that these two face is a ball that somebody else won't have to face if Worcestershire are forced to follow on. 356 for 9 at the moment, with Pennington 22 and Morris 8.
Morris has just negotiated 2 more deliveries from Harmer fairly comfortably, so Tom Wesley feeling he needed to take Sam Cook off, and since that's happened, just the pressure's been released slightly as this is played off the back foot, and he's got time to play that Morris back down the pitch. And I think Worcestershire will be looking at this and thinking the key here is to survive that new ball burst from Cook in the second innings, which they know is coming, and they'll feel that if they can get through that, even Harmer with his prowess on this pitch is unlikely to be able to completely rip through Worcestershire this afternoon. They may be in more danger of a burst from Sam Cook of the sort that we saw this morning. 356 for 9, Pennington 22 and Morris 8, and a very valuable last wicket stand indeed.
Another one on Twitter, this from Ches Fox 77, who's in Ulster, which is actually in Warwickshire, although like me he's a Worcestershire fan, and he's got another comment about the batting order. Here's Lawrence coming in to bowl to Pennington, plays defensively, no run. He says, would you drop Ricky Vessels down the order given his style of play and the current situation? Again, I wouldn't. I think you leave the batting order as it is. People know where they are, they know where they stand, they know where they bat. I think changing it round in a one-off is a possibility. Lawrence bowls to Pennington, who drives beautifully through the offside for 4. Really good shot. Reached out, slightly fuller from Lawrence, and Pennington cracked it through the covers, so he moves on to 26, and it's 360 for 9. And going back to that from Ches Fox, you know, Vessels plays one way, I think. Although, to be fair, he was pretty circumspect last night and proved that he can alter his game. But I think more often than not, when he comes in at 6, his contributions tend to shape a Worcestershire innings. You know, as he did at Chelmsford when he came in and it was difficult, and he took the attack to the bowlers and just changes the momentum. And I think Worcestershire know what they get from Ricky Vessels. Here's Lawrence in again, bowls, and Pennington drives again on the offside sweetly, this time to Siddle, who's deep out at cover point, and he only gets a single, so 361 for 9, and therefore I think I'd leave it as it is. I think you know, they know where they bat, they know what they've got to do, whether you're Gareth Roderick or you're Darryl Mitchell or you're Jake Libby or you're Ricky Vessels. You know what you've got to do in various situations, and you can, you know, you ought to be relied upon to do it, really. Here's Lawrence. He's in again and bowls to Morris, who plays immaculately forward and pushes that out on the onside. So they've done well, these two. It's not just the 35 runs they've added, it's the length of time they've been out there. It's been a really dogged effort. 13 overs, yeah. 13 overs. Here's Lawrence from the Diglis end. He bowls and back goes Morris, lifts his bat well clear of that, takes it on the body. They think about a leg by, and then Morris says, no, we can't really, because I didn't play a shot. And he wasn't really taking evasive action, he was just kind of getting in the way. He was taking invasive action, if anything, wasn't he? Just trying to sort of get something on it, and therefore you can't take a leg by. 361 for 9 it remains. Last ball of the over from Dan Lawrence, Diglis end. Short approach, he's in, he bowls, and back goes Morris, and it kept low, but it was slow, and he has time to play it off the back foot. And Dan Lawrence does that sort of thing where he buries his head in his hand thinking what might have been, but I think, to be fair, Morris was completely in control of that, and he's survived it. 361 for 9, Pennington 27, Morris 8, the men out today. Vessels 33, Cox 37, and Joseph all without scoring, all falling to Sam Cook in that special little burst from the Diglis end, and then Simon Harmer bowling Ed Barnard for 1. 326 for 9 at that stage, now 361 for 9.
Yeah, 3 wickets falling in the space of 14 deliveries at one point, but this has been a very useful response from these two, and it's just reducing that, what would have been the nightmare scenario for Worcestershire of losing Libby and Mitchell before lunch, or losing either of them. It's less likely to happen now, as this is played off the back foot into the covers by Pennington on 27, and hasn't he had a remarkable season against Essex with the bat, Dylan Pennington. 50 at Chelmsford, no run there to him. Harmer bowls, and he plays that to short leg. Has he got runs elsewhere? I know he's not played every game, has he?
No, he's not really. He's not been. I mean, I think, you know, the 50 was his first ever first-class 50.
Essex specialist.
Yeah.
361 for 9, and that's a useful delivery from Harmer, and that wasn't far away from the off stump, just fizzed on there.
But the game's littered with bowlers who became better batters as they gained experience in county cricket.
Barnard, you know. 361 for 9. Still plenty of sunshine, some cloud, actually less than there was about an hour ago, and it's a lovely spring morning as this is a drive, and it goes through cover and probably for 4. It's being chased back towards the rope, but I think it's just about to be caught now. That's a couple of runs extra conceded because burst through the hands of cover, so a couple of runs more, and just enough weight taken off the stroke to be able to stop it short of the rope. I think it's Siddle there, but 363 for 9, and this time, as Pennington having gone to 29, Pat Cook who fielded that, and he fields this one in Sun Hat as well, with no run on this occasion. Cook is there at cover, Snater at mid-on, there's Water at deep mid-wicket. This is played defensively, and actually quite a nice little push drive in the end, and Snater's got to cover a lot of ground because he goes from mid-on to mid-off. There is a single, no mid-off with so many men around the bat. And actually that was quite a comfortable over against Harmer, it has to be said. And it may be Harmer's thinking to himself, I want to try and get back to that Digless end. He's bowled the one superb delivery with which he took the wicket, but actually I can see why he's preferred to bowl at a Digless end if you look at this spell in its entirety. Pennington 30, Morris 8, 364 for 9.
Yep, so far so good for these two, and they'll be just get together in the middle of the pitch there and have a word with each other and say, come on mate, keep going. Just think how popular we're going to be with Jake Libby and Daryl Mitchell if we take this through to lunch. Here's Lawrence doing everything he can to try and prevent that scenario. And he's in and he bowls, and that's short, and he's done it, he's bowled it, he's got it with a bad ball too. It's almost the same ball that Pennington smashed for 6 short, and it was done by lack of bounce. The one he hit for 6 bounced, that one didn't. It scooted through and it hit the middle stump. So Pennington is the last man out, bowled by Dan Lawrence for 30, and that leaves Morris on 8 not out, and Worcestershire are 364 all out.
Well, it goes back to that comment we made when Pennington hit the 6, and I said that the dressing room might be thinking that hang on, we're trying to just play out as much time as possible, and I made the comment that Pennington, by losing the ball, was helping in that. But I'm afraid he went to the well once too often there, and again, it wasn't a particularly good delivery, as you say, Frank. But on that occasion, he missed the aggressive stroke. It was a useful contribution, but 364 all out, just giving Essex a little window because they will have 10 minutes before lunch. I think the regulations keep changing with regard to lunch, but I'm pretty sure that Worcestershire will have to come out for 10 minutes. If this was a tea interval, they wouldn't. But that's my understanding, Frank, is it?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I could be wrong. I like you, I do get confused by the regulation changes. There was one in particular last year that caught me out completely.
What was
the
that
umpires
one?
are actually staying out there. It was just one of the intervals at Bristol during the game in last year, and I was thrown by it. But
key thing is not to go home and find that they will come out again. That happened once, not to me, but to a colleague a long time ago.
So Worcestershire all out for 364. Charlie Morris finished 8 not out. Bowling figures, I'll just give the final bowling figures for the innings. Sam Cook, for me, the pick of the bowlers. 29 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 60. Peter Siddle, 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 71. Simon Harmer, 49 overs, 18 maidens, 85 runs for 4 wickets. Dan Lawrence, 11.1 overs, 2 maidens, and that last wicket, 1 for 38. Shane Snater, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 77, and Paul Walter, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. So 364 all out. Worcestershire will follow on, and that will be in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Do join us then. They played well those last two, but it's a bad ball that often breaks a partnership like that, isn't it? Well, there you go.
Yes. I was wondering what would happen if you didn't have the lunch would just go cold. But luckily we didn't have to worry. We could have said on it, that's our most worrying start. Really not much sympathy. But, no, it's the cracking performance.
Yeah, really good. Really good. Yeah.
Well, welcome back on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex to our coverage of what's becoming an increasingly exciting fourth day here at New Road. Frank Watson and Nick Leadhill with you. A short little spell of commentary here, perhaps our shortest of the season. It's going to last no more than 10 minutes, because what we're going to see is Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby walk out with Worcestershire following on in this situation. They're 197 runs behind, although runs aren't really going to be much of a factor this afternoon, because it's all about Worcestershire. Can they survive 67 overs? That's the number of overs that Essex have got as a minimum. Potentially, if Lawrence bowls a lot with Harmer, they may end up bowling more than that, because they have to be 16 in the last hour. But we'll cross that bridge as and when we get to it. But it's all about whether Worcestershire can see off Essex and bat through these overs to get what will be a very, very valuable draw. Now, Sam Cook, of course, who had a bit of a rest, was taken off after an hour after his 3-wicket burst this morning, which was so important for Essex. Having had that little break, is now back in the action. He's going to bowl to Daryl Mitchell with 2 slips and a gully. He comes in from the Diglis end, and that first ball's not far away from the off stump. It's cut into the right-hander, which was the cause of the success of Cook this morning, as he got Vessels to chop on for 33. Cox was bowled by an absolute beauty for 37. And then Joseph, who hadn't really got accustomed to the crease, only spending a couple of deliveries, and off a second of them he was LBW to an off-cutter from Cook for naught. There was a terrific delivery from Simon Harmer, which contributed to things for Essex as he grabbed a wicket, as this next one is played by Mitchell to Snater at backward point, and there's no run. It was the wicket of Ed Barnard, who of course got a century in the reverse fixture. He spent 16 deliveries for 1 and was bowled by Harmer, a classic off-spinning delivery which pitched outside off stump and came back. And there was a very important, it could well be an important last wicket partnership between Pennington and Morris, with Pennington making 30 before being bowled by Lawrence, trying to hit Lawrence for what would have been a second 6 off that bowler. And here's Cook bowling. It's a beauty, and it's just one that really fizzes past the outside edge of Mitchell. I think he just about managed to keep bat out of harm's way there, but my word, Cook is having a great morning here. And if he can add a wicket before lunch to the 3 he took this morning, that really would send Essex into lunch in a very good frame of mind. So we think it was almost as if they looked at the prospective table, saw themselves likely to be in 5th place, and thought, we're having none of that. We've got to do something about this, even on this docile pitch. And Cook has come to the party this morning. It's a beauty. It's a appeal for OEW. Stifled. I wonder if that's come off bat onto pad and gone down to fine leg. Look for the umpire's signal, which I think will confirm that it did. Yep, there was bat on that. That's what saved Mitchell there. It's another off-cutter. He really is bowling these very well this morning. And that went bat to pad, down to fine leg. And Mitchell, maybe he's seen the last of Cook pre-lunch, because I think we're only going to get maybe just the 1 more over, I suspect. Might just be time for 2, we'll see. But he's gone to 1, and Worcestershire a 1 for no wicket. Here is Cook again. Up to the wicket from the Diglis end. He bowls to Libby, who of course has had such a great little short season against Essex so far, and that's played out to Lawrence at cover. What a big wicket he's going to be for Essex. I'm Nick Leadhill, and Frank Watson's here. Hello, Frank.
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, really interesting. Difficult little session for these two. Just a couple of overs. Just keep your head together, get through to lunch, and take it from there. Small targets, as Daryl Mitchell said yesterday. And the first one to be ticked off is this little session here.
Cook with 2 slips and a leg gully, interestingly, as that's played defensively. Just up into the onside, and there is no run. 1 to Mitchell, no score to Libby. 1 for no wicket following on. And Steve in touch with us, Steve Everett from Istanbul. Frank and Dick makes a difference to Frank and Dick from the first 2 days. Thanks for the comments on the commentary. Apologies to fellow Essex fans, but after going out for a bell ringing and church this morning, came back and saw that Essex had taken 4 wickets, courtesy of Cook and Harmer. But then I started listening, and there was partnership. So he takes complete responsibility. He then promptly stepped out, and the last wicket has fallen. He wonders if the Essex boys are pacing themselves 5 wickets a session, a victory in the last 15 minutes of a day. Knowing our stickability, I wouldn't be surprised. Great game, with now a small window for the win. Let's keep up hope, and we've come back from further behind in the past. The outcome is certain, only the timing is in doubt. Well, Worcestershire fans wouldn't agree with that, but Steve, thanks for your comments. Oh, Harmer!
Simon Harmer from the New Road End bowls, and forward comes Mitchell. If he gets through his over in less than 4 minutes, we'll get another one, and I think that's probably
the idea.
The thinking here. Get as many deliveries into this mini session as we possibly can, and it's quite tense then, just for a few minutes as Harmer is in and bowls, and Mitchell gets a run, squeezes this out on the offside. Second run of the innings for Darryl Mitchell, 2 without loss. Worcestershire, the score is immaterial, and we almost don't need to tell you what the score is. We do it out of habit. It's just a case of how long there is left in the day. As Harmer is in, balls, and he beats Libby with that one. Good delivery, probably just running on with the arm, or maybe just not turning. You don't even need to make it go on with the arm on a pitch like this. The batsman plays inside the line looking for the turn, and there isn't any, and it's taken by Adam Wheater. Harmer is in again, bowls to Libby. Yeah, did just go on a little bit with the arm, that one, watching the replay. Blocks this one. Really, he's a master of his craft, Harmer, he really is. Bowled, as you say, a beautiful delivery to get Barnard this morning. He's in, he bowls, and Libby pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
John, I'll cover your email after lunch, because it talks about Basil D'Oliveira, but we haven't quite got enough time before the lunch interval, but I will come back to that one.
One ball
after
left
lunch.
in the over from Harmer, and he's in, and bowls, and Libby is back, plays defensively down on the onside, end of the over. We will get one more in before lunch, and there's a little invasion of the field by the 12th men to get helmets and caps and sun hats off and on and all that kind of thing within COVID regulations. So 1 over to go to lunch. Worcestershire following on 2 without loss.
Well, now, someone who's a new name to me is helping to get Somerset over the line at Taunton. Lewis Goldsworthy, 27 not out, and with the much more familiar Steve Davis, 33 not out. That's looking like a match-winning 7th wicket stand, 184 for 6. They just need 23 more now. Here is Cook, bowls, and that's driven nicely up towards misfield by Lawrence. That could have been a moment of inspiration from Lawrence, because they were thinking of a run after the misfield, but they decided not to. That would have been very foolish. It was a good drive from Mitchell. There's a misfield from Lawrence. They thought of a single and thought, no, we do not want to have a run out before lunch. It's 2 without loss. So looking good for Somerset, who keep, apart from that Gloucestershire game, the thing about Somerset game is they just keep finding a way of getting out of tricky situations and winning games. Cook here bowls, and this one I think is possibly onto pad, and then it rolls out into the covers, and there is no run. So it's yes, Lewis Goldsworthy, born in Truro. And he's made his Somerset second 11 debut back in 2017, and this might be his first class debut unless he's played in the season, but anyway, he's playing a really important role for Somerset today. 2 without loss, Worcestershire following on, and here is Cook, and that's just played down towards backward point, and there is no run. So question, this is going to be the last over before lunch. It's just a question now of can Sam Cook get this first breakthrough for Essex. Well, they're going to have to wait until after lunch interval. These two, such an important factor for Worcestershire. We've seen on a couple of occasions in this game and the Nottinghamshire game that their presence is a reassuring one, and things can become unsettled once it's a broken partnership. And here's a delivery which is outside the off stump and left alone by Mitchell, but you would have thought here that Worcestershire have an opening partnership that they can rely on for the next few years. Certainly not going to be, whereas other counties, notably Somerset of course, are struggling in that department. It's something that Worcestershire at the moment have got no problems with at all.
I think Daryl Mitchell will be very pleased to hear you say that, as he so often gets referred to as a veteran.
Yeah, I've no reason to think he's...
Yeah.
I don't know how long his current contract is, but I've no reason to think he
It's his
can't continue
16th
for
season.
a couple of years. This is played defensively, head over the ball up towards cover. I think there's no sign of a... I always think with Worcestershire, I have tended to think when Mitchell's in form, it tends to be a good sign for the county as a whole.
Yeah, well,
but now he's got Libby there,
Yeah.
I think he'll want to carry on. You know, they can see there's a good partner there for him.
He's waited a while for this partnership, hasn't he, really? I think Worcestershire have been searching for a regular opening partner for Mitchell for some time.
Yeah, and Libby has proved to be an inspirational signing, there's no doubt about that. It's going to be Cook from the Diglis end at 2 without loss. Bowles, oh, that's run down to third man for 4. It was played with soft hands, and as soon as he played that, Mitchell, he walked off for lunch thinking, I don't even have to wait for that to get to the rope. I'm heading straight off. I want to have my lunch now, and we'll think things over. Just played with soft hands, ran it down past the slips for 4. Worcestershire will go into lunch at 6 without loss. All the runs to Mitchell, and they go in. Well, as I say, they've now got the deficit down, I think, to 191, but that's probably going to be immaterial. It's all about, can Essex take 10 wickets this afternoon? And Worcestershire, after that clatter of wickets this morning, I think will relieved to be going into lunch with Mitchell and Libby still together.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to say whether they would have accepted that at the start of the day, and they probably wouldn't, would they? Because they just thought that there's no reason why Cox and Vessels couldn't bat all morning. But they have been made to follow on, 197 behind, and they are 6 without loss at lunch. And we'll be back here at New Road shortly before 1:40 to bring you commentary on what promises to be an intriguing afternoon session. Sam Cook, star of the morning, I don't think there's much doubt about that. He finished with figures of 4 for 60 as Worcestershire added 62 to their overnight score to be bowled out for 364. 6 without loss at lunch. Do join us after the break. I'll stay on, Nick, because I've got to do an update in a minute. Yep. Lunch just being taken with Worcestershire 6 without loss in their second innings, having been made to follow on 197 runs behind Essex. Worcestershire lost their last 5 wickets this morning and adding 62 to their overnight score to be all out in their first innings. But that was mainly thanks to Sam Cook, the Essex seamer, who bowled absolutely beautifully this morning and finished with figures of 4 for 60. So Worcestershire 364 all out, following on. They're 6 without loss at lunch. An awkward 3-over spell negotiated by the openers, but runs are pretty much immaterial. Worcestershire simply have to bat for the rest of the day to save the game.
Thanks, Frank. The weather this afternoon, there will be the occasional shower, but it will turn increasingly dry.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume after lunch on the fourth and final day of this intriguing contest between Worcestershire and Essex. Worcestershire this morning looking for all the world as though they were going to save the follow-on at one stage, cruising along 313 for 5, then a clatter of wickets, and they were eventually bowled out for 364. Sam Cook, the pick of the bowlers for Essex, 4 for 60 he finished with. So Worcestershire following on, they faced 3 overs before lunch and negotiated them successfully, and now it's the first one after lunch with Peter Siddle taking up the attack from the New Road end, and he bowls to Jake Libby, who gets up on his toes and plays defensively out on the offside off the back foot. We saw Simon Harmer bowl the first over from the New Road end with the new ball before lunch, but that was really as much as anything so that they could get 3 overs in and not just 2, and a more conventional attack being taken up post lunch with Siddle having the new ball in his hand, running in and bowling to Libby, who pushes it off the back foot out on the offside. Shane Snater, the fielder, at backward point, and there's no run. We saw Worcestershire go to 6 without loss in this second innings before the interval. All of those runs have been scored by Darryl Mitchell, the current non-striker, and this after Worcestershire followed on 197 runs behind. But as we keep saying here in the box, the score really in terms of runs is insignificant. It's all about wickets as Siddle comes in and bowls to Libby, who works this one away on the onside neatly, straight to Paul Walter at mid-wicket, no run. It's all about wickets and it's all about time. Worcestershire basically 64 overs left in the day, and they've got to bat them out in order to get a draw. An obstinate last wicket partnership did hold Essex up for about 14 overs this morning between Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris, after that clatter of 4 quick wickets at one stage. Here's Siddle in now over the wicket, bowls to Libby, who gets an edge to this one. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man, but it wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go. He sort of pushed at it, and it bounced a little bit, and yeah, little outside edge, involuntary, could have been caught if there'd have been a sort of 3rd or 4th slip. Certainly a hands-on head moment for Peter Siddle. Jake Libby, however, off the mark. He has 4, and it's 10 without loss. Alongside me is Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex. Be hearing from Nick in a minute, and also he's fielding your emails on the BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com platform as Siddle is in again and bowls to Libby Fuller this time. Libby pushes out on the offside, and if you're of a Worcestershire persuasion or of an Essex persuasion and you prefer to use Twitter, I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter. Happy to interact and answer any questions, hear some views, and give our opinions to listeners on what is a really interesting game and a fascinating afternoon in prospect as Libby goes back to Siddle, pushes this one up to mid-on, end of the over. 4 came off it, off that edge uppishly through the slips. 10 without loss. Worcestershire 63 overs left to negotiate. Good afternoon, Nick.
Yes, afternoon to you, Frank, and I'm just looking at the Worcestershire batting averages, and there's Jake Libby averaging just under 91. If he can stay in long enough, he'll get that average up to 100 during this innings. Top score, of course, 180 not out against Essex. But I'm intrigued by the man in 3rd place, Dylan Pennington, averaging 43, 86 runs, top score 56. He got 30 today. I'm just trying to remember how many he got against Essex at Chelmsford, but he's either got all his runs against Essex or all but 1 or 2. So all credit to him, and if he can get... well, he'll be hoping not to have the chance to improve on that average this afternoon.
Well, he didn't play in the game against Notts last week.
Essex specialist.
I can't remember off the top of my head what he got at Derby. He only batted once.
He wouldn't have
got
many.
naught not out. There
you go. He may have got the whole lot against Essex. Here's Cook, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Mitchell. But Darryl Mitchell in there in the mid-30s at the moment. But I think he's made generally a fairly reassuring start with the bat, and of course the opening partnership has been significant for Worcestershire on a couple of occasions already this season, and they just need these two to set out their stall this afternoon, just occupy time at the crease, say bat in half hours, whatever it would be, and just take away any nerves in the home dressing room. 2 slips and a leg slip and a short mid wicket, and Mitchell comes forward and plays defensively up into the offside. It was tough for Tom Wesley this morning from a captaincy point of view, in terms of we would have been delighted with the wickets, but he had to take the decision to take Sam Cook out of the attack, just to try and it's an indication perhaps that Essex want to play Sam at Trent Bridge next week. Just been shown some pictures next door of Stuart Broad's bruised toes after the recent championship match that Nottinghamshire had, so maybe he may not be able to make Thursday. We shall see. Here is a delivery which is steered down off the open face with soft hands, just for a single. Shane Snater moves from backward point to short third man to complete the fielding, and Mitchell with that single goes to 7 and a score to 11 without loss. Worcestershire had to follow on 197 behind, and obviously we'll keep you in touch with where we are in relative terms in that situation, but it's not at the foremost of our minds, because it's all about how many wickets Worcestershire lose and how many overs we have left. 63 remaining, including this one, as here Libby just covers up and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, and it's all about denying Essex for as long as possible here. And Worcestershire will be very pleased with their situation in the group if they can come out of here with a draw. It will mean they've played both games against Essex. They're going to be in a table where there's only 5 points separating the top 5 teams, but they'll know they've already played Essex twice and nobody else has that luxury. 11 for no wicket, bit more cloud cover than an hour ago, and here is a delivery which Libby has plenty of time to play, and he plays it into the covers, and there is Dan Lawrence, who batted very nicely earlier in the game, probably frustrated not to go through to the 3 figures, and he might have a bit of a go with the ball today, particularly if Essex get to the stage where they want to bowl extra overs, and that's one device that they can use. Lawrence bowling with Harmer, those two in tandem of course will get through them very quickly indeed. 11 for no wicket on this final afternoon here at New Road. Leg slip's got a little bit square, if anything, to a sort of leg gully, and here is Cook bowling to Libby, and that's a good one, beats him outside the off stump. He was playing at that. Useful delivery from Cook to end the over. 3 overs for 6 and Siddle 1 over for 4. We're going to see Siddle now bowl his second over. 11 for no wicket, with Worcestershire following on.
Yeah, it didn't do a great deal, I don't think. Just looking at the replay, that last one, my screen is small and it's not the clearest picture, but I think Libby maybe just played down the wrong line. It might have just held its own. But of course you don't want to do too much with it. You just need enough to get a nick. You don't want a massive extravagant movement. No, you don't get any prizes for beating the outside edge by 3 inches. You do get them for just clipping the outside edge. Here's Siddle in to Mitchell, who goes back to this one and plays it out on the offside defensively. 11 without loss. My view of the batsman is entirely obscured by the bulk of Nick Brown, who's gone into a short mid-wicket position and chosen the exact line between my eyes and the stumps. Daryl Mitchell, the batsman concerned, being obscured. Oh, he's moved a little bit to his right now, but when he walks in, he makes it almost impossible to see, and I'll explain why this stream is of no good to me in that respect, as Mitchell lets this one go outside the stump, and that's because we are describing the action live as we see it from our position here at sort of wide long on, and you are seeing it, if you're watching the live feed and listening to our commentary, on a camera which is behind the bowler's arm with our commentary, and our commentary therefore isn't entirely suited to the pictures that you're seeing. You've probably got a better view of the lines of things, particularly than we have. Siddle is in again and bowls outside the off stump. Mitchell leaves, taken by Wheater, and I'd also add that we're commentating live and the stream is just a little bit behind, so that means we do get the opportunity to see replays. just about at the right time, really, just sort of, you know,
Yes.
30 seconds after something's happened. But there is a bit of a discrepancy between the two. So if we say something and it doesn't look quite right from what you're seeing, please forgive us. The Siddle is in. He bowls to Mitchell, who drives very sweetly through mid-wicket. 4 runs, I think. No, it's only going to be 2. So it's
No,
pursued.
you're right,
No, it is
first time.
4. He timed it really well. It was pursued down to the boundary by Tom Westley, but nicely played by Darren, which just eased through that gap between Westley at mid-on and Brown, who was, as I say, in that shortish mid-wicket position. Lovely shot from Darryl Mitchell. Goodness knows how many times in his career he's picked up a boundary through that gap, but it would be well into 3 or 4, well, certainly well into 3 figures anyway. He goes to 11, 15 without loss, and here's Siddle again, just looking to pull his length back a little bit. He does. This one's outside off stump, left alone by Mitchell, taken by Wheater.
We know what a reliable performer Peter Siddle is, but as Tom Westley was chasing that unavailingly back to the boundary, I was just thinking that he'll need Siddle to back up Cook here, because obviously Snater is new to the first team in the 4-day format. I think I don't see Essex winning this game just with Cook and Harmer, because of the lack of, there's only going to be 61 overs after this.
Siddle in, bowls, and that's 4 more for Mitchell. This time an involuntary edge down to third man. Good delivery by Siddle. Mitchell sort of stabbing at it. Just having a look at the replay now. Yes, went back. Yeah, soft hands, and he kept it down, but it was a genuine edge. But 4 more. He goes to 15. It's 19 without loss. Libby has 4. The runs really immaterial, as we keep saying. It's just about survival for Worcestershire. A minimum of 61 overs remaining in the day. I say minimum because the over rate is registering +7 on the scoreboard,
Yes.
and they could well bowl more than that. But it's about occupying the crease for the rest of the day.
So I would venture to suggest that if Essex were to win this game, I'd expect Peter Siddle to have a couple of wickets in the wickets column. I don't see Essex winning without a contribution from that third bowler, whoever it will be. Here is Cook bowling to the right-handed Libby, who plays up into the covers, and there's no run. John Blackburn, we mentioned that you'd emailed us just before lunch, and thanks for your comments about keeping things entertaining even during the periods when the game itself has become rather attritional. But it's game on now, as you say, and as you mentioned the great Basil d'Oliveira a few times. That would have been Thursday and Friday. I'm reminded of the first time I went to New Road, having been taken by a friend of my father, and that was in 1966, when d'Oliveira and Tom Graveney put on 276 or thereabouts in around 4 hours against Essex. And here is Cook bowling, also a useful delivery which fizzes past the outside edge of Libby and goes through with some carry actually to Wheater, and terrific delivery again from Cook. And he said it was a total thrill for an 11-year-old cricket fan, particularly given their different styles, and Basil remains one of your great cricket heroes as a cricketer and a person. And also during the game we were talking about whether it was better to be a batsman or a bowler, and you say, John, as someone who's kept wicket regularly in your early 20s, you think that might have been the best job on the pitch, because you're involved in every delivery, of course. Here is Cook from the Diglis end. Straight approach, bowls to the right-handed Libby and steers it down to backward point, and there is Snater, and there's no run.
Yeah, that conversation came about because Dickie was saying there's no encouragement for the bowler in white ball cricket particularly, and or was it yesterday, who'd want to be a bowler and all that kind of thing. We had a
probably
discussion.
Friday. Yeah,
and we were discussing that. I was a wicket keeper batsman myself, so I would agree with that sentiment, but it's also very tiring if you keep wicket all day and then have to go out and open the batting, which I used to do in league cricket. But yeah, you're always involved, that is for sure.
Cook again, the short mid-wicket in, bowls one that just hurries Libby a little bit, but he plays it off the back foot to Snater at backward point, and there's no run. You talked towards the end of the email there, John, about the friendship involved in cricket, and that's certainly by and large true. And some would say, of course, that these days with the international players often playing on the same teams in tournaments like the IPL, that helps. So I don't suppose David Warner's thinking that at the moment, because I think he was sacked, wasn't he? He's leading his franchise. 19 for no wicket. But yes, the general point about friendships in cricket is a very relevant one, as here this is played defensively by Libby, just up into the onside, and there's no run. So thanks very much, John, for your email, and bbcessexcricket@gmail.com is our email address if you'd like to get in touch with us. So we'll keep an eye on the other games, which all actually have some interest, but it's actually raining at Taunton at the moment, with Somerset just 19 short. But I think they've come back on. And there could be a bit of a story there, because Lewis Goldsworthy is on championship debut, and he might be helping to carry Somerset over the line. They might promote him to opener. They need some. 19 for no wicket, and that's played off the back foot up into the covers by Libby. It goes up to Dan Lawrence, and there's no run. 19 for no wicket with Mitchell 15 and Libby 4. Worcestershire followed on 197 behind, but the key figure is the two key figures. That's the wickets column and also the overs remaining, which at the moment says 60.
Incidentally, that emailer saying first time he ever came to New Road, I can remember as clearly as anything my first ever visit to New Road. I was about 14 years old. I was a Warwickshire schoolboy. I was playing next door on the field that many people, if they've been to New Road, will know belongs to the King's School, Worcester, and I was playing on that field, or in fact probably not on the main field, but on that one that we can see up behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand. As Peter Siddle comes in and bowls to Mitchell, who eases this one again through that favourite mid-wicket gap and picks up another 4. He goes to 19, 23 without loss, and it was a Saturday afternoon in, I would say, probably the very early 70s, and we climbed over the fence in our whites. Everybody was allowed to in those days. It was very much accepted for the King's School boys to come and watch a bit of cricket. We climbed over the fence during the tea interval in our game just to watch 10 minutes of cricket. It was Warwickshire against Worcestershire. I think John Jameson was batting. In comes Siddle. He bowls to Mitchell, lets that go outside the off stump. You can imagine the scene, Nick. The ground was packed, the weather was perfect, the grass was as green as any grass I'd ever seen in my life. The cathedral looked amazing, and I just thought I'd wandered into paradise. I'd watched lots of cricket by that stage, mainly at Edgbaston, but just to see such a beautiful cricket ground as this, in almost its perfect state, I was absolutely awestruck. And Siddle comes in and bowls to Mitchell, who pushes up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Weston and there's no run, and I climbed back over the fence and went out and probably scored naught. I have no idea what happened in the game, but I remember it clearly. Wonderful experience, and just feel privileged to have been able to spend so much time here over the years. And it's not looking at its best now, as it's empty and we've lost a couple of trees and so on, but it's still one of the best views in the country as we look across to the cathedral. As this one from Siddle is turned off his pads by Mitchell behind square on the leg side for a single, which takes the Worcestershire opener on to 20. Jake Libby has 4 and Worcestershire 24 without loss. 59 overs left in the day after this, minimum. It'll probably be, I would guess, more like 65 or 66 if the spinners get in tandem. Essex will be doing everything they can. Having said that, if they don't pick up wickets, we might not get that many. Here comes Siddle bowling to Libby, who pushes out defensively on the offside. Because if they don't pick up any wickets at all, then probably slow the over rate down and make sure that they get away.
Yes.
And a prompt finish.
It's a good start for Worcestershire after lunch. Yes, John, game you were talking about there, 1966, we found it late August, and Graveney and D'Oliveira added 271.
Wonderful.
405 for 6, inside 100 overs actually, 96.3 overs. Brian Edmeades actually got both out, I think, almost in very quick succession.
In comes Siddle again, bowls to Libby, who pushes out on the offside, and Slater does the fielding, come in from cover point. End of the over, 24 without loss. Worcestershire 8 overs into their follow-on. And
interestingly, Don Kenyon, who we talked about yesterday, I think it was his penultimate season of his 22-year career for Worcestershire. He was still playing at that point. He made 17 in the first innings. For Worcestershire, that was the only Worcestershire innings because it was a rain-affected game. But yes, that was towards the end of Don's career. But a nice memory of Oliveira and Graveney. That would certainly have been worth watching back in the late summer of 1966. Just after England had won the World Cup, of course. 24 for no wicket. So, yeah, nice memory. That one. Thanks for that, John. And the sun is shining, and Sam Cook is bowling at this crucial point in the game as he bowls here to Mitchell. He steers into the offside, and Worcestershire know, they've seen enough I think in this game to know that they can see Cook off here. Harmer will be a persistent threat, and then they'll feel that perhaps Peter Siddle's not quite hit his straps, or he's not causing quite as many problems as he would on a pitch that favours him, because this pitch does not really favour Siddle at all. They know that they've got the debutant Shane Snater. Dan Lawrence, of course, with his mystery deliveries. Sam Cook bowls, and this is outside the off stump. But I just feel this is a crucial phase, Frank, and that Worcestershire will know that if they can see off this new ball spell from Cook without losing a wicket, it'll be a very important start.
Yeah, absolutely right. The innings will go in phase. There's this first phase, and then there's the phase when we've had 20 or so overs with this ball, and Harmer comes into the attack. And,
might only be 10 overs.
Yeah, it might be, but that'll be a sort of second phase of the innings, really. I found that game I was referring to as well, amazingly.
All right, 24 for no wicket. So here's Cook from the Diglis end, bowls, and off the back foot, played stylishly again by Mitchell, up into the covers, and there's no run. The Cathedral at the moment is under, well, blue sky with some cloud behind it. The trees, as they were yesterday, are not really moving much. There is a breeze, we're not really noticing it, and the air temperature is probably a couple of degrees warmer than yesterday, but still the top temperature only around about 14 degrees. Rain coming up next week, and then maybe some warmer weather after that. 24 for no wicket. Short mid wicket in, and this is left alone by Mitchell, and at the moment Worcestershire not looking in any great deal of trouble, and this might not be a ball of choice for Essex, because it's not doing a lot for the Seamers at the moment. 24 for no wicket.
Yeah, 9th of June 1973 that game, but I better do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester before I go into detail. Worcestershire have made a solid start to their follow-on. They were made to follow on 197 runs behind, had 3 tricky overs to negotiate before lunch, went into the break on 6 without loss, and since then Daryl Mitchell, who's now on 20, and Jake Libby, who's on 4, have held things together as I speak. Mitchell is bowled, shouldering arms to Sam Cook, so Worcestershire lose their first wicket in this follow-on. They are now 24 for 1 with Mitchell out for 20.
Well, what a huge moment. And it's another off-cutter from Cook, and it's a misjudgment from Mitchell. You won't really expect that from him. He takes off his helmet, he looks suitably annoyed with himself, and it just looked as though he was leaving that alone, and it's just cut back in and taken middle and off. But you'll get another view of that from the replay.
Top of off, actually.
Top of off. So he maybe thought it was clearing the stumps. You wouldn't take that risk on this pitch, but I think he must have thought it wasn't going to take off stump at all. But what a moment for Sam Cook and for Essex that is, because there hasn't really looked to be a lot of trouble for the openers, and you know, the wicket of Mitchell, 59 overs out, it's just a huge fillip for Essex, and you know, Worcestershire still should save this game, but that is just the boost that Essex need.
Absolutely, big wicket. Don't you just hate it when that happens when you're doing a live update?
Yes, it's
there you go. New batsman is coming to the crease, Tom Fell. Just go back to that game we're talking about. The first, I believe, I could be wrong, I believe the first time I personally ever set foot on this ground was on the 9th of June 1973. A 3-day game. Warwickshire beat Worcestershire by 186 runs, and I remember John Jameson was batting on that Saturday, so he must have been batting with Alvin Caligiran, who made 154 and in that first innings. Other names in that Warwickshire side: Aberley, no Amis, might have been playing for England, Caligiran, MJK Smith, John Whitehouse, Derek Murray, Norman McVicker, DJ Brown, and the wicketkeeper AC Smith. And the Worcestershire side, for Worcester listeners who are of a certain vintage: Headley, Stewart, Hemsley, Ormrod, D'Oliveira, Yardley, Johnson, Cass, Holder, Inchmore, Brain. So there we go. There might be one or two of those listening. I know Brian Brain's a keen listener. He might remember that
Championship winning side the following year.
Yeah.
Although there was an element of a little bit of fortune. I think if you speak to anybody, an older Hampshire member, they will point to a game where Hampshire absolutely destroyed Worcestershire. I think bowled them out for around 100 twice, but what happened at the end of that season was Hampshire just couldn't get out in the field because it rained in all their games. And I think you had very few points for a draw in those days.
It's interesting.
Hampshire were the reigning champions at that point.
Yeah, the points in that game are quite interesting. Anyway, here we go. Here's Sam Cook continuing from the Diglis end, the man of the day, really, without a doubt, the man of the match with the ball, I would suggest.
Absolutely. Here he
comes in again now, striding in confidently. Bowls to Fell, who lets that go outside the off stump. And that's the end of another very, very good over from Sam Cook. Remember, in the first innings he finished with figures of 4 for 85, and this time 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6 so far. Brilliant bowling from him.
Yes, I mean, he if he can carry on in this vein, he's probably overtaken Porter a little bit in terms of potential England recognition, but it has been commented on the fact that Essex seem to be generally ignored. Okay, Dan Lawrence has had his chance, but they've not really been in the top of the list on the IPL, in terms of IPL calls or 100 calls or Test match calls. It remains to be seen if Dan Lawrence can get himself established in the England side during the course of the summer. Obviously, Ben Stokes' availability is slightly under question, so it might give him a bit of an opening there. But he did pretty well, I thought, in India. So it's going to be Harmer to bowl his second over. He comes in and bowls, and that's hit. Oh, in the air, just past short leg. Now Libby there, really interested Tender Scarter for a moment. It was in the air. It wasn't a chance, but he's still down on his knee there, thinking about what might have been as it went out to mid-wicket and there's no run. So 24 for 1. Fell has come in, but Libby has the strike. And here's Harmer bowling, and that's played defensively up into the offside, no run. So we're talking about Harmer coming in on around about the 10 over mark, and it's also the fact that I guess Wesley wants Harmer and Cook bowling together for as much of a time as possible. As Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively up towards short leg, and there's no run. So this is going to be a very testing little period for Worcestershire, having just lost that wicket, with potentially the 2 danger men in tandem. As Harmer bowls, and this is driven away. Nice looking shot, probably for 4, going away through extra cover. Snater's giving it chase. He's got no real chance of stopping that. That was a nice stroke from Libby, slightly over pitch from Harmer, and beautifully put away. And Libby is a key here because he can play Harmer. That's a key point for Worcestershire this afternoon. If Libby stays in, they're fine. It's just, if Libby were to get out soon, having lost Mitchell, there could be a problem. 28 for 1 following on Worcestershire. As this one is just fizzing away. Also delivery, which turns appreciably, goes for 4. Now I'm looking at the umpire's signal for this one, and it is signalled as byes. That really turned. So it literally just turned out of the rough. It went past Wheater to the leg side. Fine leg couldn't get across to it, and it's 4 leg byes. So title to 32 for 1.
It pitched about leg as well, middle and leg. He just maybe just didn't get any drift that he was expecting.
Certainly fizzed past Wheater at a rate of knots.
My sympathy for Wheater.
Yes, difficult one. So here is Harmer bowling again, and defensively forward comes Libby, and there's no run. They followed on 197 behind. Whenever Worcestershire get a little glut of runs, we'll just keep an eye on that, because it is obviously, if they were to get to parity, it would be very important. Unlikely, but we'll keep an eye on that. They're 165 behind at the moment. Fell no score, Libby 8, with Mitchell out for 20, and Worcestershire following on a 32 for 1.
Yeah, I think I doubt they'll get to parity. I don't think they'll try and score quickly and
till Pennington comes in.
Occupation.
I tell you what, if he goes for those 6s again in the second innings, I think that will be coming under the coach's scrutiny. But
we say that
Worcester's point of view, they'll hope that doesn't happen.
We say that because Pennington hit Dan Lawrence for 6 earlier today in his innings of 30, when Lawrence dropped one short and it popped up, and Pennington smashed it over the leg side for 6, and he was out trying to do the same too. It wasn't a hugely dissimilar delivery, but it just didn't bounce at all. Here's Cook in to bowl to Fell, who plays defensively to this one. Groans and arms raised because that one kept a little bit low, and he jabbed the bat down on it at the last minute.
And
but poor old Pennington was undone by lack of bounce, and that was the end of the Worcestershire innings.
So Lancashire beaten Sussex by 5 wickets at Hove, and it was all set up, 255 for 5, all set up by an opening stand of 102. Alex Davis 73 from 59 balls. When he got out, Keaton Jennings kept going, 91 not out, batting through, and Lancashire way clear at the top of that group at the moment.
Sam Cook from the Diglis end bowls to Fell, pushes to mid-wicket, no run. Keaton Jennings, ideal man in that situation, I think, just calm head, pretty unflappable at the crease. Ideal combination with his opening partner, who played much more aggressively and generally tends to. And yeah, they look in good shape in that group. This group is far closer.
That's Conference 3. If Yorkshire were to beat Northants, I think it is looking like the two northern powerhouses to take complete control. But it's still, well, they're still favourites, Yorkshire, but Northants are 186 for 8, needing a further 34 at Headingley, with 2 slips and a leg slip, as that one just played slightly tentatively by Fell into the onside.
Just dropped down behind square on the leg side, 10 discard to fielding. 32 for 1. And Sam Cook, the man of the match with the balls. Well, certainly the seamer of the match, I think, on either side. He's bowled really well, particularly that little burst this morning, which produced 3 wickets in quick succession. Removed Vessels, Cox and Alzari Joseph in short order. Comes in again now, bowls to Fell, who drives up to mid-on, a run, 32 for 1, and that really set up the follow-on, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 interesting cricketers at the crease for Northants at the moment. Wayne Parnell, 21 not out. Wondering how he's going to be approaching that. And Simon Kerrigan, we might remember him from obviously Lancashire and England briefly. Had that disastrous test match when he was out of form. But, Northants are still going, 34 needed to get back-to-back wins and really keep the other 4 sides in contention in that group.
In comes Cook again from the Diglis end and bowls, and Fell is steering this one defensively down on the offside, not yet off the mark, and thought he might get a single, but Snater fields. Yeah, Wayne Parnell, really good cricketer, good all-round cricketer, did a great job for Worcestershire in his time here, and one that I think Worcestershire supporters were sorry to see leave the club. And does a good job with bat and ball in all formats, and currently proving a valuable member of that Northamptonshire side. As Sam Cook comes in once more and bowls to Fell, who drives very sweetly but firmly and straight to Tom Westley at mid-wicket. Good sprawling stop by the Essex skipper. Fell still not off the mark, but another over negotiated, 56 minimum left in the day, and 32 for 1 the Worcestershire score after they followed on. And
another result has come in, this time from Conference 2, and normal service is resumed for Somerset after that loss to Gloucestershire. They've beaten Middlesex by 4 wickets, 209 for 6, and it's the key thing there is a stand of 86 unbroken for the 7th wicket between Cornishman Lewis Goldworthy on championship debut, 41 not out, and at the other end of the scale the very experienced Stephen Davis, who made 44. I'd have him opening, I think, for Somerset. But, he seems to be, I mean, still want to know what's happened to Ed Byram. That's the key thing. He made 100, of course, at Lord's. This is delivery from Harmer, which is played by Libby back down the pitch, and there's no run. But it seems that's their only real problem at the moment, Somerset, the openers, because they are back at the helm, and they take the lead in that group, a point ahead of Hampshire. But here is Harmer bowling, and that's driven away up towards wide mid-off, and that goes through to Shane Snater, and they get through for a single.
Worcestershire listeners will be thinking, every time you mention another team and somebody doing well, Wayne Parnell, Stephen Davis, it's a former Worcestershire player. Why aren't they still here?
33 for 1. But even though Somerset are top at the moment, Gloucestershire could still sneak their way into the leadership of that group, because they're playing Leicestershire in a game that is still going on. So it's going to be quite tight at the top there. And here is Harmer bowling, and it's just played out into the offside, and there is no run. So Yeah, it's going to be. I think these two conferences, Conference 1 and 2, are really going to go down to the wire. I think Conference 3, if Yorkshire win today, could be a bit of a foregone conclusion. Harmer bowls again, and just another little defensive push from Fell. Is not yet off the mark after 9 deliveries. Played very nicely in the first innings. But different sort of situation now. He's really got to get his head down and bat for a long time. 55 overs left minimum after this. 33 for 1. Worcestershire following on. And here, Fowle just plays on the bounce, but not far short of Tenduscarter at short leg. Certainly had Tenduscarter interested for a short period there. Still down his haunches as if he's reflecting on the nearness of it. And it's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, Gloucestershire just need a draw actually in that game against Leicester to go 6 points clear at the top, so that would be some achievement. Yeah, with Surrey starting to fire on 46 points, then let's say a long way to go in that group. I think Middlesex, that's a big defeat for Middlesex. That's their 3rd loss, and they've got an awful lot of work to do. But yes, Hampshire, Somerset, Gloucestershire, Somerset in that group, and in this group, well, really, I mean, Derbyshire just a little bit behind at the moment, but it's, you know, but if this is a draw particularly, it really is wide open. 33 for 1, Fell no score, and Libby 9.
Cook to continue from the Diglis end. Mike has been in contact on Twitter again. At FrankWatson58 is my Twitter handle. I'll just break off as Cook comes in to bowl this one to Libby. Bowls, and Libby is pushing defensively up to mid-on very solidly, very reassuringly, but Cook the main threat at the moment. 33 for 1 Worcestershire. Mike says, good afternoon, do you think Mitchell and Vessels will be offered new contracts, as Worcestershire, except for Haynes, have a shortage of batsmen, not like the excellent young bowling prospects with Tongue, Finch and Brown to come in? I'll choose my words very carefully. First of all, I don't know the exact contract situations of the players and how many years they have left to run, etc. As Tongue Cook comes in and bowls a bouncer to Libby, which discomforts him slightly. He rocked underneath it, didn't clear him by much. Mitchell, I think, will carry on for at least another year. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. I don't know exactly what Vessels' contract situation is. At the moment I see him as quite an important member of the side in white and red ball cricket. But I always am very cautious what I say about this sort of thing, because it's only my opinion anyway. Is Cook in, bounces Libby again, ducks underneath it. And you know, also we have to wait and see what possible signings they might make. Possibly have to wait and see whether Gareth Roderick's career takes off, etc. So cautious about that. Josh Tongue is definitely a good bowling prospect, and so is Adam Finch. We'll hope to see more of both of those two, I think, over the next 2 years. Tongue has had his problems with injury. There is a good crop. Pat Brown hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket, been a bit more of a white ball specialist, as in comes Cook, and again this is pushed up to mid-on by Libby. And yeah, it's difficult to say, but as regards the batters, or the batsmen I should say, yeah, I think, you know, they've signed Roderick. They'll wait and see how his career develops. Haynes is obviously a really good prospect who's very close to the side at the moment. Other than that, I think, you know, Daryl Mitchell, if he wants another year, I'm sure we'll get one. Really, he's in his 16th season already, but he's still a valuable member of the side. Oh, we're just referring to a player who did 22 seasons. Yeah. Here's Cook in, bowls to Libby. Let's just go outside the off stump, taken low down by Adam Wheater to his right, and there's no run. 33 for 1. Libby has 9. Fell yet to get off the mark. The one man out is the aforementioned Daryl Mitchell, who was bowled playing no shot to a delivery which nipped back and took the top of off stump from Sam Cook when he'd made 20, and that was 24 for 1. Interesting email from Richard Martin on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Any reason why we think Essex haven't got 3 slips in, especially for the first spells of Cook and Siddle? The field is relatively attacking. I'll come to it after this ball. Here's Cook in to bowl with those 2 slips in place, and Libby is pushing that out on the offside. No run, end of the over. 33 for 1. The answer to that question surely is simply that the ball isn't deviating sideways very much, and when it isn't going sideways very much, you're more likely to get catches to first slip than any other slip,
and not gully.
And not gully. Yeah, absolutely.
That I think it would be the reasoning. But there was a sort of short, quite deep short leg, almost a short square leg, and a short mid wicket in with the two slips. So I think, given that point there that Frank was making, the fact that you're not going to have gully in play much with this sort of pitch, and third slip will be a similar sort of scenario. I think it's those close-in catches on the leg side that we're more likely to see. 33 for 1. We'll certainly see them now as Harmer bowls. And this is reaching for this. This is driven away by Fell, away towards the cover boundary, but it's nicely stopped by Snater. And they come back for a second run. One that was floated up by Harmer. Fell got to the pitch of it and has driven it away for a couple of runs. So thanks for that, Richard. I hope that helps with that inquiry. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex on this Sunday afternoon at New Road. Intriguing match situation. Worcestershire followed on 197 behind. There are 54 overs left, including this one minimum. They're 35 for 1. And here is Harmer bowling to Fell, and Fell just goes back into his crease and beaten by 1. And a few oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. This is the 14th over. Typically Harmer coming on within the first 10 with a relatively new ball. Mitchell, the man out for 20. 35 for 1. And that's played away and on the bounce again to short leg, and there is no run. So we've reached a stage where there are only 2 games left in play. There's that Yorkshire Northants game where Northants need a further 25. They still have 2 wickets left. That could get very tense. And the Gloucestershire-Leicestershire game is still a fair way to go in that. And this is played run down off the open face, and just for a single, going to be gathered in by Siddle, moving round from backward point to short third man. And one more to Fell. He goes to 3, and it's 36 for 1.
And Harmer went round the wicket for that one. He's come back over the wicket now that he's bowling to Libby. He's obviously got different plans for different batsmen. Harmer
over the wicket, he bowls, and this is just pushed up into the offside, and there's no run. And if Essex do go on to win, they'll remember Harmer's tremendous fact that Harmer and Cook have both had great second morning hours in this game, haven't they? Harmer yesterday, the midday specials, Harmer and Cook on days 3 and 4. Here's that delivery which turns appreciably, but it's bouncing around about middle and leg and going down the leg side. And this time, well, it's gone down. It's a dead ball. Yeah. It's no shot off it. It's actually gone down to fine leg, but there's no attempt at a run because the batsman did not offer a shot. Just a quick up. We haven't mentioned the game much today, but it's going on at Bristol. Gloucestershire 73 for 3. They still need a further 275. That looks very unlikely, but Leicestershire needs 7 wickets to get their first win of the season. Fell 3, Libby 9. Anything other than a defeat, and Gloucestershire go top of that section. 36 for 1, Worcestershire.
He just kicked that one away. That last ball Fell just sort of saw the line of it and just flicked it away with his front pad, and that's why nobody went for a run or anything. We're going to see a change in the bowling. Sam Cook is getting a well-earned rest. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. His excellent figures. And Shane Snater is replacing him at the Diglis end. So they're giving faith with Snater. I suppose they've got to. He's a third seamer in the side, but he hasn't been the most threatening. But at the same time, he's made batsmen play more shots than some of the others, and that might be what Tom Westley is hoping will prove a winning formula here. So Snater, he was quite expensive in relative terms in the first innings. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 77. But who knows? He comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls to Fell, who works this one away on the onside, straight to Walter at mid-wicket. There's no run. He picked up the wicket of D'Oliveira in the first innings, Snater. We felt he bowled mainly from this New Road end. We felt that he bowled some good deliveries, but it was an inconsistency of line which was his biggest problem, and he got clipped away on the leg side and certainly flicked off the hip down to fine leg for several boundaries, and then when he overcorrected he got cut 2 or 3 times. But in between he bowled some good ones. In he comes now and bowls to Fell, and that one is again worked away on the onside. This time Fell decides he'll take a run, even though it was going to Paul Walter's strong left hand, because it was quite a distance away from the big man, and he went down and made a good save, but he just pushed it round the post, as it were, and they went through for a single. So Fell goes on to 4, 37 for 1. 52 overs left in the day after this, minimum.
Yeah, slightly less attacking field, 2 slips on the short mid wicket. They could potentially have another man in on the leg side.
In comes Snater again to bowl to Libby. Bowls, and Libby works this one away to mid wicket again, just as Fell did to the previous 2. Yeah, going back to your email about the slips, I think on a pitch like this where there's little lateral movement, you're more likely probably to get catches in front of the wicket than you are behind the wicket, and we've seen an awful lot of edges through the slips in this game that haven't carried, have gone along the ground. To be fair, we have seen 1 or 2 that have carried, but you see captains trying to be a little bit more imaginative with their field placings when it's like this. Snater bowls to Libby, who's on his toes, and pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run, because simply the time-honoured positions of first, second slip, third slip, gully, which have become time-honoured because they are the most likely to produce results on most pitches, on pitches like this are less likely to do so. So captains have to try and be a bit more imaginative, and we've seen both sides using that sort of short mid-wicket that Westley's in now all the time, as Libby goes on the back foot to this one and forces up to mid-off, or extra cover, where Peter Siddlefields, and there's no run. It's not Westley, it's Brown who's in there at that short mid-wicket position.
Thinking about obviously the lack of crowds at the moment, and looking forward to supporters coming back in mid-May. I tell you what, if there was a crowd at Headingley, there'd be a lot of tension, because Northants only need 17 now, and they've still got 2 wickets left. You can imagine there would be a lot of concern. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Snater's in. Libby clips this one beautifully for 4 in front of square. Big gap there, timed it beautifully. Snater, as we suggested he might, just erring in line a little bit, drifting into the batsman's pads and clipped away. 41 for 1. Fell has 4, Libby has 13, and 52 overs minimum remaining in the day for Worcestershire to bat for a draw. In my experience of Wayne Parnell, if they need 18 to win and the 2 wickets are left, he'll probably try and do it fairly quickly.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on that. That's so wins this afternoon, as I say, for Somerset and Lancashire, and a really tense finish there at Headingley. Jake Libby's move from Notts to Worcester, Frank, is obviously paying off for Worcestershire. Just a little bit more insight for Essex listeners on how that came about? I got the feeling that maybe Notts wasn't the happiest camp a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. The truth is, I don't know how happy the camp was at Notts a couple of years ago, but they signed Ben Duckett, Ben Slater, Joe Clark, and opportunities were limited, I think.
Harmer bowls, and that's just pushed defensively, head over the ball into the offside. Just got a feeling that they've had this poor run in 4-day cricket over a few years. It's only really talking about the championship side, because the 1-day side's been pretty good, but you just felt that a lot of talented players there, but never really gelling in the championship. But there's a lot of competition for places.
Absolutely, it was a signing I was really pleased about.
Here's one that's just turns back into the right-hander. Fell, and he goes onto the back foot and sears it up into the offside.
Having seen him play for Notts against Worcestershire on a few occasions, I always liked the look of Libby as a cricketer, and when I heard that he was coming, I was genuinely quite excited, and he's proved to be a great signing so far.
Slip leg, gully, and short leg and a short mid wicket, and here's Fell just coming forward and playing up into the offside, because having that opener partner for Daryl Mitchell, I mean, if just they don't sort of roll off the tongue if you're thinking if you're not a Worcestershire follower. In terms of the fact that Libby offers some potential permanence in the role, as this is played defensively up into the offside. You know what I mean? 41 for 1.
I do. Yeah, I think that's another reason, going back to that previous tweet, why we would all want Daryl Mitchell to carry on, because we seem to have found this good opening partnership.
Yeah, it's Harmer bowling, and that's whipped away nicely off the pads down to backward square leg, and there's no run this time. So it looks like Harmer now. Is Harmer going to return to the Diglis end now that Cook's not bowling? That's an interesting one. Now he must be happy with the new road end, because otherwise he would have a say at this stage, with Cook not in the attack, as to which end he'd like to bowl. This is played defensively up into the onside when they're both in the attack. At the moment, you would think the signs are that maybe Cook is getting first use of that digless end on the basis of his success today. But of course Harmer was very successful at that end yesterday. It's a tricky one for Tom Westley. I just wonder if he might consider switching Harmer's end. 41 for 1, fell 4, Libby 13, and Harmer's bowled 5 overs for 9.
And just going back to the tweets, at Frank Watson 58 is my handle. I've got one from John Pinson who says, "Hi Frank, enjoying the commentary. Did you teach at King's School Worcester in the 90s? I certainly did, and I helped with the cricket there, coached the first 11 alongside my good friend, sadly the late Peter Idden. If I taught you, John, I apologise now, and but I did teach at King's School Worcester in the 90s, and also at RGS, where I went after King's to be cricket professional on the retirement of Martin Horton. The great Martin Horton, wonderful Worcestershire all-rounder who did the double here a couple of times, I believe. Retired early from Worcestershire in 1966 when still not at the peak of his powers, but still a very good opening batsman and off-spinner, and went to be national coach in New Zealand in 1966 and was out there for a good few years. Worcestershire have lost 1 wicket in their reply to, well, their follow-on to Essex's massive first innings score. Having been dismissed this morning for 364, they were made to follow on 197 runs behind. At lunch they were 6 without loss. Just after lunch, Daryl Mitchell was bowled by Sam Cook, the Essex seam bowler who's been the star of the show really, took 4 wickets in the first innings as well. Mitchell was out shouldering arms to Cook for 20. Since then, steady progress with Jake Libby on 13 and Tom Felt on 4. Worcestershire are 41 for 1, a minimum of 50 overs left in the day, and they've just got to keep batting.
There's a single there as that one's turned out and to mid-wicket. And just wide of Walter. They get through for 141 for 1.
Yeah, Martin Horton, the ex
42 for 1.
Worcester and England all-rounder, went out to New Zealand to be national coach in 1966, I think, and stayed out there until he was in his mid-50s. Then came back here and became cricket professional at RGS Worcester. Sadly died a few years ago, but a wonderful Worcester man. As Snater comes in again and bowls to Fell, who drives up to mid-on. Westley, the fielder, 42 for 1. And yeah, it's a long day, 50 overs left in it. Worcestershire have just got to keep going, and I think as we said this morning, Nick, and as Daryl Mitchell said to me last night, in a situation like this, the mindset for the batsman is just small targets. So they're probably saying, 50 overs left, let's get it down to 45 overs left, let's get it down to 40 overs left, and so on. Snater is in and bowls, and that one hurries on to Fell, and he jabs the bat down on it and sets off for a single, which may well have been there, but Tendusgarter quickly round from cover to backward point. Libby sent Fell back, he scampers back into his ground, and now they're going down for a little mid-pitch conference and a little glove punch to say, come on, that's the last thing we want now is a run out. That really would be sacrilegious in circumstances like this.
It would. Not what they want at all. I noticed your first name terms now with the studio when they were linking to you for that last report. Our other listeners wouldn't know. Here's Frank.
Yeah, that's the. It just depends who's doing the show, I think. Snater comes in and bowls to Fell, and that's beautifully played, clipped away, really lovely shot. Tom Fell at his best, timed to perfection, off his toes, square of the wicket. 4 more to Fell, he goes to 8, it's his second boundary, and the total goes to 46 for 1.
In half an hour's time, when the words of the late great Eddie Waring, they could say back to Frank. But of course was his sign off of all those winter afternoons in the 70s of the Rugby League, handing back to Frank Boff in the grandstand studio. 46, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Typical of some of the ones he played in that first innings. Yeah,
he waits now, bat raised, elegant player at his best, certainly Tom Fell, and he goes back to this one, just pushes back up the pitch to Snater, who does his own fielding and glares at the batsman, just again drifting once in the over into the pads and being punished. Snater, 2 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 10, and Worcestershire 50 overs left in the day, minimum, are 46 for 1, following on 197 runs behind.
And of course, talking about the the 70s era of sports broadcasting. Just reminded, of course, about the fact that we lost Murray Walker shortly before, I think more or less about the time the season started. Great motor racing commentator, Harmer Bowling, and played defensively off the back foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run. And I think he's probably might be regarded as the last of that staple of great sort of specialists in their own sport, and the Peter O'Sullivans and
Harry Carpenter's.
Harry Carpenter, great fan of Harry Carpenter, such a versatile broadcaster as Harmer Bowles. And it keeps low that, and just played up into the offside, and there's no run. Wimbledon, the Open Golf, Sports Night, with boxing, of course, he was the lead commentator. The famous, some very famous fights indeed. And we won't say get in there, Frank, but Essex fans will say get in there, Simon, as this is played off the back foot, and a good-looking shot actually. And the only one who has got in is, in fact, Jake Libby for a couple of runs, because that's a nice stroke, and played away beautifully off the back foot, and he's actually come back for the second run. A good stop in the end by Snater to save a couple of runs, but yes, 48 for 1. And, Harmer bowls again, 3 round the bat, and this is played defensively up to Tom Westley at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So a bit more cloud cover, but it's settled this afternoon. Won't be for much of the week, certainly not tomorrow either. Thankfully the game ending today. And here's a Libby, but again keeps low and reaching for it. Libby just steers it down to backward point. Such a big wicket this for Essex. They know it. They've seen enough of this chap over the last 3 weeks to know how important this wicket in particular is. 48 for 1, and he has played Harmer well. There's a short mid-wicket in, as this is good over this from Harmer. Just gets a bit of drift, and it's played pretty well by Libby down to short leg, and there's no run. Fell 8 and Libby 16, 48 for 1. Worcestershire followed on 197 behind. There are 49 overs minimum left in the day. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that scoreboard to see how quickly they change that figure, but that's what's on there at the moment.
Lovely message on Twitter from Eddie Johnson, who's clearly a massive Wolves fan, looking at all the pictures associated with his feed. Picture of Steve Bull, picture of Andy Gray and Terry Hibbett, I think it is. But he says, lovely, enjoying your commentary in rainy Cheshire. Hearing you mention your first game, my first Worcestershire game was a Sunday League game in Dudley. Worcestershire played there once a year, and here's the scorecard. I'll have a look at it in a minute. I do remember the ground at Dudley, because I played on it a few times in the Birmingham League for Kidderminster and Old Hill before it fell into the ground. It was on an old mine, and there was subsidence one day, and they came out of the pavilion, and all the seating area in front of the pavilion between the ground and the pavilion had just gone. And Worcestershire used to play 4-day cricket, well, 3-day cricket there as well. Sadly the ground is no more. In comes Snater and bowls outside the stump. Fell leaves this, but this game, a John Player League game, 1977, so 40 overs aside. Worcester Notts, Glenn Turner, David Humphreys, Phil Neal, Ted Hemsley, Stephen Henderson, Cedric Boynes, who we talked about the other day as a great fielder, Van Bernholder, Jim Coombs, John Inchmore, Norman Gifford. And for Notts, Todd Johnson, Rice, Mike Smedley was the captain, yes. John Birch, Mike Harris, Bob White and Trevor Tunnicliffe. So yeah, those were the days. Happy days at Dudley. A Snater bowls to Fell, who's LBW, hit on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW, but umpire Rob White says not out. I think it was probably sliding down the leg side. I'll have a look at a replay. Coming in just to have a look at it now. Snater balls, yeah, just going down the leg side. I think they fancy Fell because he does get LBW quite frequently, and that obviously gets around the circuit, and bowlers get it in their heads, and we saw it yesterday as well. He was hit on the pads a few times to a big appeals, but that one was clearly going down the leg side for me. 48 for 1. Snater in his third over, in again now from the Diglis end, bowls, and Fell drives nicely up to mid-off, but Peter Siddle, the fielder there, and there's no run. We're still seeing these sort of imaginative positions. We've still got Nick Brown in at that short mid-wicket position. He's been there virtually incessantly, but we've now got Alistair Cook having gone from slip into a catching position.
Yes, we
an
thought,
inch in front of square and about 12-15 yards back from the bat.
yeah, we thought they might put an extra man up a leg side, but I wasn't sure they'd come out and have a slip, Gordon. But
Yeah.
they've settled for just a one slip. Simon Harmer, who's like a
Yeah, it's
one
like
and a
a
half
third
slip.
slip. Yeah, second slip. Yeah, here's Snater bowls, and that one is pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. I'm not a fan of that personally, as an ex-keeper and as a captain. I always used to like my first slip to be at first slip,
Yes.
because we've talked about a lack of sideways deviation on this pitch, and I think you're more likely to get one at first slip than you are at second.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. 48 for one. Watch him go and nick one now straight into Harmer's hands.
Or between the two.
Or
yeah,
between the
which
two.
is possible.
Either way, yeah.
Rain has stopped play at Headingley with Northants 206 for 9. Well,
Gosh.
Parnell is still in 26. They need 14, but it's raining.
Snater in, and he hits the pad again, but again that one slanting down the leg side, and there's only a strangled half bill. What a tremendously tense situation that must be.
I think
at
they'll
Headingley.
be
Goodness
pleased
me.
they got that. They've got Kerrigan out, but
Yeah.
maybe Parnell will decide
Well,
to finish it with 3 blows.
No, I don't know. He might feel he can't. Who's at the other end?
Ben Sanderson, I think, the
he's
seamer.
Not the best of batters, Ben Sanderson. I don't think, with no disrespect to him.
But Parnell will be farming the strike when they
yeah.
come back out.
Yeah, that's a really good game, isn't it?
Yorkshire
Real.
win. I think it's all Lancashire and Yorkshire in that group.
Snater in, bowls to Fell, who pushes out on the onside, fielded by Nick Brown at mid-wicket. End of the over from Snater. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 10 runs, his figures now, and the total is 48 for 1. Libby has 16, Fell has 8. The man out, Mitchell, who was bowled shouldering arms to Sam Cook for 20.
And you can still find us on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in contact via email, on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex with Nick Lettle and Frank Watson here at New Road, around about 18 minutes to 3, halfway through the afternoon session. Worcestershire following on, 48 overs left in the day.
Lovely message again from Mike. He says, Dudley brought back memories for me. God rest his soul, my dad would take me to the zoo to see Cuddles of the killer whale. Still there, I think, Dudley Zoo, in one form or another. I'm not a big fan of zoos, but there we go. So here we go. It's a change in the bowling. This is again a bit of imagination.
This is quite imaginative. It's Paul Walter. I wouldn't have bet on Paul Walter coming on in the first 20 overs. Is this to switch Harmer's end? I think there's a possibility of this.
Yeah.
But we shall see. 48 for 1 is going to bowl to Libby. And this is a delivery on the pads of Libby, and it's a bit of a get out for him. He just runs it down to Sam Cook in a sun hat. The only 2 fielders actually wearing a sun hat. And it's going to be just a single to the total, but Libby comfortably in on 17, and Worcestershire would like him to remain comfortably in for the next 3 hours. In fact, if he does so for the next 2, that might be enough in terms of how many wickets for the other end. But 49 for 1, 47 overs left after this minimum. Walter, left arm seamer, bowls, so middle and off, and played off the back foot by Fell up into the covers, and there's no run. The one man to go was Darryl Mitchell. Looked pretty comfortable in making 20, and then really just shouldered arms to one from Sam Cook, and he was out. The total was then 24, so these two have doubled it. And tense situation, but you feel Worcestershire are going to probably have to bat quite badly to lose the game on this pitch as Walter bowls, and that's played off the back foot up into the offside. And one of the issues for Essex is they've got obviously Harmer, who will be a constant threat, although it's not a pitch that suits him. They've got Cook, who's been superb. Can they get one of their other seamers to just maintain the pressure to keep Worcestershire on their toes? Could be, of course, that it might be that the batsmen take a bit of a licence against one of the change bowlers. 49 for 1, and here's a delivery that is short and hittable, and he does hit it as Fell for a single out towards Cook, running around at long leg. That was very much a hit me ball. It was dragged down a bit, and he would have liked in an ideal situation to have hit that between fine leg and square leg for 4, but it doesn't actually particularly matter in this situation. But the 50 is up for Worcestershire. They're 147 behind. Fell 9 and Libby 17. Here's Walter again. over the wicket, left arm, bowls, good delivery, that's a cracking delivery, pitches roundabout off stump, draws Libby into the shot, and goes through to Wheater, and Libby's annoyed with himself for playing at it. He's gone for a walk towards where a short leg would be, and well, Paul Walter there, bowling a potential wicket-taking delivery. Had he got the wicket there, Libby would have been furious. In fact,
yeah,
Libby,
it's the classic, isn't it? Bring a bowler on to change ends and he picks a wicket up. You would be kicking yourself.
Libby will know he had a fairly soft dismissal in the first innings, and he won't want to repeat that. 17 he has out of 50 for 1 as Walter bowls to him, and it's a bouncer which goes through to Wheater, and Libby has nothing to do with it. So, let's have a look at an email coming in from Michael Biswell. Hello, Michael. Nice to hear from you. And you were saying that you thought this match might peter out, and I think a lot of us thought that might be the case, actually. But still something there. Could you get umpire Lloyd to do a Brearley on him, make him angry? This is to do with yes, get Paul Walter to maybe get angry, and he'll take some more wickets. But yeah, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? 50 for 1, fell 9, and Libby 17, and 47 overs to go.
Snater continue from the Diglis End. Grand staff coming down to stand by the covers. Maybe they know something we don't know. Snater bowls to Fell, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. I don't think there's any imminent rain in the forecast, but we can't, as I said yesterday, the weather usually comes from the southwest here, so you look over towards Malvern and you have an idea what's coming, but today I'm not entirely sure that's the predominant direction, although it appears that that's where the wind's coming from when I look on my weather app, but certainly it's got a bit gloomier. Snater is in and bowls to Fell, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Just actually, Michael, who do we want to get angry? It's I just want to check. Give me another email and let me know, because you said, can you get umpire Lloyd to do a Brearley on him? Who's him? Make him angry, worth 3 wickets. You say Paul Walter took 2 wickets in the last game, provides something different, and indeed that point was almost proven when he almost got Libby out in the last over. So good game, Essex having to fight for all their points. It is a tougher group than many people thought, Michael, I think.
In comes Shane Snater again to bowl to Tom Fell from the Diglis End, and Fell gets runs this time, steering this down to third man off a thickish outside edge. He's going to get 4. Tendish Carter gives up the chase about 10 yards short of the boundary. Had to run all the way down from cover, and he's running encumbered by those hefty shin pads they wear these days under their trousers when they're in at short leg. They're almost, well, you could keep wicket in pads like that, certainly, and not that easy to sprint in them. So 4 to Fell, dealing mainly in boundaries, but probably more significant than the number 13 alongside his name on the scoreboard is the figure in brackets which follows it, which is 39, the number of deliveries that he's received. Snater in bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone through to the keeper, and Libby has faced 54 deliveries. Mitchell the man out, and he faced 30 deliveries, and that's the whole point. It's about occupying the crease, it's about using up the remaining overs, it's about making sure that there isn't a very nervous last half an hour or so in this game as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 54 for 1, 46 overs left in the day after this one as a minimum. I think it'll probably be more like 50 or 53. In comes Snater again and bowls to Fell, who punches up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, last Sunday, Essex at the start of play against Warwickshire on the final day were in a situation where I think the majority of people thought they would win the game, and they ended up losing it. Today, I think the majority would have said it would be a draw. So again, Essex are hoping for a result that was against the general consensus at the start of the day, if they can go ahead and win this one.
Yeah, wouldn't argue with any of that. As Shane Snater moves in from the Diglis End and bowls to Fell, who's forward and pushes straight back up the pitch to the bowler, who fields nicely off his own bowling with a one-handed stop down to his left. And that's the end of Snater's 4th over. 1 maiden, no wickets for 14 his figures. The man out for Worcestershire in this innings is Darryl Mitchell, who was bowled by Sam Cook, offering no shot to one that nipped back and hit the top of the off stump. at, well, that was 24 for 1. These two have added 30 since then. It was almost, well, it's about 50 minutes ago, I remember, because I was actually doing a live update into the FM news programme on BBC Hereford and Worcester when Mitchell was dismissed. So 30 added in about 50 minutes, but as we keep saying, and please forgive us if you keep hearing us repeat it, but we know people are joining us all the time, it's not about runs, it's only about wickets and overs. In other words, Essex need 9 wickets and Worcestershire need to bat for a further 46 overs minimum in order to get a draw.
Absolutely. And well, still a long way to go, but you think the draw at the moment is the most likely result, but still plenty of time for the unexpected to happen. Poor water bowling, and this is played away nicely, just a full pitch delivery and played away up towards Lawrence, coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, and there is no run. And Michael was mentioning Michael Burley in his email, of course. Michael, who would return to the England captaincy, and of course the famous Botham Ashes series of 1981, after Botham himself had been captain, a fairly short and unsuccessful spell. And Walter bowling with us. Ah, there is a gully in now. That's interesting. There's a gully in for the first time I can remember, and that's played defensively down, run down into the gully. Simon Harmer. So this is really possibly because of a change of angle, maybe, that with Walter as with the left armour. So we don't have the men round the bat on the offside, on the leg side rather. Instead, we've got a slip and a gully, and nobody close on the leg side. We've got a mid-on, the only man saving the single on the leg side, a mid-off the cover, a backward point on the boundary, a deep square leg and a fine leg. 3 men on the boundary as Walter bowls, and that's all well pitched up. It's a sand shoe crusher. That would have been a useful one from Wakar Yunus, certainly, but well bowled by Paul Walter. He's certainly bowling one very good ball per over at the moment in this spell. And that one had to be negotiated by Felt, and he got down it and blocked it, and there's no run. So favourite story regarding Mike Brewerley we'll come to in just a moment. It's 55 for 1. It's Walter bowls, and that's a pull shot, and it's not time, but it's going to go out for a single into the on side. Yes, apologies if you've heard this one before, but it is an absolute favourite of mine. It's Middlesex against Surrey, just showing the brilliance of Brewerley as a captain. August 1977, and basically Middlesex won the toss and decided to field and bowled Surrey out for 49, and the ball moved everywhere. Wayne Daniel got 5 for 60. Have you heard this one, Frank?
No, I don't think so.
Wayne Daniel 5 for 16, and Mike Selby, of course, who had that memorable Test debut against the West Indies the previous year, took 3 for 29. Very, very strong Middlesex side. This is played up into the offside, and there's no run here for Libby. I mean, you just look at the names. Embry, you got Brearley, Bradley, Gatting, Barlow, Featherstone, Edmonds, Selby, Daniel. Very strong side indeed. It's basically swung everywhere. What happened was that the Middlesex went out, having bowled Surrey out for 49, and declared after one Robin Jackman delivery, which John Embry took a wild swing at, missed, and then they promptly walked off. 56 for 1 as Walter bowls, and just played away just off the back foot away towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 57 for 1, and say Walter just the occasional really threatening delivery in his couple of overs so far. 57 for 1, fell 14, Libby 19. So Middlesex declared 0 for 0. So he went in again. This time they made 89. 4 for Daniel and 3 for Selby. And even Mike Gatting got 2 wickets in 9 balls. And what Brearley had calculated was that the conditions would change, and indeed they did. The Middlesex going in on the second day, 142 for 1 at virtually 6 and over. Brearley himself made 66 not out, probably the quickest scoring he'd ever done, as if to celebrate his tactical triumph. But it was just a question of when the conditions are in your favour, stick him in again. That was a really brave for the captain. It was my favourite Mike Brearley story. 57 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic bit of captaincy. Harmer is coming on, as we thought he might, at the Diglis end. And he's in and he bowls, and Libby is forward and pushes back up the pitch to him. I think the best captains are the most confident captains. because they make decisions with authority and belief and tend to take the team with them, make them believe in what the captain's doing. Here's Harmer again, he bowls, and this one's left alone by Libby, and I think we're going to get some byes here. So this one's gone down to the boundary, and indeed it is 4 byes. He withdrew his bat at the very last minute and it sort of skidded on, and I think deceived wicketkeeper Adam Wheater, who just watching the replay now. Yeah, well, actually, do you know what? I'm being unkind to everybody. It was wide. It was left alone by Libby, very wide. It landed smack in the footmarks of where I presume it's been. It's Paul Walter that's been bowling and made some footmarks there. And it rolled along the ground. It didn't even bounce. It did not leave the ground. It just rolled along the ground. Next one's tucked away on the leg side. No runs, but it just rolled away for 4 byes.
This is okay for Worcestershire. Only 44 overs left after this minimum.
Harmer in, sunglasses on as usual. He bowls, and on the back foot, Libby pushes out into the covers. Nick Brown comes round to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. 62 for 1. Libby goes to 20. More significantly, he's faced 61 deliveries.
Tell you what, the importance of that last wicket partnership is starting to be underlined here. The fact that Essex lost a little bit of momentum at that point.
Harmer again bowls, and this one's turned on the leg side and bounces just short of the man at backward short leg. That's Dan Lawrence. Just tried to get his hand underneath it, but it wasn't a chance. But it's interesting, and Harmer has got an observation to make. He goes over to the captain Wesley and he says, "Listen, Skip, I reckon," I don't know what he says after that, but
Cook at the other end.
"I reckon we've got to try this or try that," or whatever. They're constantly searching for new ways to try and make a breakthrough.
I'm not surprised.
On-field, strange fielding positions, just trying things all the time.
Not surprised Harmer switched back to this Douglas end.
He comes in now, he bowls to Fell, who goes back, and that's this one. Go on the leg side, it's taken nicely by Adam Wheater, and that's the end of the over. But yeah, this is the scenario that I'm trying to get across to listeners who maybe aren't watching the feed, or even if they are really, and they're not picking up on the exact vibe of what's going on out there. We're faced with a situation here where Worcestershire have got a bat for the rest of the day, that's obvious. 44 overs minimum left in the day. An unresponsive pitch. Essex are trying things. Tom Wesley is trying to be imaginative. He's got his best 2 bowlers, Harmer and Sam Cook, to use. Can't over bowl Sam Cook if he's going to be as effective as he was this morning. He's bowled really well. So he's throwing in a bit of left arm with Paul Walter. He's got the occasional spin of Dan Lawrence, and he's trying some unconventional fielding positions, trying to make something happen.
Walter in his 3rd over bowls, and this is played by Libby very comfortably. Deep square leg for a single. Goes without saying, Essex has got to get Libby out relatively soon. I mean, if he bats for another 20 overs, I can't envisage Worcestershire going to have too many problems. It's such a big wicket. 63 for 1. Michael, thanks for getting back to us saying, and of course I should have twigged actually you were talking about Sam Cook from earlier, because Sam Cook was upset by an umpiring decision which was a very marginal LBW shot, and it inspired him this morning for that 3-wicket burst. So you're saying that you want the umpire to make a similar call to get him going when he comes back on, which is quite a good shout. And there's a delivery which is one that bounces quite considerably from which is a bit of a surprise in itself in this game, but from Walter, effort ball, but it's left alone by Fell. 63 for 1.
Yeah, there's a danger in getting somebody too fired up as well, isn't there? That's the other thing. Brearley must have, Brearley had a knack, they say, with Botham and Willis of getting them into just exactly the right zone. But I've seen many bowlers get so pumped that they lose it altogether.
Absolutely. There's Walter bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and there's no run. Of course, there's always how they react on the field when batsmen might try and wind them up, and things that are said that might not be appreciated. So Tony Gregg had his way of doing it. He liked to stick in his own 4s. You remember that?
Yeah.
In Australia to wind up Dennis Lilly.
Yeah.
So the umpire having to do it.
I know in that series where all the players were away with Packer, I think it was 78-9.
Yes.
Jeff Boycott
Yes.
wound up.
This is played up and towards mid-on, there's no run.
Derek Randall wound up the Aussie seamers, particularly Rodney Hogg, I think, by constantly, when he was non-striker, constantly going over and remarking the crease with his bat and just saying something like, you know, just want to make sure umpire can see if you bowl a no ball on you, that kind of thing. What's it got to do with you? Get away, nothing to do with you. Oh, we've got him going now.
63 for 1. It's Walter from the New Road End. Bowls that's too far outside the off stump to interest Honfeld, who's batting well again on 14. Missed out at Chelmsford, out very quickly there, but he's played well in both innings here. Just has to, really, it's all to do with how many balls he's faced. He's faced 51 so far, and Worcestershire would like him to double that at least.
I've played with one or two batsmen in league cricket who would hit the ball and say that's 4 or something like that to wind the bowler up. Or you can't bowl there to me, that's 4 bang. You know, well, that's very upsetting.
Walter bowls. Oh, another good delivery, another block hole delivery. Squeezed out for a single, but that's the second one of those he's exercising as many overs, Walter. He puts his hands to his face, but again, in each of these overs, each of these 3 overs, he's bowled one dangerous potential wicket-taking delivery. Tom Wester gives him a little pat on the back to acknowledge that. Well negotiated.
Yeah, really well played actually, wasn't it? Yeah. Dug out, confident.
He got a single. 64 for 1.
Yeah. Tom fell 15. He's faced 52 balls. Libby 21. He's faced 62 balls. Just the one man out since lunch. 43 overs minimum remaining in the day. We'll have another 11 of those before tea. I think tea will be 32 as usual.
Yeah,
this last day. So yeah, it's Worcestershire really the more satisfied with the afternoon session so far. But to use Geoffrey Boycott's idea, always add 2 wickets on and see where that leaves you, and you get a more realistic kind of appraisal of the situation. If you add 2 wickets onto this and it's 64 for 3, then it suddenly looks very different. Even then, 7 wickets in the last session, you'd say is a big ask. Dan Lawrence has got a helmet now in that leg slip position. Probably just gives him the luxury to go a step or 2 closer, because that one did drop short. We've got 3 men in a little semicircle on the leg side behind Jake Libby. Short forward square, short backward square, leg slip and a conventional slip as Harmer bowls, and this one's pushed away on the onside by Fell, in fact, not Libby. Yeah, you could do with a pack of cards there, couldn't they? You could deal one to each of that little group without having to push them too far across the table. That's how close they all are. In comes Harmer. Beats the bat with that one, no run. Just 1 wicket down in the Worcestershire follow-on, still the case here. They followed on 197 behind after losing 5 wickets this morning for 62 to be bowled out for 364. But Darryl Mitchell, the only man to go so far, he was out shouldering arms to Sam Cook for 20. That was 24 for 1, but at the moment 40 added since then for the second wicket by Tom Fell, who's on 15, and Jake Libby, who's on 21. Worcestershire, with 42 overs left in the day, are 64 for 1. And Harmer continues and bowls to Fell, who again goes in behind this and really lets the ball come and plays it very, very late, very nicely negotiated. And those 3 crouch down again on the leg side, just hoping they can pick up a little catch, a little bat pad. That one just turns down the leg side. No need for Fell to worry too much about that one. If Harmer doesn't get his length, his line absolutely right, he's getting so much turn that it can just drift away. That's where he might just get success with one that doesn't turn or just drifts on. Bowls this one to Fell, pushes out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. 64 for 1. I've told this story before, but I remember going to a coaching seminar at Lord's, and Fred Titmus did a little session on off-spin when he was working in the indoor school there, when he was working with the MCC young cricketers. And he said, and this is generally, he said, and all the coaches were gathered at the end of the net, and he had an empty net, no batsman in it. And he said, and generally this was my stop ball, and he just took his little 3-pace run up and bowled a little off spinner, and it went down the net, and it passed by the off stump and went into the net. And one of the coaches, who I thought was a bit of a wag, said, well, that didn't turn. And Fred Titmus turned to all of us. I'll just break off as Walter bowls this ball.
Walter coming in from the New Road end bowls, and that's driven sweetly past Brown at cover for probably 2. It's been chased round the back of the point boundary, and it will be with a bit of a relay effort prevented from going for 4, with Tender Scarter getting across there and saving a couple of runs. So 64 for 1, Libby 21.
And Titmus turned to all of us and he said, I got 1,000 first-class wickets, he said. 900 of them didn't turn, he said. But the batsmen thought they might, he said.
For a very long period of time, starting with 1940s, I think. 66 for 1. Walter bowls, and that's all. There's a stifle chart for LBW, but that's not going to be out.
Yeah, Test cricket, county cricket in 5 decades, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he played the game in about 82.
Yeah.
But he said, wasn't in that Middlesex side we just mentioned,
no.
I think, because Evans and Embryo.
Yeah. But 900 didn't turn, but they thought they might, and I thought that was a really telling point and a very good lesson for all young bowlers and batsmen, really.
66 for 1, Libby 23. Remaining an obstacle as Walter bowls to him, but that one just pops a little bit. He takes one hand off the bat and just plays it into the gap at square leg. There is a deep square down Lawrence coming in. It actually got 4 men on the boundary. There must be a reason for that. It feels like about 1, 2, maybe at least 1 too many, but because there's no real issue with runs here anyway. Just a little observation. Slip and a gully. There's a mid-on, the only man saving one on the leg side, a mid-off and a cover. And of course 4 men on the boundary, as we mentioned. 67 for 1, and here is a sweet drive for 4 through the covers. Lovely shot there from Tom Fell. He played some crackers in the first innings, and there Walter's slightly over pitch. He was going for the Yorker again, understandably, but this time it turned into a half volley and beautifully put away by Fell for 4, just wide of cover, up to the boundary in front of the scoreboard. 71 for 1, and Fell to 19, and Worcestershire in relatively calm waters.
Just going back to my Fred Titmus story, I'll qualify that. I've got my numbers wrong, but I just checked. But in fact, get your head around this: 2,830 first-class wickets.
Yes, Walter bowled. Oh, that's a good one. And that's a cracker. It's an appeal for caught behind, but I tell you what, it's the one big ball of the over again. That was a cracker. He just dug it in slightly, and it fizzed sort of shoulder high past Fell, who kept his bat just out of the way of it. Essex were hoping there was going to be a faint edge, but well bowled Paul Walter. If we can get this ratio of 1 every 6 balls up to 2 or 3, he's going to be a very dangerous customer indeed. A couple of great Yorkers in the previous 2 overs, and an excellent delivery there. 71 for 1. He bowls again, and that's well pitched up, but Fell comes forward and plays it defensively back down the pitch. But Essex now do need a wicket quite quickly. There are 41 left. Fell 19, Libby 24, 71 for 1.
Yeah, just to clear up Fred Titmus, it's phenomenal, isn't it, to actually look at that figure. 2,830 first-class wickets, and that story we were saying about being, he was prevailed upon to play by Middlesex captain Mike Brearley against Surrey in 1982, and the gamble paid off. He took 3 for 43 on a pitch-taking spin. He thus became one of the very few men to have played first-class cricket in 5 decades, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Absolutely remarkable. Wonderful, wonderful man, and a key man in my childhood cricket memories. Always the England off-spinner at that time. As another great off-spinner comes in, Simon Harmer, and bowls to Jake Libby, who pushes out into the offside. It's a very different game there, but the actual skill of holding a ball and spinning it with your fingers is no different. As Harmer comes in, bowls, and Libby pushes this one on the onside. Different in the sense that Titmus never bowled a doosra, I suppose, or anything like that. Probably didn't try and spin the ball the other way from the front of his hand, as off-spinners have managed to do in recent years. Harmer bowls to Libby, who pushes out on the offside, fielded by Snater in the covers. They take a single, 72 for 1. Libby goes to 25, but the conventional off break, such as we see Simon Harmer use, and the variations that go with it, the arm ball, the one that's pushed through a little bit quicker, they haven't changed much since Titmus's day. Harmer is in and bowls, and back goes Fell to one that is pushed through, and it skids past the outside edge and is taken by wicketkeeper Wheater. Lovely piece of bowling. He is a man on top of his craft at the moment, Simon Harmer, there's no question about that. He's in again now and bowls to Fell, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Intriguing stuff. There's one more thing I was just going to check about stats with Titmus, because there's one that just fascinates me, and I hope people will forgive my fascination with it. As Harmer bowls, and that's steered down to slip. End of the over, no run, 72 for 1. And here we go, this is the figure I wanted. So he took 2,830 first class wickets. Balls bowled in first class cricket, Fred Titmus, 173,450. You just can't imagine it, can you? Extraordinary.
And he was even the subject of I can't give the full title out, but by an indie band called Half Man, Half Biscuit.
Yeah, that's right.
Mentioned him by name.
And he had 3 toes cut off in a boat accident.
Oh, of course, yes. 72 for 1. Stephen in Hockley, talking of Middlesex in 77, wasn't that the year that Middlesex played a home game at Chelmsford against Somerset, and that was because they were struggling to get the boards ready for the Gillette Cup final, and this game looks destined for a draw. Thank you, Stephen. Of course, Essex, a couple of years ago, played a home game at the Oval in the T20. Here's Walter coming into bowl, and that's driven, just played away nicely through to backward point for a single. Steered and controlled shot there. And Libby continues to be a very reassuring presence from a Worcestershire point of view, and this is a stand that is at the moment saving the game. Libby to 26 with that little steer down to the backward point. Walton's bowled 4 overs for 14, this is his 5th over, and in each of the 4 he's bowled 1 potential wicket-taking delivery. But can he turn potential into reality? 73 for 1. He bowls to Fell with a slip and a gully, and that's a good one. That's a good one. Will there be a second one in this over? That again, a delivery that pitched roundabout off stump with a natural angle for the left armour. It just got a bit of bounce, and he had to make sure he kept his bat inside the line. Fell 73 for 1.
Notts played Lancashire here last year in the Bob Willis Trophy because of COVID and their grounds being used by internationals and so on, and it threw up a tremendous quiz question when Ben Slater, who was at the time on loan from Derbyshire to Notts, made 100.
As here is Walter bowling, and that one's too far outside the off stump and left alone by Fell, and there's no run.
And the quiz question, which won't really work for a few years, but sometimes someone will say, which Derbyshire batsman playing for Notts made 100 against Lancashire at Worcester? And you'd have to know that A, we had COVID conditions, and B, we had a loan system, and probably C, to know that it was Ben Slater to get that right.
Walter again bowls this again too far outside off stump to worry Fell. He'll leave those all day long. He stays on 19. 73 for 1 on BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester on this final afternoon at New Road. Intriguing final day. Just about half an hour to go till tea. We're also on target for a 6 o'clock finish. There's 39 overs in a day left. We may well finish before 6 o'clock if not many more wickets.
Yeah.
Here is Walter again. Up to the wicket, bowls. It's outside the off stump and left alone. And Gary Butler in touch with a question for both of us. Mine I'm almost going to pass on, but yours, Frank, is while the target figure isn't hugely important, surely if Worcestershire were to get to it, i.e. the 197 to avoid the follow-on, it takes a further 10 minutes out of the game to Worcestershire's advantage. That's a fair point, but I don't think they will get to it. Also, do you know why Wayne Parnell, who we've been talking about, was released when 2 overseas players are now allowed in the Championship? He went after this delivery from Walter, and that's played off the back foot. Good looking shot out towards the backward point boundary, but there is a man back there. 10 discarding as 1 to a total. But these two are pretty comfortable, it has to be said. The stand, I think, will tick up to 50. 50 for the second wicket unbroken. Fell 20, Libby 26. Essex has got to make something happen here quickly. Otherwise they're going to be fifth in the table this evening, but they've still got 3 games left to chance and won't be unduly worried. 74 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of why Wayne Parnell, I think it came to the end of his contract and why he wasn't offered another one. It could have been financial, it could have been to do with his domestic situation, who knows, it could have been when he wanted to be available. I have no idea of the ins and outs and the details of it, and I think that's as it should be. I don't think contract negotiations should be made public really to journalists or to fans or whatever. I think, you know, a decision was made and he's no longer here, and he's then looked at other options and ended up at Northampton, but I don't know the circumstances. Here's Harmer from the Diglis end. He bowls to Fell, who goes back and pushes back up the pitch, and there's no run. But he's a good cricketer, and I know he was popular when he was here because he was so influential in all forms of the game. He's a pugnacious cricketer, Wayne Parnell, likes to make things happen. Harmer bowls to him, to Fell, pushed out on the onside. Did have 1 or 2 fitness issues, to be fair.
Well, he's having tea at Headingley, as they all are at the moment, with match delayed by rain, 14 to win, the last Northants pair together, and he's one of them.
74 for 1 here. Harmer in, bowls to Fell, he pushes out on the offside, and there's no run, so I think it'll be 6 overs after this one before tea. And yeah, tea will be just about spot on at 20 to 4, I would have thought. As Harmer is in again and bowls to Fell, he pushes out on the onside again.
And the question for me, I almost say the same thing you said, Frank, actually, which we'll come on to after this ball. Shane Snater is a Dutch international. How did he qualify as a non-overseas player, as clearly Harmer and Siddle are overseas?
Comes Harmer again now, bowls, and that'll push through a little bit quicker, and on the back foot this time Fell plays solidly and defensively out on the offside.
And I would imagine the answer there, Gary, is that if he'd been resident in the UK, which he would have been, that would give him specific residence rights as a former EU national.
Harmer bowls to Fell, who pushes up to Walter at mid-wicket. Walter then throws the ball away, takes his sweater off because he's going to continue to bowl from the new road end and look to produce more than one wonder ball over. He's made 1 ball each over he's bowled do something unusual, 1 or 2 have climbed quite steeply, which they're entitled to do given they're being delivered from about 9 feet in the air, given Walter's height. He's got a bit more bounce than anybody else over the pitch, but it just tends to be 1 ball over that's discomforted the batsman. 74 for 1 with him coming back on.
Actually, the current EU national, not 4-1 as a Dutch national, but 74 for 1. Yes, I think that might be something to do with it. There's probably somebody down there who knows the answer, who's standing by the boundary rope, and that's Andy McGrath, the Essex coach. So he'll know who qualifies and who doesn't, and what the ins and outs are, because there must be something that the coaches have to be aware of these rule changes, as Walter continues what's quite a long spell now, and has played off the back foot out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. We've not seen much of Siddle at all. Just see how many overs he's actually bowled. 74 for 1, Fell 20 and Libby 26, a single there.
Bowled 25 in the first innings.
Yes, not many in the second. Came off 3. Yeah, no, he's surprising. 75 for 1. I wonder why. This is the 30th over. He's bowled 3 of them. And this is steered away, nice drop. That's gone between back foot point and third man for 4. He's actually been trying to find that gap for a while. In fact, both batsmen have. They tend to hit it straight to back foot point, but he just played that a bit later. Fell, and that was the key thing, just playing it a little bit later and getting it through for 4 runs. So that has done the trick as far as he's concerned. And runs don't particularly matter, but if you do find the boundary occasionally, it just sort of keeps your momentum going, I guess, and to be pleased with that shot. He's playing very well for the second time in the match. He's gone to 24 at 79 for 1. Walter bowls to him, and it's outside the off stump and left alone by Weeter. So the next thing to do is identify that Petersil's on the field. He is a mid-on. But I must admit that just a thought that suddenly occurred. that the Australians only bowled 3 of the 30 overs to this point. And so I wonder whether there might be a slight issue there. Essex, well, they'd like to rest Cook, but I don't think they can for Trent Bridge. 79 for 1 as Walter bowls, and this is played away off the back foot for a single out towards deep mid-wicket, goes up to 80 for 1. Of course, maybe they don't. They weren't thinking about resting, but of course Porter was in the squad for this game, but has been left out. And you would have thought with both these two sides playing back-to-back games and no rest right the way through April and May, that there would want to be some rotation. But he's so important to Essex at the moment that can't really afford to lose his services even for a short time. 80 for 1. And here is Siddle. Well, rather Walter, to bowl from the New Road end in the good sunshine at the moment, and that one played away out towards deep square leg. They've got another single, getting a lot of runs in that over. Out towards Dan Lawrence, and one more goes for a total 81 for 1. But it's just the feature of the current situation, I think, is generally unhurried progress. Two batsmen looking comfortable, not a lot happening for Essex. It's really like it should be, to be honest, because it's an awfully big ask to get aside 15 wickets on this pitch in one day, the way it's been playing. So no real surprise as Walter bowls. This is pulled with some menace, but again out for a single to deep square leg once again for the umpteenth time it seems. And just for once in that over from Walter, there wasn't really the wicket taking delivery, and I wonder whether there may be a change from the New Road end. But Wesley he's starting to run out of time here. They've got to get another wicket before tea, ideally 2, but at least 1. And Fell 26, Libby 28, it's 82 for 1, Worcestershire. They followed on 197 behind, and there were 37 overs minimum left in the day.
Yeah, Fell's looked pretty untroubled, hasn't he? There's a couple of shouts for OW, but I think we were pretty happy when we saw the replay that they were going down. 82 for 1, I think. It's the slowness of the pitch which has caused the problems for the bowlers in the sense of penetration from both sides, really. We've seen those little bursts of wickets where Harmer picked up 3 before lunch yesterday, and then we saw a lovely little spell from Sam Cook this morning when he picked up 3 in quick succession, 3 big wickets, and really he brought about the follow-on with that little spell. But generally speaking, it's the slowness of the pitch which has meant penetration is difficult, and even when the ball, particularly from Harmer, has turned, as he comes around the wicket now, it's turned slowly, and the batsmen have been able to play it off the back foot and watch it very carefully. It's done very little sideways for the seamers, and at the same time it hasn't been easy, as Alistair Cook said on the very first day, it hasn't been easy to score quickly. Nobody has really. Harmer bowls and Fell defends out on the onside. Really, nobody scored particularly quickly at any stage. Dan Lawrence on the first evening came in and made it look a little bit easier, and then of course there was a bit of a biff at the end of the first Essex innings. But generally it's been pretty much attritional stuff. Pushed away on the onside again by Fell. 82 for 1.
Yes, it's been a good session for Worcestershire, hasn't it?
Well, so far, yeah.
And actually, since that last wicket partnership, that was important, I think.
Yeah. Fell turns this from Harmer on the leg side. He'll take 1, he'll come back for 2 as it's pursued back by Lawrence from leg slip. Yeah, the last wicket partnership that Nick is referring to was that between Pennington and Morris for Worcestershire, and they added 30 runs, but they added them in 14 overs, and it was the 14 overs that were particularly crucial. As Harmer comes in and bowls, and Fell turns this on the leg side again and no run. Because had they not done that, had they been out at 4 overs, that would have been an extra 10 overs in the pre-lunch session, when it was a little bit nervy. Having said that, even given that, you would hope on this pitch that it's just too much to ask for to take that many wickets in that length of time. If Fell gets another run, in fact if he gets another 2, he steers this one down to 3rd man, and it's pursued by Sam Cook, who looked a bit tired as he threw that in. Been flogging away on here, bowled really well, it must be said. Anyway, they got to end of the over, fell 30, he's faced 85 balls, Libby 28, he's faced 71 balls, 4 overs remaining till tea, 86 for 1.
And thank you to Pete for your email, making a few points there, so we'll try and get through the bulk of that in the course of this over. And if you would like to get in contact on email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Nick Ledger here and Frank Watson on the final afternoon here at New Worcester on BBC Essex and BBC Hereford Worcester. It looks like a draw, but maybe Dan Lawrence can make something happen. I'm not surprised that Paul Walter's been taken off. Still wondering what's happened to Peter Siddle. But let's see Dan Lawrence as they look to try and just get a couple more overs in before. Well, actually, see if they can bowl the extra over, I suppose, before we get to the tea break.
Yeah.
But they're starting to run out of time. I mean, if to be honest, if Worcestershire lose no more than 1 wicket before 5 o'clock, even 2, I'm sure it really ought to be called off then. So men around the bat, and here's one that is off the pad of Libby and goes into short leg and no run. But Libby, well, he's been a constant presence as far as Essex is concerned, so it seems. That monumental innings at Chelmsford over 2 days. He doesn't want to give his wicket away again, and he did slightly in the first innings here. Lawrence bowls to him, and that's just played away out to square leg, and there's no run. So Pete says thanks for bringing the game into his lounge. So you've been an Essex supporter since your dad, also a lifelong member, used to take you and your twin brother around all the Essex outgrounds, and there's so many of them out there.
Yeah, with Dickie, I'm not trying to throw a blanket on that, but Dickie went through a lot of them the other day. Lots of correspondence.
Right.
Great fun talking about it.
Yeah, so played off the back foot up towards City Mid-on, there's no run.
The only one I'd been to, other than Chelmsford, is Castle Park, where I remember a really good game in the 88 season.
Yes.
Or 89.
And yes, you remember Gordon Barker and Mickey Bear opening the Essex batting, and this is played off the back foot and there's no run. I think both they and Tom Taylor, you referred to, were playing in that 66 match with D'Oliveira and Tom Graveney, where they had that huge partnership that we were talking about. And you fan particularly of Barker's batting. So yes, we did mention that game earlier on. That's played away off the back foot out towards backward point, and there's no run. But certainly Taylor was playing and Barker was playing in that game where there was a huge partnership between D'Oliveira and Tom Graveney. The other point you make, which we'll come on to, is about Ravi Bopara, and try and get onto that perhaps during the next over. As Lawrence bowls and get off the back foot. Nice forcing shot for 4 runs through extra cover. Went onto the back foot there, Libby, just always a bit shorter. And has put it away, and really Essex now needs some inspiration. It looks as though they're going to go into that Notts game in 5th place in the group. They won't be worried, still 3 games for Chelmsford. But they'll be thinking to themselves, it wasn't like this in Division 1, it was much easier. And all credit to Worcestershire and indeed Warwickshire last week for the way they played. 90 for 1, and of course Durham gave them a problem for a time. Fell 30 and Libby 32.
A kick of the ground from Dan Lawrence there is a bit fed up at the end of the over, having bowled 5 decent deliveries. Ended up bowling a loose one and giving away that easy boundary to Jake Libby at the end of the over. Here's Simon Harmer into bowl to Fell, who smothers that one. Plays down on the offside, there's no run, 90 for 1.
So what's happened to Ravi Bopara is basically, you said you saw the last game for Essex against Hampshire at the Aegeus. So basically Ravi joined Sussex on a white ball contract last year, and of course there was no 50 over cricket, just 20 overs.
Here's Harmer again. Over the wicket from the dig centre, Fell, who's in behind that, plays solidly out.
And
on the offside, no run.
Basically he had, I'm afraid, a very, very disappointing T20 last year for Sussex. It was a little bit sad to see, actually. Although him getting out was good news for Essex, it was sad to see him fail twice cheaply.
Harmer again, fires this one through, but good judgment from Fell, read the line well, read the fact that that one had been pushed through and wasn't going to turn, and just let it go through. Don't want to put the knockers on him, but at the moment Tom Fell is playing Harmer really well.
Both are.
Ian Harmer, he's in, he bowls, and Fell is back and plays that down into the ground with such soft hands that it trickles down and only just reaches the feet of Adam Weeds, the wicketkeeper.
So he's not been involved in the IPL. He wouldn't be playing for Sussex now because he wouldn't be playing Championship cricket for them anyway. But one anticipates we'll see him in the white ball in the T20 in June.
Harmer bowls, this one quicker, does turn down the leg side, Fell lets it go, taken by Wheater. One ball left in the area, 90 for 1.
So if he isn't turning up, then we will be looking, I'll certainly be trying to find out what's happened. But yes, so Raleigh didn't have a very good year last year with Sussex.
Harmer in again, bowls, Fell turns this on the leg side, going to get runs, might even get 4 of them. Just fizzed away down to that very short fine leg boundary, he does get 4. So a boundary off the left ball of the over for the second over in succession. Fell moves to 34, 94 for 1. Worcestershire Libby has 32, and I'm not complaining about this because I love the interaction from the Essex supporters on the BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com email account. If you're a Worcestershire listener and you're thinking there's a lot of Essex chat here, let's talk a bit more about Worcestershire, well, get in touch and we will do. Lovely to hear before from Mike about the ground at Dudley and that kind of thing. I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter if you would like to get in touch, or you could do it via the BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com email account, even if you want to talk about matters Worcestershire, and even better if you could talk about matters Worcestershire and Essex, maybe a game you remember between the two teams, as we heard about before from one of our email correspondents. Great stuff.
So it's going to be Lawrence. Will they cram in 3 more overs to go before tea perhaps? They only need to bowl 2 to be up with the rate, but 34 overs left in Madeus. He's want to bowl as many as possible. He desperately need a wicket here. We've got a City mid-on in now as this is played off the back foot for 4. Good shot by Libby. Very similar to the boundary off Lawrence in the previous over. It's a bit short, dragged down, and he's just put it away with consummate ease. And Essex aren't going to see the back of Libby, so it seems. Another 4, and he's gone to 36, 98 for 1. Sheikh Libby really has been tremendous in these 2 matches. Just made that one mistake with that cut shot against Harmer in that first innings. But he's gone to 36, and it's 98 for 1. As this next delivery just played round the corner and goes to Simon Harmer at leg gully. Don't think there was any bat involved in that. He didn't gather it cleanly. 98 for 1.
Worcestershire still going strong with this second wicket partnership between Tom Fell and Jake Libby. The pair came together at 24 for 1 when Darryl Mitchell was out for 20, but since then they've taken the score on to 98. We're on the brink of tea. A draw is looking increasingly likely as these two negotiate the Essex attack without too many troubles in this afternoon session. Fell is on 34, Libby is on 36. 33 overs left in the day after this. Worcestershire 98 for 1.
And you didn't miss anything off the delivery we didn't describe. It went through to the keeper, and this one has just been struck up to short mid-on.
I'm told via Twitter, Nick, we've got a horrible echo on our sound on the stream. Unfortunately, beyond our control, I'm afraid the sound on the stream is taken from us, but we have no control over it. Sorry about that.
Cuts away with the back foot. Good shot. That's going down to the 3rd man boundary and will just not quite be cut off by Peter Siddle, who hasn't been bowling much, but he gave that a good chase, but didn't quite manage to haul it in, I don't think. So yeah, Worcestershire in very calm waters now, and they'll be delighted to go in at tea just 1 down, which is looking to be the most likely scenario at this point, as they've taken the score now up to 100 for 1. This one just pushed defensively back down the pitch, and there's no one. You might just have saved that then, Peter Siddle, because it was 98 before. So, but runs don't really matter, which is why it wasn't really regarded as too important. It's all to do with wickets, and there's only one of them in that relevant column. Fell 34 and Libby 38, and we might get 2 more overs before tea.
Yes, Steve Kirby has just said, you keep saying runs don't matter, but once they've wiped out the deficit, the game loses 2 overs and Essex need to bat again. I agree that survival is the batsman's prime aim, but runs will be important as well. Well, I don't think we'll get to that point, Steve. So,
I still don't think. I do take the point that if we got to a really tight, someone's going to have to play a cameo where they're quite aggressive. It's interesting. It's possible, but unlikely.
I don't think it'll happen. And as I say, about the echo, Mark Smith and Yvette Walters, apologies, but we have no control over the sound on the stream. Even though it's us, we don't have any equipment that can control the sound on the stream. So that is the problem there. That first one from Harmer was just played defensively by Fell, and this one is played defensively too. He goes back. There's some interest in an appeal, but I think it hit him on the pad, probably outside the line. Can't particularly tell the line from here. I need to wait and look at the somewhat delayed stream in order to do that. Just looking at that now, yeah, hit him outside the line. I think this one's turned on the leg side by Fell. There's quite a bit of excitement every ball with all those close fielders, but as yet, no penetration from Harmer in this innings. He's in his 13th over, no wicket for 21, 100 for 1 the score. He's in from the Diglis end, he bowls, and Fell is very solidly forward to this one. Blocks it out on the offside.
Just going to check something briefly, Frank. We'll be back with you in a moment.
So Fell 34 not out, he's faced 95 balls. Libby 38 not out, he's faced 83 balls. The one man out in this session, Mitchell, who was bowled shouldering arms to Sam Cook for 20. This one is turned on the leg side by Fell off Harmer. There's no run. This morning we saw Worcestershire add 62 to their overnight 302 for 5-2. We bowled out for 364, a deficit of 197. And in that follow-on, as we say, as Fell clips this one off his pads, and it bounces off Tenderscarter at short leg. They don't take any runs. It's the end of the over from Harmer. We're going to get one more in before tea, I think. Harmer 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 21. Lawrence 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. The other bowler being used at the moment, it's 100 for 1.
Back on at Headingley, Northampton need 9 to win. I was just doing a check actually on the sound that's coming out via the BBC Sport app, which is fine. So one suggestion might be that if you find us via the BBC Sport app, go to the cricket page and the commentaries, and you'll find the commentary there. Then if there's a problem with the stream sound, you'll be able to hear us loud and clear via the BBC Sport app, and then if you're watching on the stream, hopefully you'll be able to combine the two. Here is Lawrence to bowl, and that's just a push forward by Libby into the offside, and this probably will be the last over before tea. 100 for 1.
That's a perfect solution, provided that the Sports app and the stream are linked.
That's really snap.
In terms of timing.
It depends on what you want in terms of sound quality, I suppose. But it's just a suggestion. That's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. But that's the best we can offer, is to say, Frank, we haven't got
Sounds okay now, Yvette says. Thank you.
Didn't have to worry about that then.
And Andy says no sign of any echo on our stream, so great. Everybody's happy.
Good. Right, we've got 3 round the bat, and we've got a silly mid on, and that's played defensively up towards mid wicket, and there's no run. And it's cloudy. There's less blue sky than at any point, but I think Essex are running out of time here. Here's Lawrence at 100 for 1. And that's played nicely up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, with the sort of slight increase in scoring, that 197 figure we will keep an eye on, but you would have thought that if these two stay together for a while after tea, the game will be called off with an hour to go, surely. As this is driven away nicely wide of mid-off, and this will go for 4, I think, yes. It went between deep cover and mid-off. Nice piece of timing by Libby, who I must admit is starting to score quite freely, so that 197 could be a potential point, but you can't see a scenario where they get to that, but the game isn't completely secure, Frank. You know what I mean? If they start losing wickets, it won't be a factor, because they'll have to score more slowly. That's what we don't think it'll be a factor. 104 for 1, Libby 42. So this is played defensively back down the pitch. I don't see a scenario where the scoreboard reads 194 for 2, and we're still playing I would hope not anyway.
Yeah.
104 for 1, Fell 34 and Libby 42.
I think we're going to get one more over before tea. It's not quite 3:40, is it? I think they're having a look at the clock. Yeah, I think you're right. I personally don't think it'll come to that, but we shall see. Thanks to those people that have told us about the stream, particularly Yvette Walters, Andy Nicholas, Steve Kirby. We do appreciate that. As Harmer comes in, even though we can't do anything about it, we can possibly alert people who can, and if we aren't told, we don't know. We do appreciate you telling us things like that, as long as you don't perhaps expect us to fix it instantly. That one's defended away on the onside. Here's Harmer again, round the wicket. He bowls to Fell, who turns this one again to mid-wicket, fielded by Paul Walter, and there's no run.
Michael, thanks for telling us that Fred Titmus also scored 20,000 runs, the 4-4 rounder to do so, and
yeah,
what a player he was.
Harmer in, bowls, and this one's tucked away on the onside again by Fell. Yeah, what a great player, and certainly I think the only contact I ever had personally with him was that coaching seminar that I went to, and he was just so lovely, such a gentleman. As Harmer comes in and bowls to Fell, he turns this one on the leg side, and he gets a single which takes him to 35, and the total is 105 for 1. He was even quite nice and gentlemanly when putting down the man who said, well, that one didn't turn. So I think that just shows he was a legend of the game, a true legend of the game. Harmer in, bowls to Libby this time, who pushes back up the pitch. Harmer looks pretty unimpressed, doesn't he, by everything out there at the moment.
No, he made a big contribution yesterday.
He's about to complete his 14th over. He's in, he bowls, Libby is back, pushes out on the offside. Harmer puts hands on head because it didn't bounce much. That is tea. Fell 35, Libby 42, 105 for 1 Worcestershire. So just one wicket going down in that afternoon session. Darryl Mitchell, who shouldered arms and was bowled by the impressive Sam Cook. Harmer 14 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 22, and at tea Worcestershire are 105 for 1 and looking in good shape to save this game.
And if you want to just hear a little bit more cricket commentary during the next few minutes, I would just tune now to the Yorkshire Northants game, because Northants need 4 to win with the last pair together, but make sure you rejoin us in 20 minutes.
Thank you for listening. We'll be back just before 4 o'clock.
Might come to us after that. Maybe whether they won't bother now because it's looking like a draw, isn't it?
Outside off stop. Not from somewhere. Gone back into his 260.
Who's doing Northants now?
Andrew Rudd
Andrew's back.
Free to win for a moment or two. It's back to 4.
had a couple of great trips there last year. Really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. Lovely working there.
Same cake as yesterday, that's fine.
Yeah, literally.
I love it. Essex has got the scoreboard less than 1 now.
Round the wicket.
That seemed very easy.
The drive to this one. He's got face on it away through the covers.
Yeah, he's protecting Sanderson.
Turned down. And back on the boundary. On near it.
I'm sure this will be done in 20 minutes, so we can get our listeners back. I thought I'd take a risk there and tune away.
Patterson in again from the Emerald stand end. Parnell this time just drops it into the offside to the sweeper out there.
We need 4.
Yeah.
To take another.
Why has he done that? He's taking a single off the first.
Number of runs then. Take a single off the second ball.
Oh, that's dark.
Changed in thinking. Batting got
All right. Absolutely.
That's
I
changed.
always hate talking about contracts, you know. You get those contract questions. Who should be playing?
Conceding the one, just a bit of boundary protection down the long leg with Olive Beer. Patterson switched over the wicket back to Harrison. Good delivery. Now, did he get it inside? Nick on that. They've gone for a streaky single. As Patterson thought,
single, presumably now. Have the strike at the start of the next over with one to win, unless he gets around.
2 points left in the over and Wayne Parnell back on strike. 218
Where's
for
the other
5.
commentator?
Never before has a match by 1 run. They've lost by 2
Yeah.
runs. On a couple of occasions, but they've never lost a match by 1 run.
Yeah, he's a real Northwest authority, isn't he? Anything you want to know about Northwest? Commentary dog somewhere.
Right now, back to the left. Not a single man on the boundary now. Even though there is about 20 metres in, still 2 slips away to come round the wicket to bowl the
Oh, we're just listening to it.
Stephen Patterson has
Got
got
Parnell.
caught behind by Johnny Tattersall.
Wow.
An unbelievable
Oh,
piece of
lap that group over.
remarkable game.
Well, they have lost the game by 1 run now,
And
Francis.
Northants have now lost a game
God.
for the first time in their history.
That's that
And
group done and
Worcestershire have
dusted.
taken it right down to the wire and have just their second ever.
I wanted Northwest to win it. Oh dear.
You know that job, yeah, you were just describing it, see? Strong on job. No, I agree with that. Nice that. I like that. Strong on job. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where we're about to begin the final session on the final day of this 4-day LV County Championship match between Worcestershire and Essex. The situation, if you're just joining us, is that Worcestershire are 105 for 1 in their second innings. That means they're still 92 runs behind Essex. They're following on, of course, and the men at the crease are Tom Fell and Jake Libby. Fell 35, Libby 42. It's just about batting for the rest of the day as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 30 overs minimum remaining in the day. We may well get more than that with the spinners operating, although we're going to see Sam Cook operating after tea from this New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Tom Fell. I'll pick this up if you don't mind.
I'm just
simply because I'm about to do an update as well for FM listeners.
Just going to say I'm slightly surprised he's bowling from this end, but after being so successful from the other.
Yeah, Sam Cook, who's probably been the most impressive seamer on either side, comes in now from the New Road end and bowls to Fell and gets him. First ball after tea. Fell LBW. Just looking at the replay, excellent move from Wesley, just slanted in, Fell leaning forward, just played out, well, just missed it basically, just slanted back in, past the inside edge, took him on the pad, looks a good shot, pretty straight, and a key wicket, just what Essex would have hoped for after tea, on the back leg I think Fell actually. Anyway, he's gone, played really well for his 35, but he's out. First ball after tea, LBW to the impressive Sam Cook, who picks up his 6th wicket of the match, and Worcestershire are 105 for 2.
Doesn't seem to matter what end he bowls. 7 overs and 1 ball, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. And what a performance from Sam Cook with 17 now for the season. He really is having a great time and thoroughly impressing on every time we see him. And could he produce a real wonder spell here to match, or maybe even better, what he did this morning, just to revive Essex hopes here. Really, it still looks like a draw, just a 1 wicket down, but we mentioned that Essex urgently needed a wicket before tea. They didn't get it. Now it's a question of whether Cook can build on his achievement there, and he's got Roderick to bowl at, and that he'll be aware perhaps of Roderick's poor form.
Worcestershire have just lost their 2nd wicket in their second innings to the first ball after the tea interval. Tom Fell LBW to the impressive Sam Cook, who's now taken 6 wickets in the game, both wickets to fall in this Worcestershire innings. Earlier he bowled Daryl Mitchell for 20. Jake Libby is still there on 42. He's been joined by Gareth Roderick, but Worcestershire, really with a minimum of 30 overs remaining in the day, have just got to bat out to earn a draw. They're 105 for 2. Not a great time to come in to the wicket if you're Gareth Roderick, who is struggling to get runs, struggling for form, and facing a man who is really bowling well. Sam Cook in bowls, and Roderick is very nicely forward to that, gets well forward and pushes out on the offside, but he'll be a nervous chap at the moment, Gareth Roderick, I think.
He will, and of course Jake Libby now becomes a prize wicket for Essex. I can't see Essex winning the game if Libby is batting through this session. If they can get rid of Libby fairly quickly, then it's a really different situation.
As Cook again moves in from the New Road end and bowls to Roderick, who's on the back foot this time, covering up nicely, plays up to mid-on, fielded there by Tom Wesley, who will be buoyed by that early tea success. They probably would have got together at tea and said, come on lads, we've got to get out there, if we can pick up a couple. And just what they wanted, right with the very first ball after tea, Fell goes. Played really well for his 35, I must say. Looked very good.
Yeah, 2 impressive knocks from him actually.
But he's gone, and Roderick has replaced him, and he waits now as Cook comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward to this one, pushing out on the onside, fielded by Nick Brown at mid-wicket.
It's a quick run through what's going on elsewhere. If you did follow our advice to switch to the Yorkshire Northants game, you'll know what happened. Yorkshire won by 1 run, and so Yorkshire and Lancashire have taken control of that Conference 3. Earlier results, wins for Middlesex and for Somerset rather, and for Lancashire.
As Cook is in again and bowls to Roderick, who pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And the one remaining game, Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, looks like a draw. Gloucestershire 135 for 3, still needing 213. But that draw will be enough to put Gloucestershire 6 points clear up top of Conference 2, which will delight their followers.
105 for 2 here. 29 overs left in the day after this. A minimum of 29 overs. It'll probably be more. As Cook bowls to Roderick, who pushes up to Brown at short mid-wicket. End of a wicket maiden for Sam Cook, who goes from strength to strength. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 6.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive figures following his 29 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 60 in the first innings. Head and shoulders the best seamer in this game, I would say. 105 for 2 Worcestershire.
Just have to question whether there's some issue with Peter Siddle. It's just 3 overs, I think, in the innings. Not what I was particularly expecting him to bowl after tea. It was logical that it would be Sam Cook and that it would be Harmer from the Diglis end, but so he's bowled very, very few overs in this innings, and that would be a concern for Essex if there is a problem going into the next match. So 4 round the bat for Harmer, Libby on strike on 42, and if Essex could get Libby, that would make it a different situation. Here he plays pleasantly enough to mid-on with good use of the feet, and there's no run. Just to underline Yorkshire and Lancashire's dominance of Conference 3, Lancashire 79, Yorkshire 73, and then a 25-point gap to Sussex, and it's looking pretty good for the 2 northern counties at the moment in that one. Harmer bowls, and Libby plays up towards mid-off, and there's no run, and it would be no surprise at all for Essex followers if it were to be Libby who ends up denying Essex in this game, as of course he did at Chelmsford. 105 for 2, and he just comes forward and plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It was a bit of a surprise when he played a rather rash cut at Harmer in the first innings and was bowled. Harmer will be hoping to induce some sort of similar error, but he's playing with a very straight bat on this occasion as he just pushes up off the front foot to Snater, coming in from cover, and there's no run. 105 for 2. 28 overs minimum after this. Realistically, it'll be a few more than that, particularly if Lawrence bowls. Harmer comes in, bowls, and it's driven back down the pitch, and Harmer, with a bit of footwork, prevents the ball going through to Siddle at mid-on. Siddle is on the field, but as I say, we've seen very little of him in this second innings. So Harmer again from the Diglis end, firing that one in. Libby just playing it late, running it down along the ground into the close field, picked up at slip. Libby 42, Roderick no score, 105 for 2, 28 overs minimum left in the game.
Just had my cake for tea, Nick, did you?
Yes, I was just noticing that you were otherwise engaged there. I've been having a battle with the coffee machine because I managed to sort of suspend its use yesterday and came up to use it today. And I found it was in that state, and then it was repaired for you. Which, if we'd only done that yesterday, you'd have had a cup of tea yesterday at tea time.
We can't blame you. I appreciate it as a.
It's obviously got a little technical fault where if you push the wrong button a couple of times, but it's very nice to have a tea and coffee machine in the press box here.
Here's Sam Cook from the New Road end. He's coming in to bowl to Gareth Roderick, who's forward to this, pushing out on the offside. No run. Yeah, I appreciate you as a professional colleague not asking me an awkward question while I have a mouthful of cake.
No, that has been done in the past, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been done. Dave Bradley would have done it, that's for sure. 105 for 2. Libby on 42, the non-strike. Gareth Roderick yet to get off the mark. Be a nervous man until he does. Having got a naught in the first innings, nobody likes a pair. In comes Cook and bowls to Roderick, and he drives this back towards the bowl. I think it was in the air for a while. I'm just going to watch the replay. There are a few arms thrown skywards as though there was something of interest on that one. Yeah, indeed. In fact, it was a drop catch. It was a dropped, caught and bowled, I think.
Sharp chance.
Yeah, I'm going to have another
Cook's
look.
made today, if that's the case.
Roderick, he may well have bagged him if that had been taken. He's cooking. He just bought. Yeah, it was a drop catch.
Not the way you want to get out if you're for a pair, is it? A caught and bowled.
Well, I don't think there's any way you want to get out.
That's
It's Cook who bowls to Roderick, and he looks to steer this one away on the offside. Doesn't really time it. Pressure building all the time. 105 for 2.
And Andrew Radd, who's our colleague covering Northants, mentioned that Northants had never lost by a single run at all in their entire history, so that was a first. But
he said it, didn't he, when they needed 2 runs to win?
But
so
a huge disappointment for Northants, who won their previous game, and it really is difficult now for the other 4 sides in that group.
Yeah, Wayne Parnell nearly the hero. In comes Cook, bowls again to Roderick, who's very solidly forward. What Gareth Roderick's really got to contend with here is that the pressure to get himself off the mark and off a pair has got to be reined in, and he's just got to say to himself, stay calm, play each ball on its merits. In a minute you'll get a bad one and you'll be able to put it away, but until then don't try and force it. And Sam Cook asking the questions. He's bowling really well. In now, 5th ball of his 9th over. He bowls and Roderick is forward, and again he can't get off the mark. Pushes out square on the offside. Snater the fielder. Roderick's faced 9 balls so far. Almost caught and bowled off one of them. Just got to stay calm, stay patient. He's an experienced enough cricketer.
Yes.
It's not like he's a schoolboy coming out there.
He would have helped Gloucester, of course, in their promotion season 2019. Of course, they weren't able to realise that promotion in 2020. Still, may never get to do it, depending on whether we keep the conference system.
In comes Cook and bowls, and Roderick pushes up to mid-off. Fielded by Dan Lawrence. No run. End of the over. 105 for 2. Roderick not yet off the mark. Libby has 42.
Don't have his 2019 stats to hand, but I bet they're a lot better than his 2020 stats when he only averaged 16.8 with the bat. I seem to remember him as quite a consistent scorer for Gloucestershire when they were one of 3 sides to be promoted in the 2019 season. Lancashire ran away with that division, and Northants and Gloucestershire, of course, were famously playing each other in the last round, and there was a sort of a bit of rain on the last day. The umpires agreed to call it off, and there was a big joint celebration for 2 of the less fancy counties making it into Division 1. But of course they've yet to have a chance to play in the division, and my own hunch, and I've got a feeling that as long as the 100 stays, conference cricket will stay. We'll see if that's borne out, but only time will tell. So it's going to be Harmer from the Diglis end, with a very interesting field, which I'll describe after this ball, which is played away by Libby into the covers, and he gets a single. And that was a good place to play it by Libby, because virtually all the fielders are on the leg side, apart from that one man, Shane Snater, at cover point. The field hasn't changed, and I wouldn't expect it to for Roderick, which is a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a silly mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a conventional mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a cover. Quite a lot of men round the back of the leg side. We haven't seen a field like this since 1932-3 in Australia. 106 for 2. Here is Harmer. Oh, that's onto the back foot here by Roderick and played up into the onside, and there's no run. I wonder whether the Worcestershire dressing room had a slight tremble when Libby took a single off the first ball. It is Harmer over, but we'll see if Harmer can exploit any nerves on Roderick's part, and Roderick goes back into his crease and plays up towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think we'd be in trouble if you start protecting them.
I know, you know what I mean, though. It's, they just wanted to get off the mark and get some confidence, I think, isn't it? As Harmer bowls to Roderick, he plays that pretty well, just gets right forward to it and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, it was Parnell who got out, wasn't it, I think, in the end in that Yorkshire Northants game. He was not bothering to protect his number 11. As this one from Harmer is played just up towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. But it's always good to have an exciting finish to one of these games. I don't think we're going to get one here, but who knows. Harmer bowls, and that's a useful delivery, which I think just comes off the pad and goes on the bounce into the ring of close fielders on the leg side, and there's no run. Called Wayne Parnell, formerly of Worcestershire, as we were mentioning earlier, was involved in that tense finish today, and indeed it was him. It was he who was out. I think there were 2 balls left in the over when he was caught by Tattersall off Patterson, and Yorkshire won by 1 run, leaving Sanderson 4 not out. But a classic finish, and Yorkshire with a bit of a come from behind victory in that game. 106 for 2, Roderick no score, and Libby 43.
Had a tweet from Jim Dale. I'm not sure how to respond to this one. I'll explain why as we go through this over. One option would be to ignore it completely. Bear with me, Jim. In comes Cook, who bowls from the New Road end, and Libby plays defensively on the offside. The reason for doing that would be because he runs a rival podcast to the one that Dave Bradley and I run. He runs a sort of alternative Worcestershire podcast. No, I'm only joking, Jim. I've listened to it. I think it's very good. I will respond to it as best I can. Jim says, we've had a few intriguing sessions at New Road, but when the best chance of taking wickets is scoreboard pressure, should we expect more from the surfaces? Question mark. As break off as Cook bowls to Libby, defends out on the offside. I know it's hard when the ground is 3 foot underwater every year, but they've not really been great so far. Yeah, can't disagree with that, Jim. And I have no answers whatsoever. It's a cricket ground. You want good cricket, and we haven't seen good cricket so far in the 2 games we've had. But the mitigating factors are huge and unavoidable. I don't know what the answer is. Whether the ground staff need to be given some assistance by way of grass growth, whether we could use hybrid pitches, a drop-in pitch, which is very expensive. I mean, I just don't know. Yeah. But I know they've done everything they possibly could. But there's no doubt that it's not made for great cricket by any means in the 2 games we've had here so far. Cook bowls, and Libby defends down on the onside. It's fielded by Brown. As you say, Jim, scoreboard pressure really is about the only real factor. We've seen, to be fair, this man, Sam Cook, bowl testing spells, but for the seamers generally it's been really hard work. Worcestershire bowled, well, I keep saying it, Worcestershire bowled really well in that Essex innings of 561 for 8. And when you see Simon Harmer, even he, as Cook bowls to Libby, who sways out of the way of a short one, through it goes. When you see Simon Harmer, comfortably the best spinner in the country, having bowled, well, what's he bowled in this innings? He's bowled 16 overs, no wicket for 23, and in the first innings he bowled 49 overs to get his 4 wickets. It's hard. It's hard for everybody, and I have no answers. I have no answers really. As Cook is in and bowls, and Libby pushes out on the offside, 106 for 2. And I know saying I have no answers is useless, but everybody here that is involved, from the ground staff to the coaching staff to the admin staff, I think, are scratching their heads and thinking, we know it's got to change, but we're not quite sure how to change.
I mean, at least Worcestershire is in a better position now than they have been in some recent seasons when there's been very wet early springs and they've had to consider playing at Kidderminster because they simply can't use the ground at all.
Cook in, bowls to Libby, and he works this one away on the onside. And that over just indicates it. Libby played all those deliveries with considerable ease because of the lack of pace in the surface. And it is a problem. The last day against Notts here was pretty dull for everybody, and from an Essex point of view, turning up this morning needing to take 15 wickets to win the game. They still could, I'm not saying they can't, it's not impossible, but it hasn't made for great cricket, and I suppose it's the one thing, the one plus about the fact that we haven't got spectators here.
Yes.
They haven't had to watch it. They can watch it if they want to on the stream, but they haven't had to. Anyway, I'm sorry, Jim, for a pretty non-answer.
Just the only other factor I would add is the fact that the grounds staff have got less time to work with because the season starts about 3 weeks earlier than it used to. I know Worcestershire didn't play in the first 2 rounds of games at home, but that is a factor. It used to be that they didn't have to unduly concern themselves until maybe around about this sort of time or a bit later, perhaps the first home game would come up. But of course, four rounds starting in April does put pressure on the ground. Starting to see it even affected Essex in terms of getting the sort of pitch they wanted for the first game of the season against Worcestershire as Harmer bowls, and this one just runs down off the pad of Roderick, who survives his 17th delivery without having troubled the scorers. And whether he's feeling the pressure or not, there's certainly a few men round the bat. Leg slip, 2 short legs, slip, silly mid on, short mid wicket. And in addition to that, we've got a conventional mid wicket, a mid off, and in fact a mid on, and a cover. Wesley just having a chat with Simon Harmer. 106 for 2, 24 overs minimum after this, more likely about 28. This is played defensively by Roderick into the onside, and there's no run. And I suppose if he's 0 off 100 balls, the dressing room will be satisfied that there may not be much personal pride for Roderick. He'd like to get a run, I'm sure, just to get his account up and running here as Harmer bowls, and he goes back into the crease and duly gets probably 2 runs. As that's played away, it'll be picked up just short of the square leg boundary, and Roderick comes back for a second. He goes to 2 from 19, and Worcestershire 108 for 2. And as I say, it's just about occupation of the crease, not letting Essex take too many wickets in a hurry. The shock of losing Tom fell to the very first delivery after the tea interval. And Harmer now coming in from the Diglis end, bowling and played defensively to short leg, and there's no end. Interesting that again it's Harmer who seems to have first call now. He's got the Diglis end, and Sam Cook bowling from the new red end. You suspect they'd both like to use the Diglis end. 108 for 2. Crowd of men round the bat as here. This is played by Roderick. It's run down towards sort of about a third of the way to the third man boundary. Cook gave it chase, but they didn't set off for a single. Just trapped that down into the crease, I think. There was a bit of a stifled shout. 108 for 2. Very still, much more cloudy than at any point during the day, but no rain forecast. And here a defensive shot from Roderick. That one perhaps just popping a little bit. Plays it up to silly mid on. He survives on 2 from 22, and Libby 43. And Essex have got to get Libby out to have any chance. 108 for 2. Simply, if Libby stays, there's not really enough time to whittle through all the others at the other end. 24 overs minimum left. 108 for 2.
Yeah, no rain forecast today, but a lot of rain forecast tomorrow from around about midday here in Worcester, and I don't know whether the ground staff will feel that is something they're looking forward to either, because I know they've been able to get water on this pitch, but it's the lack of grass growth that has been the problem, just to go back to that previous conversation following Jim's tweet. And yeah, I think it's the one thing that's stopping people from getting a bit cross about these pitches is the fact that everybody knows nobody's done it on purpose. So there's no point getting cross. We've just got to deal with it as Cook comes in and bowls to Libby, who covers up, plays defensively, back up the pitch just on the onside, and there's no run. And what I mean by that is just get on with it, play on what you've got, but try to do whatever it takes to make sure that as the season goes on, the pitches do improve. But it takes a certain kind of expertise to know how to do that, and such expertise is very, very hard to come by. As Cook comes in, bowls to Libby, who pushes up to mid-on. Dan Lawrence the fielder, and there's no run. I suspect that the groundsman here, Tim Packwood, knows this ground and how it reacts to floods as well as anybody. But the whole groundsmanship area is one of great expertise and diligence and knowledge, and the best groundsmen just have a sense of things. They just know their grounds and how grass grows and when and so on. As Cook comes in and bowls to Libby, who sort of short arm pulls this one round to long leg for a single. Kept his eye on it. I think it arrived a bit more slowly than he thought it might, but just fetched it round.
I just wonder if the exceptional weather of April 2021 has been a factor. So we're looking at certainly the coldest April for over 30 years. I think the coldest in terms of nighttime temperatures for almost a century. And the driest. Very, very dry.
Here's Cook, 109 for 2. He's in. he bowls to Roderick, who plays defensively on the offside. Just, I mean, even this is really not particularly helpful, I don't suppose, but you know, I occasionally do little patches on my lawn where I put a bit of seed down and put some compost down and try and make areas look a bit tidier. And I did that about a couple of weeks, 2.5 weeks ago probably. Cleared a few patches and raked the ground underneath as Cook bowls and Roderick defends on the back foot, and prepared a little seed bed and put a plenty of grass seed down and covered it with compost, and I've watered it every day or two since. And the nighttime temperatures have been so low each day that it's taken ages for germination, which would normally happen within 6 or 7 days. I've finally got there, but it's taken a long time, and that's just my own personal experience of how difficult it's been in this April. As Cook bowls again to Roderick, who pushes back up the pitch. Roderick does his own fielding. End of another over. Cook now has 11 overs, 7 maidens and 2 for 7. Harmer 17 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 25. 1 wicket down since tea. That was Tom Fell. LBW to the first ball after the interval for 35. But Worcestershire 109 for 2. Minimum 23 overs remaining in the day. And the draw looking more and more likely. Bright sunshine again.
Just this game and Bristol going on, a similar sort of situation at Bristol where Gloucestershire aren't going to get the runs, but you don't feel that Leicester are going to get the wickets either. 165 for 3, Gloucester needing a further 183, so you would have thought that's likely to be a draw unless they decide they really want to give it a dart, but they're going to be 6 points clear with the draw in the conference to Gloucestershire, and they may well be happy enough with that at this stage, and hoping to do a double over Somerset in a little while. 109 for 2. Yes, here is Harmer from the Diglis end, bowls, and back into the crease goes Libby. There will be a run here. It might well be a leg by. Wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed it is. Just sneaked between keeper and leg slip, and Libby remains on 44, but the score advances by 1 to 109 for 2, 110 for 2. And 23 overs left minimum, including this one. We keep an eye on the clock at 4:27. We'll certainly get more than that with Harmer bowling, and this is a delivery which just played defensively with Roderick stretching out his feet, or stretching out his front foot and playing it out towards Snater at cover, and there's no run. So Roderick is surviving out there, which is all that's really required from a Worcestershire point of view. Not looking entirely comfortable. He wouldn't with all these men around the bat, I guess, as this is an appeal for LBW. Quite a good shout, because there was no shot offered. He just put his front pad forward and didn't offer a shot, and Harmer still thinks that was out because he's looking at the umpire, hands on hips. But it's always the one where there's no shot offered, where the bowler feels
that was the old-fashioned one where he pretends he's playing at it but tucks the pad in behind it. But the trouble was that it still had he's forward, so it's still got quite a long way to go to the stumps, and I think he's asking the umpire to make a prediction about the path of the ball, which is difficult to make.
So here is a bigger appeal for LBW there, but again not out. Again, confident shout from Harmer, putting the pad forward, not quite so far this time.
No, he played at that one, I think. Yeah, genuinely played at that one, and it hit him outside the line.
Yeah, so that's what's got him saved there. But Harmer creating pressure at 110 for 2, bowls to Roderick, and this time it's just clipped away into the onside, and there's no runner that goes to short mid-wicket. One or two threatening clouds actually over at the Diglis end side of the ground, in contrast to the clear, pristine blue sky that we had first thing this morning, but rain is not forecast. 110 for 2. Worcestershire have made life very difficult for Essex in these 2 games. Are they going to get out of them with 2 draws? Here is a stroke, which is, well, on a good day Roderick would have hit that through the covers for 4 in his prime form for Gloucestershire, but it actually only went just a few inches into the offside, and it's just indicating a man who's not quite in touch at the moment, but he's still there. He's on to Libby has 44 with the wicket since tea, that of Tom Fell, LBW to Cook for 35, and Cook has 2 for 7 in 11 overs. Harmer 0 for 25 in 18. That's significant, the fact that Harmer hasn't struck yet. and Worcestershire are 110 for 2 with a minimum of 22 overs left. More realistically, probably about 25, 26.
Yeah, here's one for you. I'll just say thanks again to Jim. He's got back to me about that. Yeah, agree completely with your sentiments there, Jim. Yvette Walters, I say it's a question of you because you're a bit more of a historian than I am, I think, Nick. Yvette says, my husband says when he was a boy there were gentlemen and players who played each other annually. I do know about that. What became of this culture, and is it true that when teams had some of each were only gentlemen allowed to be captain? Yes, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's as much as I know.
Yes to all of that. Gentlemen were the amateurs, players were the professionals. Gentlemen were always, their names were prefaced with Mr., weren't they? Shane Snater comes in and bowls to Libby, who's on his toes, driving off the back foot through the covers. I think the gentlemen were always called Mr. So-and-so, and the players were just called by their blunt surnames, and the gentlemen did play against the players at Lord's, I think, every year. Sort of two representative sides, amateurs against professionals, if you like. But I think I'm right in saying that in all county sides it was always a gentleman who was captain.
I was just looking actually some of the Worcestershire players and the sides that have represented Worcestershire, and I saw one called Gentlemen of Worcestershire.
Well, that still exists. I think.
Right.
Yeah, Shane Snater is in and bowls to Libby, who plays this square on the offside. Not just Worcestershire either. I think Lincolnshire gentlemen exist, Staffordshire gentlemen exist, and they are amateur midweek sides made up of club players who play friendly cricket. Certainly a lot of schools, like the King's School next door, will play against the Gentlemen of Worcestershire.
And an over 70s side.
Yeah, they say that. Yeah, that exists. But the Gentlemen of Worcestershire would be a sort of guest side made up of players who play for the clubs around the county, as Libby forces this one from Snater out into the offside. I know lots of people who've played for Worcester Gents, it tends to be known as, and they still play, I think, against Malvern College and King's School, and it's friendly cricket played midweek, where experienced players pass on their experience to younger players often, but they also, I think, play against each other. It's all friendly cricket. They usually wear hooped caps. I know the Worcester Gents wear a rather snazzy hooped cap, or a jazz hat as it might be known by certain more hard-bitten players. Snater in bowls to Libby, who drives up past the bowler, and it's deflected to Siddle at mid-off. Bright sunshine, 110 for 2. Worcestershire. Roderick has 2. He's faced 30 balls for those. Took him a long time to get off the mark. He was on a pair. It was all a bit anxious, but he's on 2 now. Libby is 44, a watchful 44 from Libby, captaining Worcestershire in this game for the first time. He's faced 112 balls. The 2 men out. Mitchell bowled shouldering arms to Sam Cook and fell LBW to Sam Cook. First ball after tea. Libby drives off the back foot again, and there's no run. Mitchell made 20, Fell made 35. The wickets fell at 24 and at 105. But as we've been saying throughout the day, runs really are academic in this game, or at least given the point to which it's reached. The wickets are important and overs are important. Overs remaining in the day. 21 minimum after this. Only 2 wickets down. Snater in, bowls, and Libby tucks this one away off his pads to deep backward square. Siddle comes in to do the fielding. They take a single. Libby kicks the strike. Nelson comes onto the board. 111 for 2 Worcestershire, and the game moves ever more inexorably towards the draw that we all expected it to end in when we got here this morning.
Yes, it's certainly looking that way at the moment. There's something most unexpected happens. That wicket straight after tea, of course, which would have just briefly revived hopes from a Essex point of view, but I think the thinking has always been that it's very difficult to take 15 wickets in a day on this particular surface, and we've had clusters of wickets, haven't we? But it's been difficult to get the number required. But here is Libby getting probably 2 off Harmer with a stroke, but he just settles for the 1, as that one went quite a long way towards the backward square leg boundary, but just flicked round the corner. He continues to look pretty comfortable. has to be said, does Libby, but Roderick now has the strike, and this is probably what Harmer would prefer. Roderick with 2 from 30, Libby 46, 112 for 2. Harmer bowls, and he stretches forward, and there's a half shout for LBW here, and there is nothing in Harmer's favour, and no run either. So, got another of our updates coming up in a second.
Last time you were with me, Tom Fell was out to the first ball after tea. I think LBW to Sam Cook for 35. That was 105 for 2, and slightly anxious moments for Gareth Roderick, who was on a pair when he first came to the crease. He's, however, stuck it out, and he's still there with Jake Libby. He's on 2. Libby is on 46. We have a minimum of 20 overs left in the day after this one, and the game is moving inexorably towards what we think is a pretty inevitable draw, barring an absolute disaster from Worcestershire point of view. 112 for 2, the current score.
Quite another confident shout for LBW against Roderick. Harmer will feel it's only a matter of time. He is certainly putting the former Gloucestershire man under a lot of pressure.
Didn't even pretend to play a shot at that one. But I think again it's just that he's got a big stride in, and the umpire's just not confident that he's Hawkeye.
Here is Harmer bowling, and that's just flicked away round the corner out towards a square leg, and there's going to be a single, so a bit of pressure relief for Roderick. He goes along to 3.
Just to explain that, what I mean is the ball's still got Roderick is a long way forward. It's hit him on the pad. He's not playing a shot. He's outside the line. It's turning, but there's still 8 feet to go between the pad and the wicket, and the umpire's just not confident of his own inbuilt ball tracking radar.
And this is just played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. But at the end of the over from Libby, 46, and Roderick 3, 113 for 2. Yes, Roderick just well, let's say he's using up a few of his 9 lines against Harmer at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good. It looked a good chat. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's, there's so many things to take into account. We watch on TV and we see people hit on the front foot and umpires giving them out, and then we watch the ball tracking and we see they've got it right, or maybe it's umpire's call, or maybe it's missing or whatever, and we don't appreciate that when you haven't got any of that equipment, you're just relying on the naked eye. It's not easy for the umpire to be 100% certain that that's going to go on and hit the stumps. And I think on that occasion you saw Rob White on a couple of occasions. He knows that Roderick's not playing a shot, he knows that it's turning back in, but it's hit him quite a long way outside the line, a long way forward, and he's just not confident enough to say that's going to go on and hit the stumps. Some umpires might give them. Some umpires, ex-bowlers particularly, tend to be outers rather than inners, and we've had famous umpires over the years who like to give them out. Ray Julian, one of the most famous of all, who's now a resident of Worcester, I think. Shane Snater is in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Did it beat Libby, or did he leave it alone at the last minute? Not absolutely sure. I'll have a look at the replay. This one from Snater. Yeah, no, it beat him. Turned him round. It was a good delivery. Actually, it wasn't Libby, it was Roderick, and it was a good delivery and a real tester.
Well, while Snater is bowling, email from Perplexes, who's just questioning why Snater has been preferred in the side to come in while Porter is being rested. And we'll just come back to a couple of points you've made in the over.
Snater is in bowls, and Roderick turns it on the leg side, straight to the fielder at square leg, no run.
You mentioned that Ben Allison looked interesting in the first 2 games and showed certainly he could bat with a fine 50. We know that he's not injured because he's been out as a 12th man in this particular game. Yes, I guess it would have been even better if he managed to take a few more wickets, and hopefully he'll get another chance soon. But he certainly showed some great prowess with the bat, which is a real indicator for Essex going forward.
In comes Snater and bowls to Roderick, who's forward pushing out on the offside. Yes, Ray Julian, I think he was a Leicestershire wicketkeeper when he played. Yeah, indeed he was. He was renowned pretty much as an umpire that wasn't afraid to give them out. Once I think gave 8 LBWs in one innings, I think I'm right in saying. And he's 84 years old now, but a resident of Worcester, I think, and up until a few years ago would regularly turn out and umpire junior school matches and that kind of thing. In comes Snater and bowls, and that's a nice shot by Roderick on the onside, picks up a single, and would have been 2, but there's a good tumbling stop by Paul Walter at mid-wicket. Roderick therefore goes to 4, 114 for 2.
And yes, you ask about whether Aaron Beard is injured. Well, he certainly wasn't as of a week ago, because he played in the second 11 game against Surrey, which Essex won by an innings. But Shane Snater took 6 wickets in that match, and that might have been the driving force for his selection in this particular game.
Here comes Snater. He's bowling to Libby. He bowls, and Libby clips this nicely off his toes, but straight to fielder at square leg. Alistair Cook, there's no run. And just going back to my discussion about umpires, the reason I was mentioning Ray Julian is because he was renowned on the circuit as a good umpire, but one who was, you know, he wasn't averse to giving them out if he thought they were. He tended to err on the side of the bowler. Shall we say if he was standing, the bowlers would be queuing up to bowl at his end and not at the other end. But some umpires are less likely to give them out, I suppose. 'Twas ever thus.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're not doing their job properly. It just means they possibly see the game slightly differently. As Snater bowls this one to Libby, who pushes out on the offside. End of the over, 114 for 2. Roderick has 4. Libby has 46. There are 19 overs minimum left in the day. Just wondering at what point Tom Westley would call it a day if there were still 7 wickets required.
I think when we get to the last hour, if there's 8 wickets required in 20 minutes time we get to the last hour, that might be an appropriate time, but I wouldn't have thought he'd do it any quicker than would be necessary. Yes, so Aaron Beard was playing in that game, but there were 6 wickets for Shane Snater, and I just wondered whether that performance might have been impressive enough to get him into the side. So, but certainly there are other options, as you're saying. As Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Roderick on strike to Harmer, and Harmer will fancy his chances here. But yeah, Shane Snater getting an outing in this game. It'll be interesting to see what Essex do at Trent Bridge. They'll certainly want to play Cook, even though he's having to play a lot of games back-to-back, and it's played defensively up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The big mystery is a lack of overs from Peter Siddle in this innings, 114 for 2. You also mentioned Rishi Patel, who's on loan to Leicestershire, and we wish him well, because obviously it'd be good for Essex if he does well for Leicestershire. That's played defensively in terms of his development. Back down the pitch, goes up to silly mid-on, there's no run. Got a slip, leg slip, 2 short legs, short mid-on, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket, silly mid-on, conventional mid-wicket, cover. So, and there's also that's right, there's a conventional mid-on cover, just virtually all the field described as that's played square into the offside, and there's no run. There's so many fielders sort of in our immediate line of vision that it's always quite difficult to work out from our third man vantage point where everybody is. But yes, effectively there's 3 men saving 1 and the rest around the bat. That's the easiest way of putting it. 114 for 2, and here is another defensive shot from Roderick. He's just settling in a little bit. He's not out 4 at the moment. And the crucial thing from the Worcestershire point of view, he's occupied 43 deliveries, which is what they would want, of course, because that's what it's all about, as Harmer bowls, and that's just played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and again there is no run. So the pattern is pretty familiar at the moment. It's difficult for Essex to take wickets. They've been quite close with Harmer against Roderick to making a breakthrough, but they haven't had any decisions go in their favour. Just that 1 wicket since tea with Tom Fell going, but the most likely result very firmly now is a draw that will leave Worcestershire I think up into 3rd place in the group. We'll confirm that at the end, but Essex will be in 5th place. Yes, Worcestershire with a draw will go to 3rd. They'll be on 52 points, 1 behind Durham, 2 behind Warwickshire, who they play next, and 1 ahead of Notts, and then Essex will be on 49 with Derbyshire on 40.
Sanitisation breaks, so you're not missing anything. Just going back to my Ray Julian discussion, I just found this, a little profile of him, and it just says, in 1972 he became a first-class umpire, and he remained on the list until his retirement at the end of 2001. He was a popular figure, largely because of his good-natured approach, and the Times commented on his, quote, rapid and authoritative raising of the finger, accompanied by a gleeful smile in appreciation of the bowler's art.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. He might even be listening. If he is, it would be great to hear from you, Ray. Wonderful stuff.
You just have to assume that there's a problem for Siddle. It doesn't make any sense
No,
that he hasn't
but he isn't
bowled.
having a bowl. No, maybe he's just got a little niggle and they want to keep him
for
fresh. Yeah. 114 for 2. Snater continues from the New Road end in bright sunshine. He's in, he bowls, and this is worked away on the onside by Libby. And there's no run.
It would make sense, actually, Frank, if he did have a niggle, because he's not quite been in his best, perhaps, in this
that's
game.
right. Do you know, just watching that shot there, I've seen all 4 days of this game. Libby just basically working the ball to mid-wicket. I don't think I've seen a game of cricket where that's happened so many times, and that must be a feature of the pitch. It's just that area between sort of just in front of square and mid-on has seen more balls worked into it than any other area of the pitch by miles. You know, if we had a little map of where the ball's gone each time it's been bowled, it would be clustered around that area. Snater again, and there we go again. Libby is in behind it and just turns it on the leg side. Got 3 fielders in a line there. Walter at square leg, and then we've got Westley in the middle, and then to his left, Nick Brown.
And I see that Patel got 44 for Leicestershire in their second innings, so well done to him on that one. Yes, Patel was on loan, but is now signed for them, you say, so thanks very much for that update.
In comes Snater, 114 for 2 as he bowls to Libby. He goes back and gets hit on the pad trying to work this on the leg side. There's a big shout, but umpire Lloyd is not impressed, and I can see why, because it was going well down the leg side. In fact, it hit him almost on about leg stump and was following him. So histrionic dismay from the bowler, but umpire Lloyd has seen it all before, and he is not interested in that one. 114 for 2.
And Perplexus, I missed out on the fact that he'd signed for Leicestershire. That does make a difference, and certainly I think probably just backs up your point that maybe one that's got away from Essex if he does go on to have a successful career elsewhere.
Here's Jake Libby. Possibly could be regarded as one that got away from Notts. Snater comes in and bowls to him, and he pushes out on the offside. Not that Notts are struggling for opening batsmen this year, because both Ben Slater, their recruit from Derbyshire, and Hasib Hamid, their recruit from Lancashire, have been well among the runs. Both have made 200s, I think.
Possibly getting back into England contention as well in some cases.
114 for 2 here.
There was Rory Burns. Could be a bit of a vacancy with Dominic Sibley's injury problems.
17 overs left after this, minimum. Bright sunshine. Snater in again. Bowls, and this one's worked away by Libby. Down to long leg. Fielded down there by Siddle. He's on the field. If he has got a niggle, it's not preventing him fielding and throwing. That's a good return coming in. 115 for 2. Libby goes to 47.
Stephen, thank you for getting in touch. A radical option with respect to the 100 and what to do while it's on. I thought you were going to say do the garden,
Go on holiday.
But no, I'd play Championship cricket. A lot of the players involved in the 100 seem to be T20 specialists, so why not play four-day games and flood some young talent? Played a 50 overs early season, mixed in with the 4-day games, and a late June Lord's final. Come back to that.
Snater in, bowls, and forward comes Roderick. Pushes out on the offside. End of the over. 115 for 2. Roderick 4, Libby 47, the men out Mitchell 20 and Fell. First ball after tea 35, 17 overs left in the day, 10 to 5. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for.
Well, Stephen, I'd agree with you about the one-day competition. Definitely, I think it will eventually come back, and pretty much in the format you suggest. Whether there'll be room for a group phase, I'm not sure. But you'd like to find room for the group phase by playing the Championship during the 100. I must admit that thought did occur to me. I thought specifically if we had 2 divisions that you could carry on playing Division 2 cricket only during the 100, and you would make sure that the quality was high enough by having lone players not being required for the 100 or the tests from the first division sides. It's an idea, but that was the closest I've got to that, as here is Harmer and played off the back foot towards mid-wicket, and there's no run for Libby. I don't think they will play 4-day cricket. I'm not sure you can play all 18. I'm not sure the county standard is going to be high enough, and it might dilute the sort of the quality of the championship. Or let's say, as Harmer bowls, and this is just played defensively up into the offside, who you play and the relative strength of that side might be too big a determining factor in who wins the championship. So if you play Notts, who are going to be an entirely second team, or you play Essex, who might be close to a full first team, it's going to be a big difference, isn't it? So there may be that sort of arbitrary nature to it. But I do take your point. It's an interesting one. 115 for 2, and this is a cutaway off the back foot. Nice stroke for at least 2. It's a long chase back to the third man boundary. They've got the second. They'll turn and consider the third, and they can take it at their leisure as Tom Westley collects it just a few yards in front of the rope. Ones don't matter, but
50 for Libby.
It's 50 for Libby, so those 3 do from his point of view. I'll tell you what, it caps off a fantastic well, it's May the 2nd now, but in terms of a calendar month from when he started the last few weeks against Essex, he's been absolutely brilliant, and I know he's played other good innings for Worcester that I haven't seen, but I'm so impressed with him. And well, basically Essex knew they had to get him out, and they haven't.
Yeah, well, he made 100, made another 100 against Notts.
And this is played defensively by Roderick up into the onside, and there's no run, so thanks for that one, Stephen.
Got that first baller at Derby, Jake Libby, but he made 117 against Notts here, and 40 odd in the first innings here, and another 50. What a signing! What a signing he's been. 118
for 2 Harmer bowls, and that's clipped away off the pads towards mid wicket, and there's going to be a single. And Nick Hines has been in touch. It depends how you read this email, but he says, wasn't Trevor Bailey the last gentleman to play for Essex? And by that he means in the conventional that's right, in the conventional sense of the description that we had of gentleman earlier on. But you may well be right. Thanks, Nick. That's pushed up past silly mid-on up towards the conventional mid-on, and there's no run. But surely this game won't go too much beyond 5 o'clock. Of course, Worcestershire can't declare because Essex will sort of claim victory. That's a slight snag there. So we are going to go at least till 5 o'clock. But then it's a question of how much further Tom Westley wants to go. Now it says minimum overs remaining 16 on the board. It's now 8 minutes to 5. So these are bonus overs that Essex have at their disposal. And when we get to 5 o'clock, we'll go into the minimum 16 in the last hour, unless they've changed that rule like all the others.
Tom Westley's going to have a bowl from the New Road end, which is not something I've ever seen before. Off spinner, I think, probably.
We've got some
he's an off spinner, isn't he?
Terrific late emails coming in. Chris Grant saying, tying in the topic of gentlemen and players with Fred Titmus, the announcer at Lord's one day said, change on the scorecard today is for FJ Titmus, please read Titmus FJ.
Yeah.
They like to get it right at Lord's in those days.
Absolutely.
More relaxed now about things.
Absolutely. So Tom Westley with his occasional off spin from the New Road end bowls, and back goes Roderick, pushes back up the pitch. I remember when I was at school when the team was put up on the board by the master in charge in the first 11. In comes Westley and bowls, and it's pushed away on the onside, no run. If you had your colours, your initials went in front of your name. If you didn't, if you had your half colours, your initials went after your name, and if you didn't have any colours at all, you just got your name. Same sort of thing. Posh schools. As Westley bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Roderick. It wasn't that posh.
A little while ago I saw the Essex head coach Anthony McGrath walking along the boundary rope in front of us from right to left. Now he's going in the other direction.
As Westley bowls, and Roderick is back, pushing defensively out on the onside, getting ready to go and pack their bags, I think. Yeah. Just having a chat with Alistair Cook. Is he on the boundaries? And what would you do here? Do you think we should get on the road, Cookie? In comes Westley again and bowls. Pushed away defensively. Tidy off spin at the moment from Tom Westley.
Oh, he's decent. Yeah, he's a decent bowler. Well, we had a little quiz question actually in the Durham game. He got his best bowling figures against Durham about a decade ago.
Comes in now, bowls to Roderick. Turns that on the leg side. End of a maiden over from Westley. One over from him. 119 for 2, and 14 left in the day. 15 left in the day. 5 to 5.
Yep, and I think it needs to go until 5 o'clock, I think, and then there can be potentially an agreement to close things down. So we'll try and get through as many of the emails that you've sent, which have been quite a few in the last half an hour. So just one from Andrew, watching from Cyprus, and yes, he said it's Easter Sunday there. as Harmer is going to bowl with again that familiar cluster of men on the leg side. That's just played defensively by Libby, 50. We haven't mentioned Roderick much recently, but he's hung in there. Obviously he's only got 5 not out from 53 balls, but the key thing for him is he's actually playing his part in this game-saving effort for Worcestershire, and that I'm sure will make him feel better. So this one just played from Libby from the crease, up into the onside. Andrew says, I recall Fred Truman being asked to play in Gentlemen Against Players. The organisers told him how Yorkshire Yorkshire received to pay Truman, and it was a lot more than Truman actually received. So that's played defensively about this whatever pay he was getting, and played back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Truman found that Yorkshire deducted the cost of paying for a replacement from Truman's fee, so he became a bit disenchanted with Yorkshire's committee. He was a great character, Fred Truman, wasn't he? 119 for 2. It's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. And there was a link from the Grumblers newsletter, which I subscribed to, which had a terrific clip of a Roses match that ITV was showing in around about 1990, where Fred Truman was part of the commentary team and Harmer bowls, and that's played away towards mid-wicket. And the presenter and one of the commentators was one Clive Tildesley, who went on to become ITV's senior football commentator for about 20 years. 119 for 2. And here's Harmer bowling, and that's just played on the bounce down to short leg, and there's no run. But it really, with only 2 wickets down, surely I can't see Tom Wesley progressing this too much further. And even Alistair Cook's having a warm up to bowl. I'm not sure he'll be called upon, but that might be a final gesture in the game. Roderick 5, Libby 50, 119 for 2. Just notionally, in case you've recently joined us, they started 197 behind, and we've got a minimum of 14 overs left. It's 4 minutes to 5, so when we get to 5 o'clock, we'll be into the last hour.
Yeah, and every likelihood, I think, then that they'll be shaking hands and calling it a day.
They've done well, Worcestershire, today.
Yeah, they have done well. They, particularly in the light of that little burst of wickets this morning. But yeah, I think they've stayed calm, haven't they? They've stayed focused. There's always been somebody at the crease who's been able to sort of take charge, particularly Libby at the moment. As Wesley comes in and bowls, and Roderick turns this away on the leg side, picks up a single, won't come back for 2. 120 for 2. Roderick goes to 6. Even in that last wicket partnership, when Morris and Pennington were together, they both played pretty sensibly, didn't they? They were quite assured.
Yeah, so that's an important stand.
Trust your skills on
just took the momentum away from Essex at an important time.
Wesley in, bowls to Libby, pushes out on the offside, picks up a single. 51 to him now. Libby will be thinking now, I would be anyway, and I expect Roderick will as well, but you know, they say stats don't matter and everything else, but everybody knows that a nice little red inker, nice little not outer, boosts your average. As Wesley bowls and is turned away on the onside.
Which
don't want to throw it away now.
I need to check on Libby's average at the moment.
Yeah.
Which I shall try and do in the next few moments.
Just make sure you don't give it away in these last overs. In comes Wesley and bowls, and Roderick's forward pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. 121 for 2. 22 overs, 8 maidens, no wickets for 31 Harmer, and that tells you he's bowled tidily, but he hasn't managed to penetrate.
He's averaging 102 at the moment.
There goes Wesley again, pushing up to bowling to Roderick, who pushes this back up to a sort of straightish mid-on, or just wide of the bowler. Mid-on comes into field.
That's Libby rather than Roderick.
Yeah, he's round the wicket now, Wesley. He's in, he bowls, and again Roderick is forward, pushing out on the offside. End of the over. So 13 minimum left in the day, and just coming up to 5 o'clock. I wonder if they've set a cut-off point, the coaches.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think we go that much further. Dan has been in touch, not happy with the umpiring decisions on the LBW. I've been fielding the other scores on your emails, and Frank has been fielding the tweets, and he's also been looking at the replays. And I think you're referring to those 2 shouts against Roderick, Dan, aren't you, from Harmer? One of them was certainly very, very close, I think. Yeah,
both of them. Well, I tried to explain what I think the reason they were not given. It's just the distance that the ball's got to travel from hitting that pad. You know, say Roderick's batting on the line, he's 4 feet away from the stumps, takes a big stride. He's hit on the pad about 7.5 feet in front of the stumps. That's a long way for the ball to travel. It's turning quite sharply.
Here is Harmer. Bowls, and this is played defensively. Of course, if a wicket falls now, it will prolong things. I think Wesley, particularly if it's Libby, who's on strike at the moment, but 51, and if he doesn't get out, his average will be over 100 after this innings.
So the umpire's got to predict the path of that ball over quite a long distance, and that's what's difficult.
Harmer bowls and just driven away up towards cover, and there's 1 run. So we're going to look for what the umpires signal. It's 1 minute to 5. There should be a signal from the umpires at the end of this over. Maybe that we should all go back to the dressing room, but we shall see. They can't decree that themselves. It has to be agreed between the players. Quite funny if they did have that authority, of course. Harmer bowls. That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Roderick on 6 from 58, but he's doing his bit here. And if he can go in and not out, we'll just... he's played his part. 122 for 2. So the cluster of men round the bat, the short mid-wicket, the silly mid on his back, and this is played again defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And Elisitano wants Alistair Cook to have a bowl because he's got a test wicket. So we did see him warming up actually a few moments ago, but I don't think we're actually going to see.
Dan Lawrence has just been warming up quite vigorously as well.
Yes, I mean there's a few bowling options out there. Don't see Tender Scarter these days, and this is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. I'm not sure Ryan would particularly like bowling on this particular surface. But, I mean, Worcestershire, you're going to see another tough surface to get a result at Edgbaston, unless it's a pitch that really surprised me. 122 for 2. And this is all run down off the open face for a single by Roderick. He goes to 7, 123 for 2. To be honest, that game between Essex and Warwickshire, yes, it turned out to be an exciting game, but partly because Essex had a rather bad batting collapse at the start of their second innings, which was a bit inexplicable, and without it, the game probably would have been a draw because it would have been very hard to set a target. So we're looking for the umpires now and what they signal. I'm expecting at 5 o'clock the signal for the... Yes, indeed, there it is, which is a tap on the wrist, and one of the good umpiring signals. And we're not going to stop straight away because it looks like Dan Lawrence is going to bowl at 123 for 2. There have to be 16 overs minimum in the last hour. So I expect that remaining to go up from 12 to 16 in a moment on the board.
Dan Lawrence to bowl then. Yeah, so just to finish that point about the LBWs, I hope I'm not saying that trying to justify them from a Worcestershire point of view or anything. I'm just saying that as an umpire, that's the consideration that's going through his mind. It's still got 8 feet to go. It's turned quite sharply. Am I absolutely certain that it's going to hit those 3 blue things at that end? Don't get me on blue stumps in Championship cricket. Here's Lawrence bowling to Roderick, and that's 3 runs, short and wide outside the off stump. 3, not 3, 4 runs taken with that sort of back cut behind square on the offside. Good shot from Gareth Roderick, takes him to 11, 127 for 2.
Wins for Somerset, Lancashire and Yorkshire by 1 run against Northants. The Gloucester-Leicestershire game, Gloucestershire are giving it a go. They've got a big 4th wicket stand between Tom Lace and Ian Cobain. 211 for 3, more on that in a moment.
We're looking like it's going to be a draw. It may even get called off before the official close if both sides agree to it. At the moment, Worcestershire are 127 for 2. They're a long way short of parity with Essex, but of course Essex have to bowl them out in this session, and it's looking very, very unlikely. The only man has gone in this session. Tom Fell out for 35. Gareth Roderick's on 11. Jake Libby on 52. And with 15 overs left in the day, nominally, Worcestershire are 127 for 2.
No runs added. Yeah, Tom Lacey and Ian Cobain, big partnership there. It's now worth over 150. They need 136, and presumably they'll have about 16 or so overs to get them, and they might just try and give that a bit of a dart.
Lawrence bowls, and more runs for Roderick here, at least 1 more run as he pushes out on the offside. Takes him to 12, 128 for 2. Still got that cluster of close catches on the leg side, but there's been little to interest them, really, I have to say. And we're in the 56th over of this Worcestershire second innings. Lawrence goes round the wicket and bowls, and Libby is on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run.
And David Johnson from Lapworth back with us, reference Trevor Bailey, giving us a very nice little history of précis of Trevor Bailey's career with Essex.
There's Lawrence bowls. That one's taken by Wheater. End of the over, 128 for 2.
And captain 61 to 66, secretary 64 to 69. Arranged for Warwickshire to make an interest-free loan to Essex in 65, which allowed Essex to buy the Chelmsford ground, and that enabled him to receive a salary while at the same time technically remaining an amateur cricketer, although he was better paid than the club's professionals. And of course, as a footballer, those days, of course, he had a lot of players who played both football and cricket at the top level, and Bailey was a member of Walthamstow Avenue side, which won the FA Amateur Cup in 51-52 before 100,000 crown at Wembley.
Wow.
So, and then following season played in the side that reached the 4th round of the FA Cup, and they drew 1-1 at Manchester United. Here's Harmer bowling. It's played off the back foot to short leg, and there's no run, and United won 5-2 in the replay at Highbury. So there's so much more, of course, we could talk about with Trevor Bailey, which we'll do on another day, but thanks ever so much for that, David. 128 for 2. There's Harmer bowls. That's played away around the corner. It's funny we just mentioned Fred Trubin, and of course Trevor Bailey was like the opposite number to Fred in the Test Match Special commentary box for so many years, and had some fine phrases that he would bring out on certain occasions. But an astute observer of the quality of players as they played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 128 for 2.
He really was brilliant at that. I was fortunate to share a commentary box with him a few times, and I've said this before, just that was the thing that struck me the most. Well, apart from his generosity and magnanimity, was his judgment of a player was just superb.
Harmer bowls, and it's just turned around the corner by Lawrence. They did put it up to 16 overs remaining minimum in the final hour, so it's now gone to 15 at 6 minutes past 5. Can't think we'll bowl too many more as Harmer bowls, and that's just played defensively just for a little push, and in fact there's a big gap on the offside, so they scamper through for a single. And Roderick, as I say, he's doing okay, isn't he? He's gone along to 13. I mean,
he's faced 70 balls. That's the thing, isn't it?
That's the thing, and you know, it's just a little stepping stone for him. He's out of form. He's played a bit of a part today, and maybe he can go on to get a good score in the next match. Libby has just been an immovable force, and he plays that one defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. It has been a fantastic individual achievement by Jake Libby, and it's appropriate actually that it is Tom Wesley who shakes Libby's hand first, because that sums up these two matches. It's been Jake Libby who's been quite superb for Worcestershire, and I won't say just he alone, but let's just say that without him Worcestershire would not have got 2 draws out of these 2 games. There have been other valuable contributions both at Chelmsford and at Worcester, but Jake Libby has been very much an immovable force. 52 not out at the end, Gareth Roderick on 13, and rightly Tom Wesley deciding there's no point in taking this game any further. It is a draw. Worcestershire 129 for 2. You can throw a blanket over the top 5 teams in this group. Warwickshire 54, Durham 53, Worcestershire 52, Nottinghamshire 51, and Essex there on 49. But Essex have got 3 games at Chelmsford to come. It's a fascinating group, this. And it's hard to get victories, particularly for Essex on the road at some of these venues. They found that out, and they've had a tough 4 days here, and in the end, honours are even as the players make their way off.
I'll just run through the Essex bowling figures for those of you that are listening and haven't seen them on the stream. Sam Cook, excellent, 11 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 7. Simon Harmer, 24 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 34. Peter Siddle, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. Shane Snater, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Paul Walter, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. Dan Lawrence, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19, and Tom Wesley, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. Worcestershire 129 for 2 in their second innings, so the game is drawn. 12 points to Essex and 11 points to Worcestershire,
which, as we said, leaves Worcestershire just ahead of Essex in the table. Well, it's been great fun, Frank. Thanks for
thanks very much, Nick. I hope you've enjoyed being with us, and I hope you've enjoyed listening and watching at home.
Just just wanted to say thank you very much to Worcestershire, to the chairman, to everyone involved for making sure we had a little bit of food and drink, and it's very, very good quality. And when I wasn't breaking it, we even had the coffee machine working as well. So thank you very much for the kind hospitality to Worcestershire that they've shown us and other visiting journalists here during the game.
We do hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope you'll join. I think it's Dan Wheeler doing the game at Edgbaston on Thursday for BBC Hereford and Worcester, and continue to follow this excellent county cricket season, despite the fact that the weather hasn't been particularly conducive, and it's been perhaps overly dry, and the pitch here at Worcester hasn't been what everybody would have liked, but nonetheless we've had an absorbing 4 days. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much, and good